Hello, welcome y'all. Today is a day of great crunching. I have a game jam game that I need to finish that I am not done with. And there's only 10 hours left to get it in. So apparently I needed to check the time to figure out how much I had done and to think about how much time is left. It's kind of a topsy-turvy world we live in. 9 hours and 55 minutes until the Bloons-like jam is done. I got this. I don't know. I'm gonna try. And hopefully you guys will try too. We've only got 7 entries. Oh, almost 100 people joined in this jam, and only 7 have entered so far. This, for context, I would say there was like 10 to 15 entries for the Frogger-like jam by the same time in the last game-like jam. So, you know, it makes me think this was kind of a hard game for this jam. So I'm going to definitely pick a simpler one for the future. But, this is still the challenge ahead, and I'm excited to try to get mine done. I'm gonna spend the next 10 hours trying to crunch my game out and get this thing done, and we'll see what happens. So just a couple important things if you are participating in this jam. The jam queue is open. Oops, I forgot to center that video. The jam queue is open. All right, so what is that? That is a way that you can let me know that you want your game played as soon as possible on Friday. So this Friday, we're doing a showcase live stream. We play all the games that you guys have worked on and made, and so this will just help me know that you want to go next. This is also useful if you have a game, let's say you missed the deadline, but you still want your game played on stream, or your game doesn't fit into, you know, like somebody tried to put up a community post about like a game that isn't technically embeddable in the browser, but it is browser based. So use this to submit that, because you can just put your game URL right in here. So just something to think about. Actually, you don't have to do it in there. If you say no, you can just do a URL right there. So that's some important things. Go join the queue. If your game is done and you want your game played sooner than later, it's ready to go. And then the showcase stream is going to be on Friday. It's up, it's ready to go. I'll make sure those links are in the chat. They're in the description box if you want to follow up with that. Yeah, it's a time pun. It's pun-ish. I would say it occupies a general space of the pun. All right, let me just fix this non-centered thing here, and then I'm gonna get started. I gotta go all in working on this. It's my only choice. It's my only ambition in this life today, other than getting this video to not be off center. Okay, guys. I think what I need to do is get the UI. I need to get the money, the hit points. I need to make sure that all of that stuff works correctly, because a lot of this is not quite set up correctly yet. Although it's getting there, I would not say that it's quite yet there. Which is, you know, not the best thing. Alright, let me just fix this. Okay, fixed that, I think. Alright, jam page no longer has an uncentered video mucking it up. Alright, here we go. Crunch time for real. So what's the game looking like these days? Where are we at? Give me the details. Tell me what it is. So we've got 2,400 money. That's a bit much. It's a bit more than I want, but it's a debug amount. I think we got animations on this. We've got towers that function, that hit targets, and that's good. No complaints there. The animations could be better in certain circumstances. Oh yeah, we were setting up this. So I have the UI here where the upgrades indeed show up correctly. but they don't do anything. I need to make those upgrades actually work. Also, the sell button doesn't actually calculate how much you sell these for. Hey, welcome, Iron. You are Iron! You are Iron! One other thing just to point out is that this game, in case for whatever reason this is your actual first time here, the Bloons-like jam is about Bloons TD-1 specifically, and it is embedded on the jam page if you want to check it out, and it is a game where you place towers and you pop balloons. And mine is very similar to that. And also in that game, you have these upgrades, and you can sell these towers. I'm trying to do as many of those mechanics as possible, and I would like to keep most of them. So there's some targets. In my case, there's sweet treats. In Bloons, they're balloons. And we have toys instead of regular towers. That's just the concept. That's just the way it is. The super soldier tower is like the best tower. So it's doing a lot of good damage here. But I'm not going to worry about balancing, although you wouldn't have that early. That's the other thing. I need to make them actually cost something. Hey, Bart's, welcome. I need to have them, when you click on it, it drains your money. It also needs to tell you how much is it going to cost, right? Can you afford it or not? So I guess what I'd want is like when you hover over these, there's a pop-up that tells you that information. That's pretty valuable information for the player to have. So it's really getting a lot of these like I have the fundamental components, right? Like the towers, the units, the way the units function, life hit points go down if you miss any. Here, I'll get rid of this so we die a little bit. Hit points go down if you miss any. Money goes up if you hit them. The wave increases, although I'm still missing some icons over here. What doesn't happen, however, is sort of the like structure around it. Thanks, Barts. Yeah, I made like a last second choice right after the stream ended. I couldn't stop myself. I had to work on it a little. You can see it sort of aborts very rapidly at some points. I could set that up to fade out, but I feel like it's stretch goal at this point. But yeah, thank you. I realized I could just have the animation separately play in a way that I hadn't quite configured yet, and then stop it right away. Thank you, thank you. It's not like my dream animation for it, but it's utterly sufficient, and I'm glad you guys are appreciating it. So yeah, I spent a lot of time yesterday working on that spinning top. So yeah, I need to add some of that structure in there. Like the player can't buy things, or they can buy things. They can sell things. They can upgrade their towers. All that stuff really needs to be in there to really make the game feel whole. So that's at least what I'm going to work on. So this is the original Bloons. It is a game where you place these towers, and we have a lot of these components. We don't have like the cost, right? That the explanation, I really need to implement that. That would be good. If it's good enough, it's good. Yes, I know. You know, it's like I say those things to like remind myself, but because I know that I'm gonna forget and I'm gonna get caught up in doing things that I need to not worry about. Yes, perfect is the enemy of done. You were working with the original Bloons background in your game for so long that now you see it and think it's yours. That's so funny. I love that. I think that's a great like outcome for this game jam, is like just feeling like a sense of familiarity and like ownership of like this process, the parts that make up these games. You know, yours looks so different now. Remember, guys, if you want to go early, just going to put out that reminder one more time. If you want to, the earlier that you get into this queue, the sooner your game will be played on stream. We'll play up to 20 games, although I have a feeling we're not going to need to play 20 games. Just the way that it's looking right now, only 7 entries out of 100 people who joined. Only 7 in the last 10 hours have submitted. So unless an enormous amount of people are procrastinating, I feel like this was a difficult game. So, you know, in that sense, you'll probably be okay. But if you do join the queue, you're guaranteed to be in that 20 who get played. All right. I mean, unless you're the 21st person who joins the queue, but I don't think that's gonna happen. All right, let's crunch. Let's crunch. Crunch mode activate. Grrr, music, activate the crunch. All right, so I want to start with the. Let's finish the upgrade stuff, right? I really need these to work. So now that they all show up. Oh, and then are the prices correct? The prices look correct. Yes, good. Prices look excellent. Fantastic. Is there a cat around that I can appreciate? Yes. Well, it helps. It helps to see the cat, okay? It's what you want to see. I am also keeping an eye on weather today. In my area, there is... This is Travi, by the way. There are some weather events potentially happening. It's hard to tell because the radar keeps changing on me. So like I'm just like not entirely sure if it's actually gonna happen. Hopefully I won't have to stop the stream for anything. But I am tracking the weather here, by the way. Yes, I'm finding everything to distract myself from crunch. Of course. I am tracking the weather here. I live in the St. Louis, Missouri area. No doxing worried about. It's a very big area. But you can see this radar. We're currently right there. So maybe in a couple hours we're gonna get some danger. Hopefully it doesn't knock out my power or anything like that. If it does, obviously the stream will go down. But I'll come back. All right. So let's make these upgrades work. So how are we gonna make these upgrades work? Well, that's gonna be on the HUD script. You thought it was 10 a.m. instead of 10 p.m.? Oh, that's good! Oh, I thought you were gonna say 10 a.m. tomorrow. Excellent. Congratulations. Yeah, you would have been in trouble. You would have been in danger. Because there's no late submitting. Like, the only universe where late submitting exists is for playing, is for having your game played on the live stream. But as far as submissions and ranking goes, you must actually get it submitted. You just must. All right. My tea is dark today. I let it brew extra. And in the 1 hour universe, we don't talk about the 1 hour jam. In the 1 hour universe, you could submit late, yes. But in this universe, you cannot submit late. It is not allowed. Rest in peace, 1 hour jam. Rest in peace. Alright, so all this does is set up the buttons, but this doesn't say what happens when the buttons get pressed. So I have these upgrade buttons on Reddit, but we're not doing anything with them. So let's make them do stuff. Button upgrade left pressed. On button upgrade left pressed. And we'll do the same thing for right. I guess I'll keep the timer up here since it's actually relevant to all of us this time. Not just me getting the stream done. I think that time is quite accurate. It's close enough to accurate. It might be a little bit earlier, but that's for the best. Yeah, it's 6 minutes different, but in a good, it's 6 minutes different in a good way. Okay. So now we need to go get those buttons pressed on upgrade. Oh, button on, button upgrade. Let's go find those functions. And we do have all this hovering stuff here. I'd kind of rather keep the hovering things together. So let's actually put this over here. Func on, button upgrade, left pressed, returns nothing. And then I want the same thing for right. Now this is gonna have to take into account what tower it's pressed on, right? It's gonna have to detect that. So how is it gonna do that? How is it going to do that? Well, we need to somehow be tracking what is the actively selected tower. I don't think we're tracking that information. So a tower, well, actually, maybe we are. On tower selected. Oh. Do we set that to anything? Towers last selected. Okay, well, that was easy. Great. Love it. Love to see it. No complaints. Okay, so when that happens, we need to actually still fetch the data from the dictionary. So I think what I would like to do, I need to have this up here. We got this HUD scripts always get so beefy. Not in a good way, in an overwhelming way. So the other place is update side menu, not that. Update UI values? No? Okay. What is the one that has this dictionary? Setup tower UI. Okay. So I need to bounce. Look at these. Look at all these functions in this script. Setup tower UI and on button upgrade left and right pressed. So these two and this are what I need to be jumping between. Okay. Be cool if I could like favorite these or something. Doesn't matter, it's pretty unnecessary. Okay, so from this I would want to fetch the cost. I mean, in some ways we already have them assigned to the buttons. We could just like pull it from the buttons. That feels ridiculous, don't do that. And this dictionary is being set up on the tower UI itself, which means I would need to like set this up again, which is fine, I guess. I wonder if we could write a function for that, like func upgrade tower. And then this could call with the tower, and we say upgrade tower, tower last selected. But What it also needs to call with is, was it the left or the right button? So this is a little confusing, but the relief you felt was Unreal Engine. Nice. Nice game dev pun. I like it. Because of the relief that Andres felt. Nice. The next jam is in May? Yes, the next jam is in May. Exactly. So I think we have 1 and 2, which is confusing because this is left and right, but I don't care. Upgrade number. So this one is going to return a... Actually, I have no idea. A string? Yeah, learn some godot! That's cool. It's a Node 3D. That's exciting. How's that weather looking? Where are we at with the weather? Is there a way we can see all the current game-like jam suggestions? That would be neat. Yes, I want to. I'm working on it. That is something that I want to work on, but it doesn't exist yet. But I would like for it to. It's a very big list. For the 1 hour jams execution. Yeah. That's a really good idea to use that style of page. Yeah, that's definitely an option. And then what I want is I want you guys to be able to like vote too on the options. But it's gonna take some tweaking because I do need final say. Because you guys come through with suggestions like Stanley Parable, which then I look at the game and it's like massive. It's like, no, it's too big. So I obviously still have to edit the suggestions to some extent. So there's a lot of thinking and work involved in there, in my opinion. But I do want to set something like that up for sure. All right, what's the weather status? I need to keep an eye on this very much. I just do. Oh, we got a little yellow just wiping right through. Okay, understood. Understood. My goodness. How close is that? Now, it's been changing. The radar's been changing all day. I'm not at the blue dot, by the way. So that's in like an hour. In like an hour and a half. So that'll be the worst of it. The worst of it's probably going to be in like an hour and a half. So that's good to know. Jonas says, Godot is super worth it in my opinion. Game dev has proven to be the ultimate game for me. Yes, it is! Dude, I play game dev so much more than I play games. You want to learn it? So far you made like rock, paper, scissors. Nice! That's a really good starting game. I love that. Same here with Godot. It was really easy to get into once I got the hang of things. I tried so many different engines, and when I came to Godot, I was like, I'm home! You followed Bracky's tutorial and then made an FPS where you fight PNGs as Mr. Krabs. That's awesome. Yeah, dude, the Bracky's ones are really good. They're really good for starting out. They're so good. And even if you're not starting out, there's so many good like things you can pick up that you may not have known. Clear codes. Alright, clear code tutorial. I don't know. I mean, I probably like I'm subscribed to them, but off the top of my head, I don't know it. Clear code video is like 14 hours long. Okay, no. But also yes, right? Because I feel like you get a lot of good learning out of that. out of something that lasts that long. You know what I mean? Okay, so the tower is a node 3D. The upgrade number is an integer, naturally, of course. Actually, let's do this. So I can come down here. See, an actual chat window seems cursed. Yeah, it's just if there's like a bunch of messages that I can't keep putting up there without them getting lost. Yeah. Yeah, the documentation is pretty good for Godot, for sure. Yeah, maybe not all at once. So for that, we want to say tower types keys, tower type. That's good. We do want that. And then from the setup tower UI, I'm going to want, we don't care about the name, we don't care about the preview, we don't care about the name, the icon. The cost is very important. We care about that a lot. I guess that's the only thing we care about. I mean, on some level, we need to like let the tower know. That's kind of the other thing is how we communicate to the tower. Okay, let's just start with the cost. So when we go to upgrade the tower, we need to say, we'll just say match upgrade number upgrade number 1. You could literally just do an if statement as well. If it's 1, then we do this. You probably do it. You could do it different than this. Upgrade left. No, because you need to have left versus right for some. Wait, no, you don't. That's text. No. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We could easily concatenate this. So we need to subtract money. We need to update the money, right? How do we update money? I don't remember. Messenger. Points? Updated points? Okay, but how do we update points? We can let the project know that points have been updated, but that doesn't mean on target attacked. That's the only scenario where we're updating points, is on target attacked. So we might want something for on tower purchased, on upgrade purchased, or on purchase made, perhaps, whatever that purchase may be. And then we also have on sell that we want to think about. So let's say signal points spent. I could say points earned, but it feels a little confusing in case because we don't earn, there's no signal otherwise. Points bartered, points, I guess we'll just say earned. Argument 1, integer spent amount, integer tower sold for. Hey, what's up, Sable? Welcome. Sold for amount. 9 hours left in the game jam, and submissions will not be allowed to be updated or submitted. And I have a long way to go. sure does take a lot of brain juice. I know that's right. But I love it, you know? I love that juice. I love using that juice. That's what it's there for. Speaking of brain juice, caffeine. I still got my tea bag in there. That's how you know. That's how you know it's crunch mode. Once the submission period ends, you can no longer update it. It's over. No updates. This is not like the 1 hour jam. No more updates. Now let me rephrase that. When you submit it, you can update it. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, once the submission period is up, then you can't update it. Yes, sorry, I misspoke. You can update it now. It's after that 9 hours is up. Then you can't update it. Now, after the voting period ends on Friday, yeah, so if you look down here, so at the end of today, voting or submitting ends, updating ends, it's locked in. In this purple section, when voting begins, you cannot update your game in that whole little tetramino shape. You can't update it in that time or submit. You can only vote. However, on the showcase day, you will be able to update it, right? So the showcase stream begins a couple hours after voting ends. So that means you could keep updating your game on your own computer, like personally, right? And then if you want if you find bugs over the next week and you want an update to be in there by the time it's played on stream, you could make sure you push that update within that 2 hour window. And then by the time the showcase happens, the update will be in there. As far as you know, you did submit, but you can't really check that. You did submit. I can confirm that you did submit. Yes. Here, I'll tell you who I have so far. So far, we have 7 submissions from Dungeon Martian / Indigo Vincent, Jonas Newhouse, Coke Gaming Studios, Zibbeline, aka you, Dormouse, Rolric, and Deplanty. Those are all the games that are submitted right now, or the creators of the game so far. That's great. You're planning to take a break from this for a bit after today, but part of me feels like continuing to work on it. So let's see. Yeah. So if you know, it depends what your priority is. Do you want to like make sure you have the best thing by voting? Then grind it out tonight. If you want the best thing by the showcase, then you can take a break and wait to update it before the showcase. Space gas station prototype. Okay. That's that. I bet that means stuff. It sounds cool. All right, crunch mode. So I know it might be more. I mean, the deduction that I'm taking away is this was too difficult of a game. That, or Bloons was just like, oh god, I love Bloons, and people joined. But we had less people join in the Frogger-like jam, and we had more submissions by this time in the last one. So I just feel that this game was too challenging. Okay. Crunch mode. Yeah. So I'm definitely gonna pick an easier one next time. Because the thing is you can make an easy game more complicated if you want. But I think making a more complicated game easier is a lot harder. Alright. So I have this new signal where we need to emit this, and we need to make sure. So the other thing this has to do is this has to check whether or not the player has enough money, right? Otherwise, the upgrade won't work. So we could even make sure that the button is not accessible. So we could be tracking that. We could say that when money is spent, so we do have a signal for that. Updated points, so whenever points is updated, let's make sure we connect that on this continually beast-like, increasingly beast-like script. On updated points, it's tough because there's a lot of buttons to handle here. Let's say update buttons. And I'm even gonna say globals.points current points equals globals.points. Hey Zimp. Current points integer equals that. Stringify current points, and then we're gonna pass on current points here. Func update buttons. This is gonna be tricky. So, oh man, I don't even want to do this. I think it just has to be an insane if statement. If points I kind of need to have like, I kind of need to keep track of each. We could iterate. Oh man, this is kind of tough. There's a lot of ways to do this. I think I just have to do it the easiest way. I mean, these are all going to be fixed, so if points is less than this is going to be tough. This is going to be hard. I think this makes less sense here. I'm going to say update tower buttons. That I will do here. I think for the upgrade buttons, we can handle that when the window pops up. Whereas for the tower buttons, we'll do this here. So the tower button costs, which by the way, I don't think I know off the top of my head. Bloons wiki. I had this open just the other day. Tower price lists. No, because that one leaves out Let me look at history. Oh my god. Stop this. Stop this. Upgrades, tower price list. Maybe it was this? Okay, here we go. Jesus. Okay, there's the price list. $250 for Dart Monkey. If points less than 250, then we want to say that. Well, I gotta go find it now. Well, I don't think you have to find it. You just want to say button tower 1 disabled equals true. Else, like, I hate this, you know. There's easier, there's more elegant ways to code this, but I just don't have time to be elegant right now. And then we're just gonna do this 5 times. I really would love, genuinely, to sink in the time to make this better. There's really no downside to doing it this way, other than this script becomes even more chaotic, but it's gonna work just fine. 400. $435. 585. 4,000. That's not correct. Dude, they cost more than that. This is not correct information. These are lies. What? No way that's how much it costs. No. Excuse me. Yeah, dude, that costs 900. And 850. What other information is wrong here? What? What? $250, $400, $850. What the hell? Who did this? Man, I tell you, there are a couple things here. Looking at this wiki that I'm like, someone should fix this. Like, it's a wiki, so obviously I could fix it. It's from another Bloons? I don't think it is, though. Because I don't think it is from another one. Because these are the same. I don't think it's from. I think it's wrong. I just think. I mean, you're right. First of all, yes, you might be right. But this section is not supposed to be for a different game. It's supposed to be for the game that we're working on. Can the cost and budget taken for a list? Yeah, whatever, Barts. Like I said, I gotta do it the way I gotta do it. All right, man. There's no. This is what. Yes. Okay. Yes, but no. Yes. Okay, Barts. Yes, you're right. Let me just say yes. Okay, and maybe we'll change that. But like, it's crunch mode. Okay, we can't be optimal. Just let me. Yes, and because I am gonna need to make them cost something. You're right. Okay, yes, noted, heard. All right. Anyway, so this is 900, 850, 4,000, 400, 900, 850, 4,000. I mean, I think I'm going to end up entering it again anyway. And yes, I could put that in here, but I don't have the list yet. I haven't made that list. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm working on right now. So we got to do the best we can. Damn, so now I don't trust the upgrade costs, right? So I feel like I have to go look now at the other for one last detail, manually coded ray tracing shader. Welcome, Edgeworth. I really should have wrote these costs down earlier. I didn't know how badly I was gonna wish that I had done that. Well, Lise, you can do the first two yourself. Those are easy to check. Dirt Tower. As easy as this game allows. 210 and 100. Is that what I've got set up on here? It's a hard game. I mean, this is way too difficult a game. It just is. Like figuring out all these numbers, and you have to play through the game to even find them. Like, damn. All right, those are correct. Tac Tower, 250 and 150. The easiest ones to get. That's probably why they're wrong in there, because like Sable said, it's probably from a different game. And nobody bothered to go actually play it to find out. No, I'm not gonna bother to play it to find out. So I need Ice Tower, Bomb Tower, and we'll double check Supersonic too. Bomb Tower is 650 and 250. Having viewers to playtest the game while you're making it is so helpful. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Okay. 650, 250. That's correct. No, that makes sense, Sable. Yeah, you guys give me information once in a while. Those people do have to end up actually being here. Why can't you be more like Sable's viewers? I'm just kidding. Click on the tower. Upgrade it. Please, please. Yeah, it's rough. But, you know, if I was alone, instead of balancing with chat, I would be balancing with my own thoughts. And so it's just, I would be distracted by something anyway. At least here, it's getting to connect with other people. Great, so we never click on it again, so I have no idea. We just have to take its word for it that it's correct. Because it looks like I didn't bother getting an ice tower again. Which makes sense, because they're trash. So why would I get them if they suck? But yeah, it just looks like I never actually clicked on it to check the upgrade. But I must have. Surely I clicked on it to get the upgrade at some point, right? That would be a little shocking if I had it. Yeah, it is deceptively complex. Totally. Agreed. Or deceptively simple, rather. Yes. Yeah, I don't usually use it, Edgeworth. I'm not a big fan of it, but we also usually don't need it because there's not a lot of chat. It's funny because we'll have like, 15 to 30 people here sometimes, but we got a community of lurkers. So I don't usually need to have that up on screen. I don't see the point in taking up all that space if we're not using it. All right, so I just think I'm not going to get this information, and we're just going to have to trust that it's correct. I think that's the best that we got here. One of the other mostly I mentioned chat is a great rubber duck at times, absolutely. A rubber duck that talks back to you as well. You found one that has correct costs? Are you sure? Let's see. Wiki / dude, there's like different ones. Bloons. Wait, how do I? So I just say Bloons Tower Defense Game. Yeah. No, I love lurkers. Like, I couldn't be happier with lurkers. Lurkers are the best, especially on YouTube. I know somebody came through and accused us of view botting because there were a lot of viewers but not chatters. I was like, you do understand this is a 1-hour game jam where most of the people watching are working on their jam game, right? I didn't say that, but I thought it. Yeah, especially during crunch. Thank you, Dormouse. 450 and 300. $450, $300. All right, we got it. We're good. View by now. Well, it was like 30 at the time. Yeah, view by. I know, right? It's like we're not even pushing big numbers. What? They're just a troll. I think we were view botted though on Wednesday, last Wednesday. But I don't even know. There were like 100 people here. That was weird. I don't know what that was about. No idea how that happened. It could have just been like on some website embedded somewhere, and the people couldn't chat or interact. Or it's just one of the many mysteries of the internet we'll never understand. Good to see you, Mervkins. Okay. So back to the HUD. We're doing this horrible thing that we just have to do because it is what it is. And that's just the way it has to be. So be it. G was in the chat. Wonder if they rated or something. It is a thing on YouTube. Somehow I doubt G-Wiz would do that. At least not without saying so. I feel like if G-Wiz did that, G-Wiz would be like, would say so. But G-Wiz doesn't get that many viewers either. Like, getting that many viewers on YouTube is tough. It's not impossible. People do it, but me and G-Wiz aren't usually the types who do. It could have been a redirect, but again, people probably would have chatted if it was. So it was just a weird thing. And I think G-Wiz just comes through and watches sometimes. Hey, G-Wiz. 4,900, 850, 400, 250. All right. Yeah. Don't feel bad. It'll be, honestly, like, your game is awesome, Sable. Alright, so this should keep the towers from being available. Let me just test to make sure. Well, but no, we gotta run this function. So this function is only running when points are updated, which isn't good. Well, just run that function. That function is, I think it is run. I think you do run that. So go to globals. Turn off debug so we get normal money. And let's see if at least those are blocked off, even if it's not the most ideal way to block them off. You know, getting the game done is more important than balance. I'm sorry, I can't purchase the cheapest tower. Oh god. We're deep in Bugtown. Why are you like this? We are way deep in Bugtown right now. What in the world? Points are 650. Print points. Hey, what's up, Reactor? Yeah, it's gonna be awesome to play everyone's games. Okay, so it says 650. It says that it sees we have 650. So why would it be inverted? Did you put the buttons in the wrong places or something? But even then, the only one that's disabled is that. What is going on? What the heck is going on right now? What is this? Okay. Let me check out the remote tab here. All tower checks are disabling tower 1. Oh no. Are you serious? Oh god. The crunch break. Okay, so you see Edgeworth chatting and doing this is not sustainable. I have to just like ignore chat, unfortunately, because I'm gonna make dumb mistakes and I don't have time for dumb mistakes. Thank you, Dormouse. Dormouse, I owe you copious credits. I really do. I do have to ignore chat a little bit tonight, unfortunately. It brings me no joy. I don't like doing that. But we have to do what we have to do. Except when you guys have advice that I need. So what are we giving you credit for? Debug. And towers. Oh. That was the wrong one. How many times have I done that? You need to put this sheet in the front. Well, you know, better to have found that out now than never. Ignore us to do it, we'll be okay. The big ones can take care of the little ones. Yes. Yes, let's see that mod energy. Okay. So coming down on the HUD. I sent them all to Tower 1. That's really more of an Eagle Eyes thing, but that's okay. Fine line. Thanks, Dormouse. Thanks, Dormouse. Thank you. Okay, good. Now it's correct. Now if I drop this down, the money isn't getting spent, so we need to make sure that the money does get spent. So this is where I'm probably going to make that list Bartz was referring to. So let's do it. For that list, I guess that can go, I guess I could put that in tower data after all. That seems wise, Mervkins. I mean, I'm ignoring chat. So we need just like regular costs on each of these. Tower cost on this, we said 250. On this one, it's 400. Now I gotta go remind myself. 400, 850, 900. That's way too expensive. 900, and then this one's 4,000. Okay. And you know, if we wanted to be clean about it, we could set up each one on here, but eh. Okay, so when we actually click on it, when we press the actual button, we need to deduct the cost. So I'm just going to, it's just going to be easier and it's going to be quicker if I just say point spent, emit 250. It's just gonna be easier than pulling it from that dictionary, which it's like, why did I set up the dictionary? You know, I don't know. I actually didn't need to have done that. But you know, it's there if I change my mind. If I want to come back and make this game optimal and update all kinds of things like that, well, now I can. With one less step. We're magic number hard coding here. We're committing that crime. And it just has to be okay. Alright, now I need that to actually matter. So on globals, I need to connect point spent this is globals. I thought we just emit it here. Okay. I thought that was connected, but it's not. No problem. Messenger points spent. We'll want earned ultimately on here as well. connect on points spent. And then earned we'll do as well. Func on points spent, and that's gonna be amount returns nothing. And we want to say points minus equals amount. And then we just want to let everyone know points have been updated. Then points earned. Increase it. That's just for selling, basically. Okay. So that should work. Let's see if I can actually reduce my money by spending my money. Bam. Bam. Done. Merfkins really do gotta do that. And now we can buy nothing. Great. It's kind of cool to actually have things be blocked, like you can't buy things. Yeah, the money is brownies. Correct. It's brownie points. It might be more of an American thing. Auto hit? No projectiles. I wanted projectiles, but I just didn't have time to implement them, so they got cut. Much easier. I just want to see that we're gonna unlock one and can't afford it. Okay, this should become available momentarily. Bam! Awesome. Good. I think that works. Yeah, the Pixar baby. I would love to make it, but I think it's overscoping for today, unfortunately. I really want that. Yeah, no, I do need to lower it. It's too strong. Thanks for reminding me. But you know, here's the thing: is it's like kind of forget. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to add it on Monday in the member stream. Hit the join button below this video to get access to that live stream that I do 8 to 12 hours every Monday for members only of this channel. I am thinking that I'm gonna make the baby then. So that's obviously after the jam is finished. So that's kind of like a polishing thing. So at least it's there by the showcase. But today, I gotta get the actual nuts and bolts of the thing working, you know? So the Dart Tower has a speed of 3. Which is 0.5. We could just give it an attack speed of 2. The problem is I want those to be relative to each other. So we could make everything slower. This is like the interval, basically, so the lower the number, the faster it goes. We could make that 7. We could make that 1, and we could make this like something else. That's gonna change all of them, but maybe that's okay. I'm also gonna adjust the super soldier speed too. Yeah, I've been meaning to fix that, Sable. But, you know, the kind of idea has been, don't worry about balancing right now. Worry about balancing later. That definitely feels better. That's a lot slower. Still pretty good though. Like, it's still pretty fast. Might even want to make it slower, because it's not even getting to our attack tower. You know? The weather forecast has changed. Now, it's saying that the storm is gonna go around me in St. Louis. It's like on the outside. Before it was passing right over. It just constantly changes, man. Which makes me think we're gonna be fine. Okay. I shouldn't take this distraction bait from chat, but now I'm curious. If I recreate the same scenario, can I get through 2 rounds without it even getting to this tack tower? Barely. Hell no. We gotta slow that speed down, man. Also, I think they're more densely packed here than in mine. I do have a way to adjust that density somewhere. But I kind of don't remember. Oh, what was the adjustment? If it's higher, it's more dense. If it's lower, it's less dense. Do something ridiculous just to like see. I shouldn't be worrying about this balancing stuff. I've taken the bait. It's a mistake. Okay, I think you've gone the other way around there. So I think we want to say 0.9, like 6 or something. And it's very sensitive though. And then let's slow that tower down even a little bit more. So why don't we make that one? Make that 1.3 and this like 1.7 or something. It's gonna be really slow. I don't know about some of this. I might be making a few mistakes here. Really shouldn't be focusing on this right now. It's so good. Wow. Even lowering the speed isn't enough. It doesn't miss them. Oh, okay, there it goes. Now it's missing them. Still, even in round 1, it should be able to miss. Whatever, I'm not gonna worry about balancing right now. What's the ADHD talking? All right. So anyway, we can purchase things and we can't sell them yet, but we can purchase them and lose money, except for upgrades. So let's make sure we can do upgrades as well. So back on the HUD script, I can polish that. Basically in the member stream is when I'll balance. I don't need to do that now. I need to get the game completed now. So, for when the button gets pressed, right now it runs the upgrade tower script. Unless I balance it, the more it'll be like Bloons. It's funny. And that is going to set up a dictionary, and it's gonna just find the cost. Now that we have a way to spend things, we want to make sure we say messenger points spent, emit that, and then for the upgrade, yeah. I gotta use. There's ways to balance it. I'm not gonna do it right now. Upgrade plus upgrade number stringified plus cost. Okay, so hopefully that will emit the right number. And then we need to actually apply said upgrade. So I think the ranges are going to be the easiest to do first. Every tower except for, I don't even know if, I think everything gets a range upgrade, right? Actually, that other numerically inferior page did have a good overview of the upgrades. Range, radius, range. Yeah, they all have range. So that we'd want to put on the top level tower script. So we're gonna say upgraded range, upgraded speed. Interesting. Okay. I don't think we need this Boolean, truth be told. Instead, I think it makes more sense to have a signal. Signal target upgraded. Oh, sorry, tower upgraded. And we do need to know what kind of upgrade it is. There are one, two, three, four, 5 different types of upgrades. I'm gonna do strings. Deal with it. Argument 1, string equals upgrade name. So there's, we'll say range, speed, blast, double, and time. Or we'll say range, double, speed, time, and blast. And then there'll be different places that this actually ends up existing, because some of them aren't relevant to others. I don't think we need this Boolean. What is this doing here? Explode. Oh, so you have these values available? What? Why is that there? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I see. Alright. And technically we'd want to increase that, and I guess that's why I had this here. You still don't have to do that. It's not necessary. Get it out of there. Okay. So let's say on the tower script, it's going to connect that signal when it receives it. Don't put it there. Messenger tower upgraded. On tower upgraded. It's tough because it's gonna be different. Well, you're just gonna do like a super or something. Okay. Upgrade radius. Yeah, that's important. Funk on tower upgraded. And that comes with a string, so we'll say match. We're doing match, baby. I mean, the only one that applies to all of them is range, so really we can just make sure it says range. I don't think we need to actually check anything else. If upgrade is set to range, then we would run upgrade radius by. So somehow we would need to know what tower we're on from this tower script, which sounds easy, but that needs to match in the dictionary. I think we do already have that over here. Upgrade tower. Tower last selected. So that's a node 3D. So I think if we just stringify that, that'll be fine. Really? Okay. Alright. You know best. Code that already works. Tower type. What is that? Itch page art, nice. The hell is tower type? Yeah, take a break. Oh, I see what that is. Because that's the name that goes in there. But Wait, why would this be self? Very confused here. Tell me again where that tower. Wait, on the HUD. Tower last select. I mean, that's a node. Yeah, no, this is correct. No, you're good. This is fine. This makes sense. Okay, this is good. That's just a whole dictionary in general. Specifically, all I really need, so you don't need any of this crap. All you need is to say upgrade radius is but where do you have that data? You don't have that data anywhere. That's the thing. Yeah. You need to figure that data out. Here's what you could do. Here's what you could do. This is what I recommend. Using that resource that you put up on the community page in here. And then just literally do the math, right? So it just needs to know which one it is. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, that's what we'll do. So then I am gonna put the dictionary in here. And we'll want to fetch, for example, radius, upgrade radius factor. And so I'd want to say upgrade radius times upgrade radius factor. Oh, radius is not declared in the current scope. Cool. Fine. Fetch the radius that it already has. Assign that to radius. Then upgrade it times the upgrade radius factor. Okay? Okay. So we need to create the upgrade radius factor on each one. Unfortunately. So for the dart tower, it's 1.22. For the tack tower, it's 1.13. Freeze tower, also 1.13. Bomb tower, 1.16. Not that different, really, between them all. And super, okay, that one's quite different. Oh, dang, I did this wrong. I gave you guys an incorrect resource. You could kind of, first of all, I doubt anybody used it. Secondly, even if they did, they probably figured out my mistake. So it's fine. But where did I have that at? don't remember. It's in one of these. It's not square, is it? I can't live with myself if it's just there wrong. I thought it was a little different than a square. I feel like it's this. No, it's not. Is it this one? It's this one. There it is. I have to correct it. It's just a matter of honor. And hey, what if I go reference it? I want it to be correct. Alright, but it's 1.7. Not here. Here. Alright. So they all should have an upgrade radius factor. And that should kind of work. So that should actually increase it when we do. But that's just doing the visible radius. There's something else. No, wait, is it based on the mesh? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. What is it based on? C# doesn't have a not keyword. Trash language can't use next. You love C#. Get out of here. Detection radius. That's what we're supposed to be upgrading here. See doll. So we also want to say, all right, variable upgrade amount. Radius to upgrade to. Imagine having to use exclamation point like a peasant. Nothing wrong with being a peasant. At least nothing wrong. The peasant isn't wrong for being a peasant. That's gonna be a float. And we want it to equal this. Detection radius equals radius to upgrade to. So that way it actually functions. Could have done this differently, but nope, that's how we're doing it. Alright, let me see if this even works. I guess I should put it a little outside of it. The money did increase, or did decrease. I could probably keep clicking on it and it'll keep increasing it. That's funny. However, the visible mesh radius did not increase. Did the actual detection range increase? All right. Let's see what went wrong. Did you forget to actually emit the signal? $20 says I forgot to emit the signal. I guarantee it. Tower upgraded. So we need to go to the HUD. Yep, we spent it, but we didn't do anything else. So here's the thing. It's not check, right, I was going to set that up, that it checks. Well, it should. You need to say if Jesus Christ. If Tower Dictionary, well, you can just use the same thing right here. You got it. If that, okay, we're gonna say variable upgrade cost integer equals this. If upgrade cost if upgrade cost is greater than coward. It's kidding. If upgrade cost is greater than where are we tracking how much? I guess global's points. If it's less than global's points, then it gets spent and we say that the tower is upgraded. Oh, and that's supposed to call with a string? No. Change that. Oh no, that's okay. Oh no, that is okay, but we just need to know what the name of it is. Oh Jesus. This is not smart. This is not well made. This is bad. This is something I should have set up like day 3 or something. Not day 6 or day whatever. Because now I gotta make it a sloppy mess. So for the upgrade, so it knows what the upgrade is gonna be and passes that on. I mean, I can't just type it in because it needs to know what button was pressed. Well, how are you choosing the icon anyway? That's gotta be back in the tower data, right? Yeah, right there. Oh, you do have strings. These are the strings that need to be on there. Easy. Easy. Okay. Then you can use that as both the text and what happens when it's Checking. Beautiful. Globals. Okay, not beautiful, but we'll live. I mean, messenger. So just for easy reference, we'll put this in here. So it's going to be all caps range double faster, I want to say, plus time and blast. Is that all correct? Double range faster plus time range bigger. Okay, bigger is the other one. So it just has to match that, and that is called upgrade 1 name. So it has to know if it's 1 or 2. So not only upgrade cost here, but I'll want upgrade name, upgrade 1, and then underscore name, I think exists. We'll find out. And then that calls with the upgrade name. So then that should be better. The only difference is we have to change what this is looking for. All right, let me see. Put it outside. Okay, we got an error. That's okay. Trying to assign a value type of string to a variable of type integer. Oh. My bad. Thanks, static typing, I guess. It didn't really help me that it was static typed, but that's a pretty minimal increase. But yeah, it increased. Is that how it feels in Bloons too, that it's that small? These numbers might not map exactly to Bloons. I mean, they do, but like my level design, my like tower design, and the size of everything might not map to Bloons. Like my path might be a lot bigger or something. Towers might be smaller, you know, that whole relationship might be different. So I'm just looking at this. Yeah, I mean, I can already tell that this range is so much bigger relatively than it is in mine. I think my path is a lot larger than this path. So I'm gonna look right here just to see if that grows. It's not much more, but it's a little more. It's definitely a little more than we grew, but not actually that much. Oh, I don't have a restart button on mine. That'd be nice. It wouldn't be that hard. It would be if I wanted it to function just like Bloons. Because I'd have to define a like post main menu state. Hey, what's up, VBM? And I don't even have a main menu. I'm so glad you got a membership. It's not bad. I feel like we could bump it up just considering that the game is the path is bigger anyway. So what if we try making its radius factor 1.3? We can maybe increase them all up a bit. Oh, wait. What? Wait a minute, let me think. Oops. I think I didn't mean to do it that way. I see. I skipped that one on accident. Okay. Well then, yeah, make that even more. Okay. And just so I can test them all, I'm just gonna give myself debug money and stuff. It's just gonna be easier. That feels more like an upgrade. I mean, that doesn't really increase that much in Bloons either. I've always felt like it should increase more. Not in like a way that I'm gonna update it, but see, it's super minimal. So I think the others are fine, probably. This one should be quite a gigantic increase. That's fair. It's supposed to be that way. These feel good. It's fine. Okay, great. Range increases work. I guess I want to just double check. I actually wasn't sure. Did money decrease on each of those? Now, we do have a problem. We can actually keep increasing the range. Whoa. Oh, it's increasing every single one's range. It's not isolating it to only the tower that you're clicking on. So we need, when we upgrade it, we need to also, love that sweet, sweet debug money. I need to also make sure that you're only upgrading the one that you've currently selected. That's pretty important. That's very important. That is utmost important. And we need to make sure that it doesn't let you increase it more than once. So if that button gets pressed, it needs to become disabled immediately. But it only needs to be disabled in that instance for that one. Oh my god. All right, so actually I gotta go back to the dictionary, which is about to balloon. I knew from the start that upgrades were gonna be some of the most effort to put up, and I was like, I'm gonna make sure I do that early, and I didn't, and I knew I should have, but it was hard because I didn't have so many of the components. I didn't have the towers finished. I didn't have a way to actually implement. It's tough. Upgrades I find are like really difficult in games to set up. I mean, for a noob like me. Because like, you want to set the framework up early, but if I haven't had a lot of experience setting up such a framework, it's hard to know what I need to put in place. On top of that, if I don't have the things that need to be upgraded and what the upgrades are even for implemented, it's really hard to set it up. So it's like, it ends up almost needing to be the last thing at my stage in my programming journey. Which sucks, because man, it would be nice to do it early. Alright, so I'm gonna put a boolean in here that gets updated. And we're gonna say upgrade 1 upgraded false. And we're gonna need that for all of these. Upgrade 2 upgraded. Can we put these somewhere else? Put them here. And then we just do that for all of them. And then we'll check that to see if it's been upgraded, and we'll update it when it is. Always nasty. Enmeshed things, yuck. It is enmeshed. That's a good word for it. Maybe even the correct word. Yeah, I mean, that's so real. Like it's like, I think that's a part of a sense to get about scoping with games in general. Is like, when you hear the word upgrades, like immediately, uh-oh, right? You know, it's easy to say, oh, make it an MMO, right? And you hear that, and it's like, uh-oh, right? Like, that's one of the obvious ones. But there's sneakier ones, too. And for me, upgrades have been a sneakier one. So this needs to be when we set up Tower UI. Oh, I hear some thunder. Now, I just want to point out, everybody, if the stream goes down, I will try to get it back up as soon as possible. It would only go down if the power goes out. I don't think we're getting horrible weather in a like dangerous way where I need to duck and cover probably. I mean, it sure looks like, oh, it's like kind of going over us. Can I move this back? It's creeping. It's creeping up. It keeps changing. Now we got a little green coming over us. But it's not too bad. But it's hard to say. Liquid, consume it. So think of this as like a tracker for if the stream might get the power knocked out. Hopefully it won't. But if you start seeing just like a buffer wheel and it never goes away, I'll hop in the chat as soon as I can and just be like, hey, uh-oh, power went out. If you're watching it after the live stream, you won't even notice. It'll just skip to the next part. But hopefully this won't be an issue. Hit the like button to keep it from being an issue. I can't promise that pressing the thumbs up button, if you haven't yet, will help it not be an issue. But you might be surprised at the magical effect of thumbs ups. Who knows? We might as well try it. Get those likes up. I think people use coupled for this kind of situation. Alright. Coupled. What if it's tripled, though? You love thunder? You used to need thunder plus rain ASMR to work? Yeah, it's nice when it's not a harbinger of tornadoes that might blow your neighborhood to the ground. But yes. Very... No, you know what? Thunder stresses me out. You know what doesn't stress me out, though, is rain. I love rain. I relate to you on that one. Thunder just makes me think of tornadoes. I feel like the high winds we get here result in storms in your area. Probably. Could be. If you're on the west side of the United States, then yes. Hit your thumbs! What do we need to do? We need to check to see if the button should be disabled or not. Assuming we've already gotten an upgrade. Where do we do that in here? We do it when it's not available. Jimmy's less likely to go down from a thunder than a Godot C# crash when closing the game preview. That sucks. Why? When, look, if C# is the only language you know, fine. But like at the end of the day, why are you doing this to yourself? I guess it's interesting. And it's nice to help people who are curious about it. But also, again, I have to reiterate, where I live in the world, when there's thunder, that means there is a high chance that tornadoes are going to accompany that thunder. Because the storms that are often connected to thunder are also connected to high winds, connected to high humidity, connected to tornadoes. It's very likely. And the other thing too is when there's rain, that often messes up the power companies like something or another. Like, I don't know how it works, but I do know that rain on its own can mess with the power companies' somethings. Not servers, whatever the heck they have. So it's just like, be an alert. I hope you're right that the chance is low. Luxury of living in a non-tornado, non-seismic, non-flooding, non-whatever region. I know. But the prices are good here. That's the upside. Alright. So that's the only other place we turn those buttons off. But that's different. No. Those aren't the buttons you meant. We don't turn off the upgrade buttons at all yet. Good, just wanted to make sure. Okay, so as soon as it starts booting this up, the tower information, we need to check if tower dictionary upgrade 1 upgraded is set to true, but well, yeah, we can deal with that in a sec. Actually, can you put that over here? Put that down here. If tower dictionary upgrade 1 upgraded is set to true, then actually, you know what we could also do is we could, oh yeah, do put that there, because we could also say that the name becomes something else. You know, we could say, okay, anyway, if indeed let's say if it's false, if it's set to false, it's gonna set the name to the button to be that. If it's true, Then I would like you to set the name to be bot or something. Hey Luke, I can't wait to see it either, actually. At least by Friday, it'll be ready. Today, I hope to at least have all the nuts and bolts down and the game actually functions. And then on Monday, tomorrow, in the members stream, join button below, I'm going to polish it up. So that way, hopefully by Friday, it'll be show-offable. Thanks for the moral support, Luke. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Button upgrade left text bot. And we also want to, let's even say before that, button upgrade left. It's getting there, Luke. Disabled equals true. So I'm going to want very similar code for the second upgrade here. Except we're going to want to change all these to number 2. Oh, Cam, we crunching. We are a crunching. So much crunching. And then these need to be the button on the right. Why I didn't make that 1 and 2? Well, because I didn't know that I was going to call them 1 and 2 when I set up the right and left names. Now that needs to happen right away, as soon as you buy it. That needs to update. So I would say that if you do press that button, we need to run setup tower UI. Assuming the upgrade goes through. If the upgrade goes through, we need to do setup tower UI, which wants the tower last selected. Okay, so let's see if we can purchase a tower and have that message go away. Or purchase an upgrade and have the message go away. Or not the message, the button. Okay, so this range, click it, did not go away. Not at all. Not even a little bit. No, it did not. Oh, because I'm not setting the Boolean. Forgot about that. Very important part. Okay, it looks like it should be passing right over me at this point. It should be hitting us. If this is the worst of it, we're gonna be alright. I think we're gonna be alright. Okay, so not only do we need to do all that, but that's not in setup tower UI. That needs to happen when the button gets pressed. So we're gonna say right away. Do we have tower dictionary set up here? We do. Tower dictionary. Oh, we need to concatenate it again. Variable upgrade bool boolean equals this, and instead of name, it's upgraded. So we're gonna make sure I don't know if that's gonna work. Can we just set that? I wonder if that'll work. The storm's a passing. I can feel it. I'm trying to crunch here, storm. That did not work. We got a debugger. What's up? Local variable upgrade bool is declared and never used. The hell it isn't. It's right there. It's right there. I used it right there. What you talking about? What you mean it's never used? Why would you say that? That's used. Isn't that what used is? You even know that it's used. Why would you say this? Why would you tell lies? Does used mean more than like this? Like this doesn't count as used? Like I have to like read from it? Like if upgrade bool pass and then it's used? That's stupid. Since when is that true? Why are you like this? Alright, so at this moment, what I'd like to see is what does upgrade bool say when we press that? It says it's true. Great. So it is updating it. But that doesn't mean that's coming over here. If tower dictionary upgrade 1 upgraded set to false. Well, it's upgrade 2. But that should be fine. So I guess at that moment, it would be nice to know, print, what does this see? So we should get 2 prints, one with the local boolean kind of. Oh, it's false. Yeah, at first it's false. Okay, good. That's correct. Now if I click it, true, false. So it's not actually passing that on to the dictionary. That's the problem. We're not actually updating the global dictionary. Okay. So I guess we're not truly getting a reference to it. And if I did want that reference, maybe we should just go seek it out. I don't really understand. I mean, is it like because we're capturing it at this moment or something? And we need to capture it at a new moment? I don't really understand. But I mean, this is gonna get kind of crazy if we're gonna make this work right. Because I would need to do this, and then pipe this in here. On the end. It's just like this monstrosity. But let's see if that makes a difference. That way we're saying, hey, actually look at that thing that's really there, instead of my reference to it. Okay, we got an error. Invalid assignment on read. Oh, it's a constant. Well, can't be a constant. But then I can't do preloads. Oh, shoot. Hey, Mindswept. You finished your game? Let's go! Nice. Dang, you've been working hard. I remember playing it on Friday. Good job. Alright, so I have not. But we'll get there. So I'm thinking I need a separate place to track it because I cannot not make this a constant without significant headache. I mean, I could have all the icons be somewhere else. No, we're not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna need a separate dictionary or array that has. Also, I will say, by not using that reference, that variable reference, it did work better. It just, we can't update it a constant. So variable tower towers upgraded. I would set this up in a very, very different way if I had the time. I really would. Okay, I'm gonna ask for ChatGPT to do this for me because I think it's gonna do it easily. And for me, this is painful. Populate towers upgraded dictionary with all the upgrade 1/2 upgraded values in the tower data dictionary, removing them from tower data and organizing them with their respective top level names, e.g. Dart, TAC, etc. in the new dictionary. Send me the entire block when done. Good. Do not refactor anything else. E.g., leave my equals signs, line spacing, and everything else. Only do exactly what I first told you. The nerve of it. Okay, that looks better. Like, who does it think it is? Giving me incorrect code when I already gave it the correct code. Dumb. Okay. So then this is what we're going to reference. Variable towers upgraded. For all of that, back to the HUD. And here, we want to say not global's tower data, but towers upgraded. Tower .towertypes.keys, tower type. This all is the same. None of this changes. Literally, that's the only thing that changes. And then we do need to update this further up as well. So let's grab this, go back to setup tower UI. And this if statement right here. We can actually just, we don't need to concatenate it. Not gonna put it in a variable. We're just slapping it in. Easier this way. Okay, replace this with 2. Whoa, oh, double if. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works better. I have high hopes. I'm optimistic. Okay, what's the issue? Invalid access on a base type of dictionary. Oh, yeah, because we removed it from that. But I don't think we're using this, so we can get rid of it. Didn't clean up my mess. It's easy to do. Easy to do not. Nice. Button disabled. Whew. Excellent. Okay. Good. Just for good measure, I would like to see if I don't do the debug. And I just press the button when I'm not... Well, it's not going to be available. You're not going to be able to press it. So it doesn't really matter. Does it? How we doing? We weathering a storm right now? We out here surviving? We are in it. Feels okay. Feels okay. Okay, put this down. That goes away. Oh, I was able to afford that. I didn't mean to. I was trying to buy something that I can't afford. But again, it wouldn't be available. So it doesn't really matter. We're good. You got this. All right, great. I'm going to make a commit after all this. Upgrades better integrated. You know what else? I did other things, but it's okay. All right. So that's range. That's just range. I also need to do the other ones. So we're going to do the easiest ones to the hardest ones. The next easiest one would be speed, which is only relevant on the tact shooter. Longer freeze time would be pretty easy. Oh, this will be pretty easy. Yeah. So basically the harder one is going to be the piercing darts. right, but let's do tech shooter speed. So for that, I don't actually want that to be received on the main tower script because it's only relevant to one tower. We've already got the signal connected. So it's the tower upgraded signal. So we're gonna go to the TAC tower. On tower upgraded. We're gonna wanna make sure we do super. What is that? Call with again? A string? And then just for reference, remind me how we set this up. Grab the dictionary. Yeah, let's just grab this whole code. Slap it in. Gently. If the upgrade is set to faster, on tower upgraded upgrade, we don't actually care about the radius. However, we do care about the attack speed. We look on tower 3. So attack speed is actually attack timer length. I don't think we need to ready that or anything. So how much do we want to increase it by? It's only one thing. I'm just going to bake it in. Probably a mistake. I don't care. Yeah, especially if you want to update it like easily. I don't care. What's the speed currently? Currently, it is a speed of 1.3. I say make it like a factor of, like, multiply it by 1 point something. How much faster? I mean, this one, at least this one I can test easily. How much faster do we feel it actually gets? Oh, I don't know if I can purchase that right away. Oh, maybe I can. Nice. Okay. Hit. Boop. Faster shooting. Boop. 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 Okay, so maybe like 1.5 or something. That might be a little much, if I'm being honest. So maybe a little less. So we're gonna say attack timer length times we could make this a variable if we want. Maybe put it up here on top. Doesn't really need to be an export, but that's okay. Export upgraded speed factor float. Let's say, I mean 1.3. How about 1.3? Upgraded speed factor. Okay, 1.4. Okay, 1.5. Now wait, Lise. You don't have... Are you sure this is... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes real quick. If you're crunching right along with me, go stretch thy legs. Get you a snack. Something like that. And behold the spinning top. I'll be right back. Real quick. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. had to get me a sufficient crunch snack. Just pieces of bread. Ain't got no time for cooking. Unless I'm cooking my game dev. Alright. I trust you left a like while I was gone. I trust that the spinning top hypnotized you into doing such. Alright, what's next? What's next? Next, we're doing speed, and did we do it? What was left? Upgraded speed factor. If it's set to faster. Oh, are we sending? I don't know if we're actually sending that along. I think we are though. Can we just see? I mean, it's gonna be tough to know if it works. That's the thing. And then you also want to make sure. Yeah, I mean, this might work just fine. Let's just double check that it's set up correct. When we upgrade the tower, here, upgrade name, and that should be faster. I just hope we can notice it. I guess I'm just worried that I'm not gonna notice that it's faster. I hope I do. Let's make sure it even appears to work. It does not appear to work. It's not even taking my money. Tower dictionary is never used? That's a problem. What? Oh, I guess that was more relevant elsewhere when we were pulling the radius, but we don't actually need to pull the radius. So is this even running? When I press faster? I don't think so. I have made a terrible error somewhere along the line. Is upgrade tower running? It is. You see? But no money is getting spent. Oh, we should say if it's less than or equal to, because it's actually equal to the amount of points. Whoa. Hold on, where else have you messed that up? Hold on now. Wasn't there a check for... If points is less than 250... That doesn't... We don't want that to be equal. No, yeah. Okay. Wow. What about this current points thing? Points. Okay. Yeah, that's fine there. Okay. Alright, let's try it now. Okay, now we purchased it. That was the problem. I think it has set the range to the speed. So we actually don't want to use super here. Well, we do, but no, it needs to know which one we pressed when the tower is upgraded. It has to know which... Wait. It might have applied them both. Oh dear. I forgot a crucial element of differentiating between which one it should upgrade. I should certainly think it doesn't matter. But I guess it does. Well, that's inconvenient. But it's not range, but it shouldn't be set to range. So why would it upgrade range? I said if it's set to range. Can you do me a favor and just print upgrade when I press that? Oh, I gotta restart it. How odd. Welcome, Travi. Oops, wrong tower. Oh, and I don't have selling, so I can't afford it now. Okay. Although, even if I did, I'm not sure I'd make enough back. Okay, what does the print say? What I'm looking for is what string it says it's received. It says it received faster. So we shouldn't see the area be changing at all. So maybe I didn't properly put that behind a if statement. That's rather confusing. Okay, so this time what I did is I added this print on here just to see like if that is somehow being seen. So why are you changing the range? Why are you doing that? I don't get it. I mean, to be fair, we don't even need to like take stock of the radius. Did I leave something in the tower attack code? I sure did. I sure did, baby. You better believe I did. You had better believe I did. What in the world? Dude, the brain. Oh my gosh, the poor brain. How? Oh my god. I can't believe I... What? I mean, seriously, man. Come on, man. Alright. Range is not adjusting. But how am I going to observe the speed? You need to put it somewhere I can actually see things. I guess I could have upgraded the range too while we were at it. But I didn't. Okay, let's see what it looks like slower. Pretty clear view of its speed there. Great. So let's make it faster now. See how noticeable it is. Why is the animation? Oh, I guess it's the animation is just faster. It plays for a shorter amount of time. It definitely seems faster. I guess. I guess that's upgraded, yeah. And we went by a factor of 1.5. I guess one way to check it to like... Wait, Lise, if you increase the speed, that's gonna make it slower. You need it to be faster. You need it to be lower value, not a bigger value. So you would want to multiply it by maybe 0.5 or something. Jesus. My God. Where's my head at? Okay, observing slow speed. You know, parts, no particular reason does it point left. But now that you say that, it would make sense if it pointed the other way, wouldn't it? I guess it kind of depends. Like, I guess if you read left to right, left feels slower. If you read right to left, perhaps left would be faster. I don't know. It's why is that? Why does right arrows feel like that's more of a fast? Yeah, you've asked a good question. Okay, that definitely looks faster. That's a lot faster. Okay, now it's overpowered. Alright, chill. That's too much. Let's try 0.75. Yeah. I will fix it. That's a great like UI thing to keep in mind. Oh, fast forward. Yeah. Excellent. Good catch. Man. Wow. Really didn't even think of that. I think I'm probably gonna do the credits on Monday in the member stream. Join button below the video if you want to become a member. I do an 8 to 12 hour live stream for members only every Monday. I think that's when I'll set up the credits. So that way I can just focus on the most important parts. Although I do need to get a menu up here. Very badly. Okay, so I tried slowing that down a bit. It became overpowered. I also didn't like the size of it. I kind of wanted to update this one anyway. So thank you for that opportunity. Okay, observing the slow. Meanwhile, I'll add the new icon. Okay. It's still pretty good. It's still like really good. It actually is already pretty fast. All of my towers are a bit overpowered, truth be told. That's okay. We can fix that. As long as I know of the framework, as long as I know that I have the framework for upgrading it, it's fine. Now that thing is unstoppable. Okay. Nope. So I should have the new icon in place. Let's give it a test. It's better. It looks like faster. It looks like more speed. That was a good call. Sorry, microphone. Alright, what's next? Not piercing. We're not doing that one next. Could do freeze time. Bigger bombs would probably be the next easiest one. So let's do it. That's only on one tower type, so very similarly, I'd want this kind of code right here. We might want like an upgraded blast radius, so that's gonna be on tower bomb. Add the variable upgraded blast, upgraded blast factor. Welcome back, Timeless. I don't know how much bigger the explosion gets, so we're just gonna have to guess. So, oh, wait, we actually, so this is, I know what we're gonna do. This actually is gonna be handled on the targets. We have this neighbor concept, is how the explosions work. Courtesy of Dungeon Martian's suggestion. Well, kind of. A little bit of her, a little bit of me, mostly her. Neighbors to explode. So it creates an array of near when a bomb goes to attack a target. It creates an array of neighbors, things that are directly to the left, really just wherever, just the closest things to it. Oh, global's explode range. Bam. That's all you gotta do, just update that. And then that will look for a wider range of things. This is set to 0.05. Right, that makes sense because on the progress ratio it's very small. So bring it up to 0.1, which is probably quite large. It might be a little too overpowered, but apparently we're down to be generous. I mean, the game is themed like candy and toys, so maybe it should be child's play. Honestly, better than that, than impossibly difficult, you know. For a 50 round game, let me feel like I'm getting through it. But then again, if there's no challenge, it's also not, like, there's no reason to upgrade and get new towers. What's the point? So I do think there's some things to balance here. What are we doing? Right, so back on the bomb tower, we don't actually, we should still do an upgrade factor. So we're gonna multiply it by 2. And we're gonna add in on tower upgraded, upgrade string if it's bigger than we want to say that global's explode range becomes global's explode range times upgraded blast factor. And then it will do the attack. Presumably, hopefully. I don't know if these are called in that order though. That's my only concern. I mean, whatever, it just won't apply like right away, but it'll apply relatively right away. Alright, so I think I'm gonna need a debug to really test this one. A debug run. For many reasons. So I want that debug money, but I also want a bunch of things so we can check stuff in an area. Now, it only increases the density or makes things closer together, targets closer together, if a bunch of rounds have gone by. So they're still gonna be more spaced out than they would be by the time you get to a really difficult wave. That just has to be okay. So let's replace this. Let's say that let's get some tough ones on here. Give me a bunch of tough ones. And then we'll test the blast radius increase. Find out what I set up wrong. What I set up right. Stuff like that. So we're not going to be able to actually see the radius increase, right? At least not like this. So again, the density is not going to be great here. And its interval is pretty slow. So, and that makes it hard because it's only, yeah, it makes it a little tricky. Again, with that density being so far down, it's really hard to see how it's hitting a bunch. I almost think it's worth, we should update the density. This is too hard. So in order to do that, which I don't particularly want to do, but I think it's the only way test this. So if I feel like I don't even know. I think if I make this point, what if I make that like 0.2? Is that going to be super dense? I guess maybe I should think about that as like the distance in between. Yeah, that's much more dense. Got it. Okay, now it's a lot more obvious. So let's run. But that gets through them all so quickly. Okay, we need more. Great, let's make it even more dense. I'm trying to remember. So if that's 0.1, and if the density scaler is making it get further down, I don't remember how this works. Wait, the density scaler is commenting out? What? Why would you do that? I must have done that for a testing purpose, and I never put it back in. Is that serious? That's funny. Look at that. Okay, so it's multiplying by it and then updating it to that. So my guess is, I don't know, I don't know how to do that off my head's top. What do I look like, a genius? I don't have that kind of autism. So what we're gonna say, let's say that it is what it was, which is 1. If you do 1 times 0.95, that makes it smaller. And if you do that times 0.95, that makes it that much smaller. So it got down to 0.9. Now, if you do 1 times 0.96, I see. So we actually would want, if we want the density to increase more quickly, then I need to make that number lower, not higher. So we might want to even set this to like 93 or something. Okay, got it. I am now learned. Okay, so back to globals and our debug wave. Or was that all the way down here? We're gonna make this 100. So many. Okay, plenty of stuff. Uber dense. Good thing we don't have death or we'd be in danger. Alright, so that's kind of the blast. I mean, it hits a lot. It really does. Wow. Honestly, the default radius might be a little large. Okay. Oh god, it's already through? Jeez. Okay, there's the increased radius. I barely got to see it. Yeah, it looked bigger. It looked bigger. I think by default it's a little too big. I'm gonna go ahead and say. That's brutal. That was wrecking stuff. So let's make this, I mean, I would say even half that would probably be okay. Because on that progress ratio, the progress ratio is the entire length of the path. And the entire length of the path goes from 0 to 1. So 0.25 is still a significant amount of space. Kind of. Okay, that actually looks a little too small. Well, it's hard to say. It does do a pretty good amount. Here, I'll say 0.35. That's still smaller than point. Wait, whoa, 0.035. That's gonna be massive. That's still smaller than 0.05, but bigger than 0.25. Lila is cautiously joining. There is another cat nearby, although he's off camera, and she just wants to make sure she's not too close to him, because that's just the kind of cat she is. A lone lion. Oh yeah, that's not the tower we want. Okay, normal. That's kind of a lot. Upgraded. It's definitely a lot. That's a whole lot. That's a very large lot. Making the upgrade worthwhile. It feels almost a bit too generous. I wonder if we could make that factor a little bit smaller. Maybe instead of 2, it's like 1.5. I know, I need to not dwell on balancing, but I'd at least like to have like a baseline decency going into the polish phase. Okay, that's normal. Upgraded. It almost feels like it's not enough of an upgrade. I'll make it 1.7. Alright. That feels done. So what's next? Next is freeze time on the ice tower. So once again, I'm gonna grab all this code. Let's go to the freeze tower script. Set up our factors. Or our factor. Add-in tower upgraded. Thank you, Nikpa. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's easy to tunnel vision, you know? And just be like, this isn't right. This isn't right. So it's nice, you guys coming through and being like, yeah, but overall it looks good. Thanks. This is a tough one. This is a tough one this time around, guys. And you know, while I'm stopping for a second, we got 8 entries, 1 more. So do keep in mind, whoops, I didn't mean to show you that. Do keep in mind that when 6 hours, 50 minutes are up, that's it. You cannot update your game. You cannot submit your game until the voting period is over on Friday. So I cannot stress the imminence enough. We've got almost 100 people joined and only 8 entries. Out of, or relative to last Game Like Jam around this time, we had maybe 80 people joined and there were nearly 20 entries. Maybe almost the amount you see now, 30. So I don't know if we're all just waiting to the last second, or what I think is likely true, that this game was a bit too difficult compared to friggin' Frogger. So I am gonna make sure the next Game Like Jam game is not as difficult as Bloons. But it's not but anything. That's true. But I mean, I'm glad that I chose it for this one, so I could learn not to make it as complicated. But it won't be, I'm not gonna pick a trash game, alright? But it might be not Bloons, probably. It probably won't be Bloons. Okay. So for this one, we want to do time. This is gonna be multiplying something by the time factor. But what? Well, the time that things stay frozen are actually controlled on the targets. It doesn't even have a variable. So we're gonna say frozen time length. Frozen time length, float, and in this case, we're gonna say it's 3 seconds. So we wanna make sure we update this when the upgrade happens. And that's gonna be on every single target. That's gonna be tough because that's not gonna. I think you need to have this be a global value. Bloons does seem easy at first sight, but then you notice all the problems. Yeah. It does. I know. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think it reflects my own inexperience as a programmer that I chose it. You know, I wish I wish there was somebody out there who I could trust to pick games with me. But for now, really, I just have to, and when I say trust, I mean actually understands the assignment that it has to be a simple game. I feel like 90% of the suggestions you guys give are too complicated, or they're just 80s arcade games, which I don't want to just have a bunch of 80s arcade games. I want once in a while an 80s arcade game, but not every time. So, you know, because I didn't realize that Bloons was going to be complicated. It was deceptively easy. It seemed easy. It turned out it was not. And maybe if I had had more experience as a programmer, I would have been like, that's gonna be too hard. So I'm glad I chose it, because now I'm growing and I'm learning and I'll make better choices. But yeah, it is fair to say that it seems easy, and it turns out it's not. The July one will be 2010s. That is a really good prediction. Actually, that is a extremely good prediction. I think that's likely, actually. Probably certain. I think it's certain. I kind of already know what I want to do in July, but we'll see. It might change. It might change. I didn't know what I was gonna do this time until I realized Bloons was too hard. But there is a game I've been looking at doing, and it's from 2010s. So I think your prediction is accurate. You know, and the years thing just helps me like just narrow it down, because there's just so many games. It just helps me like focus in on, okay, of these games, which one? And it's still a crap ton of games, don't get me wrong. I love you, Lila. Look at you looking at something. Thinking about grooming. It's going through that little mind. All right. So we need to get, we're going to say from globals is where we fetch this. That way, because otherwise I don't know that the target script is going to have that information updated. So we're going to put it in here. Do I like point and click games? I try not to necessarily pick games because I like them. But if you mean, like honestly, I don't know that I'd ever play a tower defense on my own. You know, Myst. Yeah, I think Myst is too. I think Myst is too much work, right? So that's why I say I feel like most of y'all can't make like suggestions that are actually in scope. Like I played that when I was a kid, and I really liked Myst, but I think it's probably really difficult, because not only are there a bunch of levels and puzzles, but they're all different puzzles, right? So you have to figure out how to code each puzzle, you know? Yeah, but that's the thing. That's not gonna work. And I think the Bloons like completely demonstrates that. Because here's the thing, Cam. Think of it this way. It's much easier, and you have to think about, you can't think about yourself. You can't think about me. You got to think about any person who knows who they are. They could be anybody, right? It's much easier to take a simple game and make it more complicated. So if you give people Frogger, we can say, you know what? I'm going to make it more complicated. Or we can say, I'm going to keep it simple and make it the same. Now, you give someone something more complex, trying to simplify that, it's a lot more work. It's a lot more difficult, and in my opinion. And yeah, so look guys, this is not even up for discussion. I swear. Like, you can like please think about it and have ideas. But it makes a lot of sense, but like I am sticking by some core tenets, and one of those core tenets is the entire game, from button or game loaded to game over, game end, whatever. The entire thing is achievable within a month, no matter what. That's the goal that I want. I want it to be that way. Now you could say, yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah. All that I'm saying is like I've noticed this, that is not well understood, that the game scope has to be completely achievable within a month for it to fit at least what I think is the appropriate game-like jam. I'm not upset, I promise. It's got to be possible to remake the whole game. Now, that doesn't mean you have to remake the whole game, right? So you could choose to make it simpler. You could choose to make it different. But in theory, right, at a baseline, because I think at face value, when you join up to this jam and you look at the rules, I feel like the simplest, easiest interpretation of the game-like jam is, oh, you want me to make that game in a month. So that needs to be possible, in my opinion, as a baseline. We enjoy a lot of freedom to peanut. You choose the best scope for your jam. To peanut? Yeah, but see, that's such a thing, too, is like, I thought Bloons was in scope, but I was wrong. Like, sure, it only has one level and 5 towers or whatever, and 50 rounds with data you can easily copy and paste in. Oh, the peanut gallery, I see. See, freedom to peanut. But what I didn't realize was that the mechanics, there were aspects of the mechanics that were auto scope. So that's what I meant when I said that I wish there were others I could trust to uphold the core tenets of the game jam, while also recognizing things that I can't see, like that upgrades, those are gonna be a lot of work, right? But I think at the end of the day, I just have to learn to recognize those things. Well, no, Sable, because you're a really, really good coder and game builder, right? But the reality is, not everybody is on that level, myself included. So, I don't want it to be a game jam that's just for experts, right? I want it to be a game jam that experts could participate in and show their expertise, or people who are newer could also participate in, right? I'm trying to shift that window to not be, for me, Bloons is skewed towards the experts, as opposed to being more towards the center where beginners could also participate. If that makes sense. So that's just it, right? That's why I wouldn't turn to Sable either to find suggestions, right? Because at the end of the day, it's hard. I think it's really hard to pick the right game for this. And that's why I'm hoping in this first year of the game-like jam that I can make enough of the right choices that moving on for the future, it'll be a lot easier to figure out what games would be best. Well, if you think, okay. All right, well, whatever the case, I think it's too difficult. All right, hope you'll excuse my crunching, but I plan on eating some carrots. I will try to avoid it being noisy. Alright, so, frozen time length, we'll say 3. Do I plan on drinking what I do, but I'm chewing. Okay, so back on the target, we need to make sure, we do have Global's frozen time length there. It never ends. Every time I learn something, I learn of many things I do not know. Nice. Love that. And the other thing, Sable, you sunk a lot of time into it too. A couple things. Number one, you spent a lot of time on the project. Not everybody has that much time to sync on it. Number two, you might just have an aptitude. You might be underselling your ability a little bit, right? Like, maybe you have more coding experience. You said game dev, you said web dev. That doesn't mean you don't have coding experience. Maybe you've always excelled in certain types of thinking and certain types of building, right? So then forget beginner, forget expert, whatever you want to put on that spectrum to understand my point. All right, buddy? All right, pal? I'm just saying, like, it needs to be available to all different types of skill level. Let's say skill level. Less skilled, more skilled. All right. Enough with the contrarianism, man. Dang. Jeez. All right, so we're gonna go to. Still, you make good point. You make a good point. Let's go to the freeze tower. We don't need the up. We do want the upgraded time factor. This is what we're gonna multiply that by. So if that's 3 seconds, 2 times longer seems a little long. I mean, actually, maybe 1.7 is a good amount. So if the upgrade is plus time, which, yes, that's what it's called, we're gonna say global's frozen time length equals the frozen time length times. I hope I don't come off as too hostile. I'm just like crunching. See? Okay. Hell yeah, keep on learning. I relate to that. Learning's the fun part, right? Some say you never stop learning. Wait, why are you showing this? Get rid of this. You need to do the frozen. That is not freezing. Wait, why is it freezing for such a short amount of time? It like can't even catch them. I guess, oh wow, I didn't realize I actually have it printing down here. Somehow. You're gifted with programming. Why are you bad faith arguing? Checked your playlist length, which represents 98% of what it's 48 hours long. Okay. Did have someone who made the art for you. Right. Sounds like you have had to explain the parameters of the game like champs a lot. I do. Yeah, I do. It's true. It's true. You know, because it's like, there's not really a need for me to put it like on the jam page or something. You know, I do eventually want to turn to the community for ideas and suggestions, but it's hard to explain. Especially because even if I explain it, it's like debatable what it means, right? Like possible within a month. That's so, there's such strong opinions about that. It's hard to pin that down. Some experts are so stubborn they can't admit their mistakes. Oh, that's miserable, yeah. Where are we printing all this? What even is this? Jesus, I don't even know where. Is it this? Freeze Tower history? Yes, it's Freeze Tower history. Right here. That's what it was. It's just, apparently the freeze tower, I'm just now finding out, is incredibly ineffective. On high density, high volume targets. And they like freeze for a split second instead of longer. Okay, those actually, it's when it gets to the end of the tail. I mean, to be honest, there are supposed to be some that are immune to freezing, and I haven't actually set that up, right? I didn't set that up, did I? I don't remember setting that up. Though I need to. So I'm just kind of noticing this bug right now. The white ones are immune to freezing. I don't even think I put any white ones down. Maybe a few, but not many. Yeah, I only put down 10. Yeah, I mean, I can't refactor the whole thing right now. Yeah, I hear you, Lord, but that's, I can't refactor the whole thing. There's 6 hours. I can't do that. And I have so much else to do. No, this is a debugging issue, not a refactoring issue. But yeah, that's an idea, totally. So the way that it works right now is on the attack moment, it's going to check in all of the detected targets which one of those are not already frozen, and whichever they are, it's going to run on target frozen on that target. I don't know, I'm trying to figure that out, Overflow. If you want, you can check out the code. There's a GitHub link in the description. If target is set to self, first it's going to check freeze tower history. This is to make sure the same tower doesn't freeze it too many times. That's going to let the tower know when it should animate, so the tower only even animates after the target says, hey, I know I should be frozen. So if we see that tower animating, that's because something got frozen. Its speed becomes 0, its frozen becomes true, and it starts this timer. Now I only recently outsourced this timer length. So what if I didn't outsource the timer length and we just looked at it normally, the way that it used to be? Oh, freeze history is not supposed to be 10, by the way. That's a mistake. Okay. It's still basically that timer length is getting shortened because it is freezing them, but their freeze is just happening real fast and then stopping until it's the end of the train. It seems like it's basing it on how many targets are waiting to go in there. As soon as all the targets are on the path, it suddenly freezes more effectively, which is very interesting. So it doesn't have anything to do with the globals value. Starts the freeze. This is more or less the unfreeze timer. So when 3 seconds have gone by, it's then going to unfreeze it. Frozen becomes false. So curious, is this running? Print unfrozen. What was that? Let's do this. So this way we can see how long between each thing. So it's obviously going to happen on a lot of things, but that's okay. Frozen at 750. Okay, pause it. Hold on. Frozen at 750. Something else was frozen at 847. I don't know how that translates into seconds. I mean, you know what you could also do, please, by the way. No, I guess I was gonna say I could check the time. We could check the time to see if it's getting cut short or anything weird like that. But I mean, it kind of looks okay. Honestly. Let's run it again. Okay, hold on. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff frozen at 11:37. And then stuff unfrozen at 12:07. That felt short. I feel like that timer is like not functioning correctly somehow. How? It's really hard to tell. And does it doesn't have anything to do with the tower history, does it? No. I guess we could check to see. I mean, I don't know why this would be different. I think this is going to be the same. Is it waiting for some kind of cooldown because it doesn't freeze the very first enemy? I don't understand. So here's the thing. Every single target, right? All of those targets, or enemies as you call them, every single target is being told, hey you, freeze, right? So the tower has an area, and within that area, let's say there's 3 targets at the moment that the tower attacks. Those 3 targets are going to be told, stop. This code right here. Your speed goes to 0. Frozen is true. Start the 3-second timer. And on each of those individual targets, when their timer ends, it's supposed to unfreeze them and put them back at their normal speed. So I just commented out that, so it doesn't really matter anymore, but what that does is it makes sure that the same tower can't freeze the same target multiple times in a row until that time is up. But I just commented that out and it didn't fix it. So we can comment all those things out, still gonna get the problem. So it's not that. But that's what that does. But just to demonstrate it, oh, I barely put that in there. It's okay. Give it some range. It's still doing the little quick stop. It's crazy. It's like the more targets come through, the longer the freeze time is. No, Lord, I'm not gonna rewrite the logic. Because it works totally fine in certain circumstances. There's just certain circumstances where it doesn't. This certain circumstance happens to be if there's still stuff spawning in at a certain level. So like there, you see it works quite well. I have the animation start and stop for each target. That's right, but that's just the animation. That's correct. All that is, and it's not stopping, it's only starting on each target. But it's not the target. The animation is the tower. So that little shaking with the circle around it, that's what it's animating. So it's literally only a visual thing. It doesn't have any bearing on the functionality of the tower. It's purely animation. It's completely cosmetic. Also, welcome, Dungeon. So, and again, you could see that it worked quite well otherwise when it's like a non-extreme number of them. But when it's, I mean, even there it's fine. But it was whenever there were a 100+ coming through, that's when it struggled. Just that first wave, really. See? Hey, Kite Guy, welcome. I'm glad it's going. Oh, for me? I thought for you it's going smooth. Yeah, it's okay. It's going as smooth as it can. Yeah, I would say it's going as smooth as it can. I need to increase that freeze history cooldown. So it's just, it's a highly specific edge, it's an edge case. Basically, this is an edge case. But, you know, in the end game is probably when you'd most want this to work well. And not be glitching out. So the prints are all saying that it's freezing at 3 seconds. You know, I can't check the wait time when it ends because it's obviously going to be 0, right? I mean, I guess not necessarily. I mean, is there some, like, timer property I'm not thinking of here? Oh, that's on the target. It's weird. There's something really weird, specific happening. Thanks, Sable. Yeah, maybe it's not. Smooth as a craggy, raggedy uphill mountain climb. Yeah, not saying about relatable to smooth, saying that as smooth as it can be. Alright? That's different. Jesus, dude. Oh, it's covered. What does this mean? What does process callback mean? Timer is updated during the main loop. When it's updated during the main loop. Update the timer every process rendered frame. Update the timer every physics process frame. It doesn't matter. Obviously it's defaulting to 1 second, but if we're setting it over and over again, it should be changing it. I mean, I could make this 3, but it's pausing for much shorter than 1 second. It doesn't need to loop, that's for sure. What is ignore timescale? If true, the timer will ignore engine timescale and update with the real elapsed time. There's no timescale changes happening, so none of that matters. Sure, change that. I doubt it makes any difference. I wish I had a way. I mean, I could, obviously, have it print. We could try to pick just one target and have it print its time all along the way. But, I mean, that sounds kind of difficult. Not impossible. Yeah, none of that made any difference, unsurprisingly. And it's just as soon as these on the left stop spawning in, then it starts working. Peanut butter jams, journeys, crunchy, smooth, done in a GIF. GIF, you decide. That was pretty good. Okay. There's like layers to that one. I don't know if you're the goober or the goober peanut butter that has jelly in the middle has more layers. I tried, not on your level. Does the list get cleared when it goes back into the collector? Yes. Yes, it does. Every time. Yes, that's it. That might be what it is. I think that's what it is. Every time one spawns on the path, dude, it's like, there's like, you have like a 99% correct rate. Like when you send a message about a problem I'm having, I don't know that there's even been a time where you're wrong. What? Every time So that would make sense. Why, if they stop getting, it doesn't get reset when they get to the end. It gets reset when they enter, which makes perfect sense as to why when they stop entering, it stops shortening it. That's why. That's literally the whole problem. Freaking genius. What in the world? Man, you've got like deduction skills like nobody I've ever met. What? Like, you don't even ask questions, right? You just like get the right answer. Hey, what's up, Rolrick? Welcome. I very much enjoy being called Dr. Lee's Octopus. It fills me with pride. Okay. Definitely Dormouse deserves a debug credit. At least. My gosh. What in the world? Okay, so that would mean... Now, that's still not the same as a fix, right? No, not debug tools, just regular debug. They may have not so secretly forked it. Oh wait, really? Okay, so now that I know what the problem is, I gotta figure out how to solve it. Because there is a good reason why we update detected targets. No, I don't remember what that reason is. I just know that it's good. I think on a target-to-target basis, like if something is already frozen, it shouldn't update its list. It's already frozen. Wait, something else is weird here. Something isn't right. No, I think that, okay, so in tower freeze here for target and detected targets if target not frozen. What's confusing, like, even though you've identified something that's definitely happening, yeah, I'm still not sure how it is all connected. At the moment of attack, we are iterating through all of those detected targets, which, yes, is changing. This is a changing value, and that array changes when something enters the path. And so if it sees something new to attack, why would it update ones that are, if we're saying if it's not already frozen? That's I guess what's confusing me. I do not. Okay, let me see this. Tell me if you're seeing them multiple times. Give me that target name. What a mystery. Okay, oh Jesus, oh my God, okay, relax. Three D 4, 6, 23, 7, 21, 22, 38, 24, 39, 25, 8, 40, 26. I'm not seeing them repeated. 41, 37, 42, 11, 44. I don't see them being repeated, and yet they're being released. So they're not being refrozen. Are they being unfrozen? Print. I don't think they are, because we're not going to be seeing the unfrozen thing. It's so confusing. Like, it starts to explain something. I mean, I guess if I were going to, like, not, like... we could make sure that... would we want to do, like, a break or something? But then it's... no, because... no, we wouldn't. We could try to create a variable for last detected targets or something like that. I don't know, just to like create like a layer of abstraction. So that way it only is updating the list when do attacked runs instead of dynamically every time detected targets updates. Except I think you'd want to duplicate it. Probably. I don't know, just as like a simpler way to... it doesn't get at the heart of the problem, but it kind of works around it, which I don't love, but assuming it works. Well, let's not call it a workaround until it works around. Nah, that ain't it. Still not holding on to the freeze. So morbid curiosity then. What if we only allow it to do it one time? One time only. Just as an experiment. It hasn't frozen yet. Do one round of freezing. And it never becomes false again. First of all, that didn't work. Actually, it did. How is the animation playing, though? Oh, it's just stuck on a loop. It's never stopping the animation. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, animate attack is happening here. That's why. Wait, I thought that was on the target. Was it only unanimate on the target? Tower animate attack. Wait. I don't know. I don't really understand what's going on. I am confused. So we should see one animation only, and maybe it gets stuck in a loop because nothing is telling it to stop. Certainly it didn't catch anything to freeze. So these were the three. Oh, we should study those three. This is actually a really good idea. We should see what's going on with these three. What's their deal? You must give me the cold shoulder for now and skate out of here. See you later. Hope work's going the best it can, Kai Guy. Okay, I'm gonna pause it right after it does those three so we can study them in the remote. Alright, it's not seeing any this time. Why? Why do you pass target and self as parameters? Yeah, so this is the tower script right here. This is freeze tower script. So what does the attack is the tower. And so it tells the target, the target that is seen in the for loop, you are the one that needs to be focused. So it can confirm, yes, I am the one that was focused. And then self is the tower. So it can confirm, have I been frozen too many times by the same tower? Why didn't anything get frozen that time? I guess maybe it fired and it hit nothing. Might be why. Like it missed, essentially. Okay, there, it hit. Okay, pause it. Quick, quick, quick. I was trying to hope. I kind of wanted to pause it before stuff started exiting. But we got some prints. So we're good. Trust me. Okay, good. We got a few. Trust me that we got some. I don't know if we're good. Okay, remote tab. I'm looking for path follow 3D at 4. No. Okay, there it is. Okay, so this one is marked as frozen. It is indeed set to be frozen. Let's see if I can find where it is in here. I don't see it. It could be behind the UI, honestly. Yeah, make it bigger. First, let me hide the UI. Okay, so it's behind the UI. So it's all the way over there. So it's 100% not stopped. There is no way that is stopped. It wouldn't have made it all the way over there if it was stopped. Now it is still marked as frozen. We're good, Overflow. We got it, buddy. Okay, so it's set as frozen unequivocally. Now its speed is not 0. Its speed is getting updated. Oh. I wonder if every time a new target gets added, all of the speeds get re-updated. Hold on a second. I bet that's it. Okay. 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 All right. I need to munch on a couple of carrots after that. So where do we update the speed on the target? Update target doesn't check. If it's the target that needs to be updated, number one. If it does, I can't quite see where it does. So this is, but nothing is being attacked. We'll put some prints around, but I don't think this would be it. Because the tower, I mean, the tower is attacking, to be fair. Okay, where else in here? There, yeah. Frozen timeout. I wonder if others' timers... No, because... Alright, let me try this. Let me see if this is happening. Print. I'm gonna restart it. So we have to make sure it at least attacks once, which it might miss, so I might have to retry it. Oh, it's constantly happening. There's your answer right there. It's constantly happening. That should not be constantly happening. So that means that's resetting the speed all the time. That's as if it's not above 3 and it gets attacked. If anything, it's kind of crazy. Okay. So tell me more about when update target runs. It gets called in a few different places. Something. So when a target gets added to the path, right? That which Dormouse more or less deduced is running update target, which is then changing the speed of evidently every single target back to its default speed, which isn't noticeable in most cases. In the edge case where a bunch of stuff is spawning in and we're trying to freeze stuff to be a different speed, that's a problem. Honestly, this is a problem anyway, because it's just a bunch of code that's running that doesn't need to be running. Have I ever fallen off the chair during stream? Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably. Probably. Do it! I don't think I want to. Make it a yes. I don't want to fall. So I think one thing that would help with this immediately is make sure that it's only bothering to update it if it's the target that gets added to the path. I kind of don't. It's kind of like tickling yourself. Like, how am I supposed to fall off? It happens on accident, not on purpose. I may be capable of clownery. But crunch mode ain't the time. There's a time and place for certain skills to be executed. I'm getting too old and sedentary for physical clownery. Maybe 20 years ago, I would have tried it. But even if it is the target, am I sure that's when we want it? That's actually crazy that this is happening so often. I think that might be the easiest fix. I think just whenever this happens, we need to say if, but what? I mean, you need to go change that signal, right? You need to find everywhere that target added, which is one place, I think, maybe. Everywhere target added to the path is emitted. Two places. And we want to make sure that it says, well, which one is it? Jam ratting so hard. This is definitely a new thing here. Not too new, but relatively new. And that's not gonna know what target it is that's added. If targets in current wave is less than max targets in current wave. Dude, what the hell? Oh man, I don't remember why I added this. I vaguely remember, but mostly don't remember. This is only... We need the coffee with Godot. I've had a very strong tea. I feel it. I have already chugged. I can't infinitely chug. It has been chugged. Why are we putting this in multiple places? Like here, it'll be really easy to call it or to send it along because we can just say target to reparent. I guess I need to go to GitHub to figure out why I put it up here. Where is it? Right here. I know there was... I do vaguely remember doing that. I just don't quite remember why. I mean, we run reparent target to path, but that's the same thing. That means you're running it double times. Wait, it's not being emitted there? Wait, what is this? Reparent extra target to path. Why are you putting it there? What if you don't? I guess because I wanted it to do it after the reparent timer? I don't know, dude. Put it in here. Just put it in here. And we just gotta test freaking everything. To see if there was some reason why that was a better place. Okay, then I'm gonna go to the messenger. Y'all are weird. You want to see me fall out of a chair? Like, why would you want to wish pain on me? Don't you want me to be safe? Jesus. Signal. Isn't that what AI is for? To make people do things they wouldn't normally do? Don't. Target. Oh, right there. Target added to path. Argument 1. I don't know what type it is. Probably a path follow would be my guess. Path follow 3D equals target to reparent. And then everywhere we actually connect that, target added to path, parenthesis. Here, this is irrelevant there, but here we would need to say target, and we basically only want to say, oh, where is this? That's on the tower script. So yes, here I would want that. That's probably what I set it up for. It was right here, and it had unintended consequences. Like, yes, I wanted to fetch the targets on the path repeatedly, often. Absolutely. You betcha. So that way I can update this right here. It's also on globals. Why? Update path targets array. Don't think we need it there. Again, just updating things. But here is where we want it. If target is set to self, then update the target. And only then. Now what about all these other places where the target gets updated, right? You gotta think about that too. This is already gonna have checked that it is itself. So I'm not worried about that. Take single damage. We can definitely have that call with the target. I just have to go do that. Let's see if there's any easier ones. Same thing, that's just from the same function. Same function. Okay, so that's the place to go do it. So I gotta find everywhere we have take single damage. Connected, which is on the tower. So that's gonna need a call with the target. Same here. Target. It's on the bomb tower. On tower 3, we'd want that as well. Okay. Now, this will call with the target, and we say if target is set to self, then do all of this stuff. Oh, that's a lot of indents. Okay, could be worse. Alright, let's see if I've broken everything. Let me make sure I don't need to do all that debug stuff, so I should probably deal with those. I just got rid of it's happening. I mean, I guess it would be nice to see that it isn't happening as frequently. Expecting chaos, always. And then back on the tower, I'm no longer going to do this frozen block, basically. Oh, and we don't need this. Well, we kind of do. It didn't make a difference anyway. Okay. What's gonna happen? Frozen. Fixed. Let's go. Hey, man. Dormouse, just like noticing. I mean, I guess I noticed that the path and stuff being on the path was related to the freezing behavior. But the way you just like said what you said. And like you say things so infrequently, but like when you do, it is like incisive. You have like razor sharp precision with your chats. It's absolutely unbelievable. Does the list get cleared when it goes back into the collector? So technically what the problem was is the speed was getting cleared when something gets removed from the collector. But because you said that, it just like connecting, like, oh yeah. Just incredible. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Now, hopefully other things aren't broken now. There's only a multitude of things to check. So hopefully it is not broken in other ways. I'm actually immediately concerned right there. An infinite speed drug hack? Maybe. Did that tower just shoot something out of its range? You bet it did. It's actually kind of hard to tell. Because again, a lot of systems weren't set up for... Anyway, we'll see. Let me just make sure. It's kind of hard to tell. I feel like it is getting marked, but it's not getting like unmarked when it's out of range. Maybe, I mean, it is hitting like right in range. Oh, I also still have the range bug where I don't have the tower upgrades only applying to one upgrade at a time. I guess I was in the middle of that. When some other problems arose. It's kind of hard to tell if there's an issue here. Truth be told. I just need to stare at it for a second and observe it. I mean, I think it is hitting them while they're in range. I just think it's escaping out of range before the hit flash disappears. That's what I think is happening. Those only attack if there's at least 3 enemies inside tower range. Nope, not true. What? Very not true. Nope. It detects if anything is within range, assuming it's during an interval. Alright, so I don't know how much you've played Bloons TD-like. There's an embedded version of the game on the jam page, link in the description box. But everything attacks on an interval. Okay? So it's only going to attack if something is within its range at the moment of that finger snap, at the moment of that interval hitting. That's when it's going to attack. So if it sees something in there at that moment, then it's going to attack that one. I think it's okay. Oh yeah, I'm just basing it on Bloons one. I gotta adjust the tower overlap. For some reason, stuff's on top of the snow globe, but not on top of the soldier. I guess that's a polish phase type of thing. Alright, it seems okay. For now. Definitely gonna make a commit. First, let's get rid of this. Clean up a little bit. I don't think one shot is being used either. That's not being used. Okay. Okay, and then for the prints, don't want that. And we don't want the it's happening either. Alright. Cleaned it up a bit. Let's go to GitHub. I also did change the density. Let me change the density back before I forget. That's on the collector. Move the density to be 1. Targets only update themselves. Tower upgrade progress also made. Okay, so something that I want to fix now, even though... Well, did we ever get the freeze tower length increase actually implemented? Let's do that, and then I need to deal with the fact that if I buy an upgrade on one, it buys it on all of them. That's no good. On tower upgraded, global's frozen time length increases by the time factor. I guess I can actually test it now. So let's test it, make sure that works. But yeah, I need to make sure that it doesn't... I don't know, I'm actually surprised that it's buying it on multiple. We'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna try to observe. Now it's gonna be a lot more spaced apart. That's okay. Which this does a very bad job of catching the fast ones. Very, very, very bad job of catching the fast ones. Just a terrible job. There it goes. Okay, so that was 3 seconds length. Increase the time. That's definitely longer. That's a lot longer. It's also supposed to ignore top level, right? White targets. So in this case, the ice cream. That makes sense. That's why I did that, I guess. So on do attack, I would actually want it to not work. Honestly, overflow, it is a totally useless tower. When I play Bloons TD-1, I never even get it. It's trash. But I'm trying to just replicate the game as closely as I can given the time frame and my ability. And so I'm not making any improvements on the original particularly. But yeah, the ice tower is absolutely almost completely useless in the original. It's even with the range upgrade, it's pretty useless. So we want to say if not target frozen and It's bad in modern ones too. And not target level target level set to 5. So it should skip. I don't love putting the immunity here. So don't put it there. Put it on the target. Even if you min-max the placement ahead of a bomb tower, it doesn't really help. It doesn't really help. I think I'm making my tower a little bit strong, although like I think it freezes longer than the original, but yeah, it misses the fast ones really easily. Yeah, right. Maybe the bomb will get an extra shot. That makes sense. But like at that point, there's so many other ways to maximize your attack potential. And that's like not that helpful. They have upgrades that pop balloons, which makes them good. Oh, nice. Then it just becomes an area tower. In later streams, revisit this project and improve its features. That's a good question. I mean, maybe? Probably not. Like, for me, I just want this jam to like increase my skills and just like doing stuff and moving on. So I'd really like to embrace the moving on portion, but it's not out of the question. It's definitely possible. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible. I do either grouped up more so that the bomb hits more per shot. Still doesn't work that well. Update to BTD2. Horrifying. Although it does seem pretty similar. Right, 5 hours left. Crunch time is activated. So we want to say if target is set to self and target level and not target level set to 5. So I guess we should test this. We'll go to globals. Ultra crunch mode. I know, my crunch mode's pretty lackadaisical. Yeah, the game has come really far since the original. Hence why I thought the original would be an easy one. Kinda, sorta. Let's get a bunch of ice creams here, then, and make sure that they can't get frozen. Give me 100 ice creams. Kinda would be nice. Let me actually add 100 easy ones too, just to like make sure that those do get frozen. I didn't turn up the density, so might take a while for it to catch one. Whoa! That's pretty trippy. I think the freeze tower interval is too slow. I slowed it down when I slowed down the soldier, but I think it's actually way too slow now. I don't see any ice creams getting caught. I'm gonna adjust the freeze tower speed. It certainly did miss all of those. I know that's right. Okay, so far it looks good. No, just right here. Freeze tower has attack speed 1. That's brutal. Come on, man. It just is supposed to be slower than everything else. And so if I make other things slower, I then have to make that slower. Unless it's just different. Unless it's just different than the original, which is fair. 1.6, that's, come on. Alright, and you know what? I'll also bump up the density. I should really make the density a debug feature. Whatever. 0.1. No, because what if I don't want a density in debug? Then I have to change it manually anyway. Okay, drop this in, give it range, see if it catches the ice creams. It doesn't even attempt, the animation doesn't even fire on the ice creams. Great success. It's actually attacking very rapidly now. Possibly too rapidly. All right. Good. So, oh yeah, the upgrade problem. Let me confirm that that's actually happening. I forgot to do that. Oh, and then bomb tower is supposed to ignore level 4 ones. So I gotta do that too. Okay, so if I put down 2 towers, we'll say I buy the range on the toy soldier. Now I come in here, I can't buy the range on the snow globe. If I buy time on the snow globe, now I can't buy double on the toy soldier. So that's incorrect. And then, I think I know why. And then, one other thing I just want to make sure is that it's not upgrading both of them. Double prints. Oh, nice. Good catch. It's going to be kind of hard to see 2 at the same time. You know what'll be really obvious? This one, because the super soldier gets a huge range boost. Oh, it doesn't fit. Nice catch, Lord. I didn't test that yet. Okay. I see. Okay, so that's upgraded. Yep, so it's also applying the range. No, it's not missing a T. It isn't fitting. It's not applying the range. Now this one leaves it because on this one it's actually upgrade 1, not upgrade 2. Well, I could make the font smaller, but what would be a shorter word to say that it's bought? Got? Owned? Maybe owned is shorter. Okay, so as to why things aren't unique to each tower, that should become obvious pretty quickly. Oh, I guess we should give some props to Overflow there. Dungeon did notice the prints, but sold could also work. Ooh, sold is a good one. I like that. Alright, Overflow. Eagle Eyes. I'm gonna say that's a HUD credit as well. Global's tower upgraded. Like, has the text in there. It's horrifying. Okay, a couple credits for you there. I'll set up the credits on Monday in the member stream. That's what you currently are checking? Oh, yeah. All right. No credits for getting ahead of me. Thank you, though. Good catch. But that's also okay. I don't know if that is a good catch. Yes, it's okay for it to update globals. Stop it, chill. All right. So globals towers upgraded. That's actually totally fine. The problem is potentially that it's not actually updating the correct thing. So it's supposed to. This is only looking at the tower. Right, but the tower type. No, that should be. No, that's right. That's looking at the tower type. But that's not also setting it. That's just checking. I wonder if they're all getting set. We still have the game running? Let's go look. Which it is. The check or the set? Or both? Tower's upgraded. So, Dart upgrade 2 is set to on. That's the range. Incorrect. I did not do anything to the dart. All I did was that one soldier. So it seems they're all getting set. Wait, I did do the dark. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought that was tack. No, okay, it is setting it correctly. My mistake, not wrong. Look, all these are not checked. So it's the read. You're stream 5 days straight. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 4 days straight. But yes, me too. 5 hours left. And Monday, I am gonna work on it a little bit on Monday, but at the end of it all, I really want to be done by today. I want all the nuts and bolts done today. Because once this game like jam is over, I'm pretty much done with this game. Like, I don't want to come back to it. Maybe, but probably not. Very, very, very highly unlikely. You know, my goal is just to, like, bang out things and move on. But I want to be able to look back on this and be like, that's a game. I made that. It works. Not, oh, it's so broken. Okay, so it's the reading, not the setting, that's the problem. So let's look at the setting, just out of curiosity. That should be happening when a button is pressed. Not that button. This button. Upgrade tower. Same thing, globals tower data. Here is actually where it does. If the upgrade cost is less than global points, it is then going to look at oops. Where does it get tower from? Oh, here. When we call upgrade tower, tower last selected. So the tower that's last selected, I wonder if we're missing something like that. It gets tower last selected, and it feeds that into the tower types, or it takes its tower type. So that each tower has a type: dart, freeze, tack, bomb, super, and it takes that, which it's going to return as a string. and it's gonna check the keys. It's kind of weird how this is written. Anyway. And then it's also gonna get that same tower last selected, its type, dart, freeze, tack, etc. So that is to say, basically what it's accessing is this. This is what it's accessing. And it's basing that on the type that they're each set to. Well, we're working on it, Lord. We're working on it. But yes, that is what that means. Correct. Sorry. Yes. I thought you said something different. Correct. That's right. Yes. Oh. But that's not good, is it? I was allowing that to be okay. But now that I think about it, now that you say that, I was like, yeah, that is how it works. But you make a good point. It shouldn't do that. Dude, upgrading? I shouldn't have waited. I mean, it's not just an exploit. It's, at that point, by design. Wow. So tower last selected. So that means each tower needs to have its own. 10 times the cost. Call it a feature. So actually, I need to move this. Yeah. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Chill. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's pull this out of here. Definitely credit for articulating that. That made me realize I actually need to fix something. I hadn't gotten to. Basically, I was gonna get to that, but no, this is the exact right time to do it. Now is the time to do that. Eagle Brain credit. Okay, that was for Lord, by the way. You couldn't see, but it was. So that means I want to go onto the tower script, and we need to say on each tower, we have the tower data, tower's upgraded data, right? That's on a per tower basis, which means anywhere we're checking towers upgraded now needs to be rerouted from globals, as Dungeon was, to be fair, earlier noting. But I just was like, no, that's intentional. Yeah, it was intentional and unintentional at the same time. It was both intentional and unintentional. I didn't intend to intend it. So instead of globals here, we would want to say tower. Unintentional. That's funny. Okay. Just like that. That way it's just on a per tower basis. I mean, honestly, that might fix every problem. It just might fix it. Wait, what happens? What is that? What is that like? Does that just blanket fix it? I don't know that I really need to dig into it much more. That might be enough. Okay, I've got a tower. Increase its range. Let's add another. Oh, it's a little. But we can't click it. So something's still wrong. But at least it's only happening on a per tower basis. That's a win. But it's still blocking that out. For some reason, Probably the same reason as before, so that still needs to be dealt with. As we had mentioned, it's setting it just fine. The problem is the checking of it. So the checking is right here. If tower. Now where is it getting tower from? Setup tower UI. What calls setup tower UI? Couple different places. When a tower is selected, this should probably be tower last selected, right? First of all, why would that be set to tower? Like, just from a logical standpoint, what's the point in setting tower last selected if you don't pump it in there? I mean, there's a point, but less of a point. So it's always pulling from tower last selected. When we press the upgrade button, it also updates it, which is fine. That should be fine. That should only update one. So I don't think that's the problem. So this is correct. This is correct. So this would be getting dart, freeze, etc. Oh, no, we do want globals data for that one. If tower is upgraded, so we know we're getting from the last selected tower, it's going to look at that last selected tower, find out what type it is. Specifically, it's going to fetch that type name, and then it's going to check that particular tower. Is its upgrade 1 upgraded? If it is not upgraded, is that a joke? Tower net tower equals tower net. Oh, it is a joke. Okay. I was like, huh? I know. It gets like that. It really does with Godot dictionary references, I know. Button upgrade left text. Set that to the tower dictionary upgrade name. I don't think that's a problem. Here's our issue. Well, in theory. I'm still confused. Shouldn't that if have disabled set to false? No. If it's disabled, I don't think so. If disabled is true, that means it's off. If disabled is false, that means it's on. If own, disabled, true. So, but this is saying it is not upgraded, right? Upgrade 1, set to false. It checks that. It sees that it's not yet upgraded. And in that case, it will show us the name of the upgrade. If it is set to true, which is the else, that is to say it is upgraded, it's going to make sure that the button is disabled. And it's going to make sure it says that it's owned. I think this is actually... I don't know. I was wondering if this is like the same problem as the targets thing, where it's not checking to see which tower it is. Yes, dude, right here. It's right in front of my face, right? Is it? Because it's turning the entire HUD's button to be disabled and the entire HUD's text to be owned. So we don't have an alternative option. We need to come in here and we need to say that it's false otherwise. I bet that's why. Same thing down here. Oh, that's what you were saying. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood you. You saw it before me. Credit where credit's due. Although, I'll give you an eagle eyes for paying attention, being aware. I see you, eagle eyesing. All right. I may not always understand, but I see. It's already purchased? Oh, I just made it true. It's a little confusing. If it's set to false, disabled false. Oh, I need to rename it to right as well. Oh, no, it's renamed. Okay. Okay, it's available. Increase the range. That one is owned. Drag in an unrelated one. It's available. Same one. It's available, baby. Let's go. Wait. It didn't apply it though when I bought it. It's only applying it to one at a time. Wait, no it isn't. Wait. Oh, it's still it's still increasing all of them. It's not increasing only the one that got the upgrade. Dude, upgrades are like, wow. Upgrades are a lot. It's like, ooh. Okay. Super soldier. I know. But that's obviously happening for everything. So that's probably going to be on a tower by tower level. So on tower upgraded. Here, this is like the target situation where it isn't actually checking if it's the one. It's just saying, oh, do I have range? Increase it. No. If I'm the one that got upgraded. So that means I need on tower upgraded to call with the tower that got upgraded. So we'll say tower and upgrade name. Back to the messenger itself. We'll say that's argument 2. Argument 1 is... I'm definitely setting this up to be able to come back and work on it. Like, I do want to work on it, Overflow, for sure. I do. You know, it's just like... I have to think about the other ones. Sometimes I think, like, maybe starting next year, once in a while, I won't do the current game like jam. I'll still run the jam. I just won't participate in it myself, and I'll work on an old one instead. Or something. But, you know, whereas with the Hyper 1 hour jam, the one time I ever missed it, it didn't really make sense to keep it going anyway. Because I feel like it's all about this moment, being here live. But for the game like jam, I might as well keep it going, because it doesn't rely on me live streaming for it to exist. Could use these projects for the challenge stream sometimes. Yeah, maybe. That's a good idea. It could also be a members only thing, where I work on that on the members streams. That would be probably the most likely outcome. When the game like jam isn't happening, in member streams, work on it. That's the most likely time. You want to mention another game jam? Sure. There's a place in the Discord for other game jams also, if you wanted to put it on there. Our game at 1 node 3D equals tower last selected. Okay, then we gotta go to all the places tower upgraded is connected, where we function. So we have tower, which is a node 3D. Oh yeah, try jam. Yeah. You know, I think it's quite different. You know, whereas the 1 hour jam was an event where the live stream is connected with the doing of the jam, the try jam isn't. Although I think they still play the games on stream, maybe. And then the other way that it's really different is they give you a whole weekend. Yeah, we've mentioned it a lot. They give you a whole weekend to work on it, which is generous and honestly much nicer. But obviously there's no way to guarantee, did you actually make it in those 3 hours? Or did you actually just work on it all weekend? I think it's much nicer to allow that amount of time. But the 1 hour jam was like, either you made it within the 1 to 2 hour period that you have there, or it didn't happen. So it's different in some ways, but it still gives you that feeling, right? That opportunity to get something out really fast. Even a weekend is still a short time. So yeah, that is one that's happening all the time, whether the host is participating or not. Yeah. All right, so then where did the void go? Oh, because the one above it doesn't have this in it, so we have to go add that. I think I just have to save it. Oh, here, let's go check. Yeah, this one needs it. Okay. Ugh, making a mess of things. Tower node 3D. So none of this should occur unless it's happening on the tower that it's supposed to be. If tower is set to self. Then do this stuff. Make sure we save that. Okay, hold on. Wait up, I'm getting there. Jeez. If tower is set to self, I might be able to like skip that to some extent. If I make it like sub instead of super, or whatever it is. What is it? It doesn't really exist. Okay, you guys were kidding when you said that. Okay, if tower is set to self, come to this one, same thing, tower, node 3D, tower, if tower is set to self, then do that. On the bomb tower, same thing. If set to self, do the upgrade. Okay, that should be it. Let's see if it's fixed. I think I did it in all the places. Maybe. Okay, 2 soldiers, upgrade 1 radius, the other one's still small, and they don't stack on top of each other. Check it with the others. Yeah, looks good. Great. Okay. My God. Hopefully this logic is pretty good. Yeah, it works. I think I still have to do one more. The piercing, which is not going to be true piercing. Tower upgrading system seems good. Still need to do, still need to do piercing / double for dart. I think that's the last one. We did all the ranges. No, selling does not work. I do have to do that. I'm trying to knock out all the upgrade stuff first. Because otherwise it's kind of hard to do the selling if I can't upgrade it. More or less. We did faster, did long freeze time, did bigger bombs, did all the range. The only one left is piercing. So it's not going to truly be piercing because I don't actually have projectiles. So instead, we're just going to say it attacks 2 things instead of 1 thing. So we'll want all this same on-tower upgraded stuff. I would even say we could do similar code that we do for the Frozen, and it just looks for a neighbor and attacks a neighbor. Or, more easy, we could just make sure it just hits 2. No, don't do that. Just have it hit 2. Just have it hit 2. We're not gonna do all that. I think this will be easier this way. So the dart tower doesn't even have anything going on here into attack, which is a little unfortunate. Okay, so how about here, comment this out. I almost feel like this might be a decent place for an if case based on type. Because we have like a default do attack. And so it does like take single damage here. I mean, there's not much going on. Just override it. It's very simple. It's not particularly complicated. At this point, honestly, the only place where do attack is going to matter here is on the super soldier. At this point, I might as well just have do attack be on all of the children scripts. It's almost not even worth having on the top level tower script. You know? It kind of doesn't matter, but you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. Let's make this pass. Where does do attack get called? Nowhere. Cool. Yeah, I mean, that's already what I did. You calling me lazy? Laziness doesn't exist. But yeah, that's what we're already doing. No, all those attacks are already set up already. It's just do attack is being overwritten by every single other tower. Yeah, I think it's just correct. So I might as well just have do attack only be called on the children at this point. Right? Then I don't have to do... You'd still have to do super. I mean, not really. I mean... You don't really, because super is just adding on additional things, right? Whereas it will otherwise overwrite it, which is totally fine. Oh, we overwrite it anyway. There's literally no reason for it to be in the top level. Okay, got it. Understood. Very good. So this is actually already good to go. And then on the dart tower, super to call a pass. I really need that pass. It's part of it. Okay. So let's just do a variable for, what do we call these? Do we have like a way we do this? We do it export upgraded something. All right, fine. Whatever. Export upgraded double shot. Upgraded shot amount. Boolean equals false. And in this case, if upgrade double, multi-shot, yeah. Well, I kind of want it to not be multi. I want to say, like, we're upgrading the shot amount, the base shot amount. So we call it double because it actually fits in the button. And it's not multi, it's 2. It doesn't go higher than 2, to be fair. So if upgraded shot amount, else single. So this is only looking for one target. So I actually need this to be more like, say, our tac tower, where it's actually going to iterate through detected targets, which means we also need to check to make sure that there is no level zeros that we're hitting, since it's going to hit multiple. This doesn't have that. Okay. I do actually have a mesh only issue. Anyway, don't worry about it right now. Polish face. Okay. Dart tower. So if we do have the upgraded shot amount, so wait, how is that not an issue on the tac tower? It is. I just haven't. Wait, it isn't. Wait. Oh, we're underscoring it. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So we're gonna say for double target, so yeah, I mean, basically what happens is when a target gets attacked, it shows a attack icon, so a blast, right? So as long as a target says, oh, I got attacked, then its blast is going to appear, if that makes sense. The animation is going to go shoot, shoot. The animation is going to shoot once, and 2 targets are going to explode. If upgraded shot amount, then for double target and detected targets, if double target, target level less than 0, continue. We only want this to run 2 times. I'm sure there's like a cool way to do it. If it has only 1 target, it doesn't double shot. Correct. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm gonna say I only want this to run on 2 targets, and then the for loop stops until the next time do attack is called. I didn't want to do that. I was trying to avoid doing that way. Is there another way? Like a for loop within a range or something? I just don't want to do it that way. Yeah, right, like that. Why not like that? You do it like that. That's so much simpler. I think. For double targets and detected targets. Oh, we have to do the range. I see. It does require some like rewriting a little bit. That's boring. Alright, fine. I'll do it this way. You're right. This is easier. You got it, buddy. And then we break it. Okay. You're right. I'm sorry for doubting you. That was my mistake. Yeah. Variable. Targets hit. Integer equals. Oh, we don't need to really set that. Whenever that happens and it hits one, targets hit plus equals 1. if targets hit is greater than or equal to 2, stop doing the loop. If it's upgraded, we want to make sure that upgraded shot amount becomes true. If we upgrade the shot amount, start keeping track of how many are hit. It's going to look through all of the targets that are currently detected. It's going to make sure that none of them are less than level 0, or it'll ignore those. Wait, is this right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Good. It'll ignore those. Otherwise, it'll make sure the target takes damage. And then it'll increase target's hit. If target's hit is greater than 2, it'll end the loop and stop trying to attack. I meant if... Let me adjust that. If tower has double upgrade and there's target A and B, then double hits 1 time A and 1 time B. But let's say there's only target A. Does tower with double upgrade hit A in that case 2 times? I don't know. It's a good question. I guess it would. I don't think there's anything here preventing that from happening. I mean, we could keep track in addition. You know what might be easier than doing this like that? That's a good thought. That's a good thought. Now technically I don't know. I'm just kind of assuming that that's probably true. Gave you an eagle brain. But to prevent that from happening, what we could do is we could have an array. So when instead of targets hit, well, we could still keep targets hit, but instead make it an array. And say that we append the target to it. And then we just say if its level is less than 0 and, well, I'm actually going to make that a different one so I can get the, if double target, or if targets hit, if not targets hit has double target, then continue. That is to say, don't try to hit the same one twice. And we could even check to see print would have hit same one twice. And then in here, we can just say if targets hit size is greater than or equal to 2, then stop. It's a good thought. Shoot. Bang. Wow. Oh, I should get over here so we can see the prints. Okay, so there's a regular tower doing its one hits, which concerningly aren't showing up with with the hit. It seems we seem to have broken something. All right. What did I break? Did I break everything or just that one? Like if we come in here, that one's working fine. Yay, destruction! What about the super soldier? Yeah. Seems like having that on the main tower script actually was for a reason. So I think the animation might not be playing, but that doesn't make sense. It's not the animation, because the target itself is who decides if it shows the blast effect. Still here crunching. I feel you. It's nice to know I'm not alone. It's only 4.5 hours left, y'all. If your games aren't submitted or fully updated by then, you cannot update or submit before next Friday. You got a thing posted? I can't check it out because of crunch mode. But y'all should go look in the Discord and see what Andres posted. Whole time you're journaling and ruminating about the game. It's relatable. Came and finished the hard part of what you're doing. Still on schedule. Let's go. You're crunching too. Let's go. All right. All right, not alone. Let's go, crunch fam. How did I break this? Well, here, just comment this back in. See if blast effects begins. It does not. It doesn't even start. I was just thinking that, Andres. I was just thinking that. Like a rat getting crunched. Alright, well, since you said it, I'll add it to the list. We're gonna need a lot more members. Like at this point, the channel, either we're gonna have to get like over 100 gift memberships within a month time span from the first gift membership in that cycle, or we're gonna have to get a lot more members before we get another emote. Crunch. E.g. dev crunch mode. Jamrat. Inside teeth. Dude, just wrap it. Something eating a cookie? Why a cookie, though? Cookies are delicious. Crunch is unhealthy. Oh, cookies are unhealthy. Wow. Alright, so the blast effects are not beginning for some reason. does this happen, print, it happens. Oh. It would seem that update target isn't even running, which is weird. Because take single damage, calling with the target. If target is set to self, it's like not knowing that it's the target somehow. Okay, go ahead, give me this super. Oh yeah, it's just not reading as attacked. Need a merch store with it happens. There's a spreadsheet I didn't know I needed to make. Yeah, we'll do merch one of these days. I need to get my LLC up first before I do that. Okay, merch. There you go. Note taken. So it is it is running update target, but it isn't seeing itself as attacked. How could this be? If target is set to self, it happens, coffee mug. Oh man, I need to get that merch together. I gotta get it together. I need to set up an LLC. It's quite harrowing. I actually haven't been able to access any of my YouTube money yet. I need to access that immediately. In order to do that, I need a business bank account. I don't need a business bank account. I would like a business bank account. Yeah. All right. This is a distraction. Anyway, don't worry about that. I'm working on that. That's different. I gotta fix this bug that I introduced by moving around do attack that I should probably just move back. Target is set to self. Is it seeing that it's set to self? It is. Just make sure these things are happening. Okay, so it does not understand itself to be the target. Okay, that makes this much easier to figure out then. So when we do a single attack, right, target is... So what calls do attack? The code is drunk. Single towers. Oh. Prepare attack. So it's doing the aiming, it's doing the animation, do attack isn't being called anymore. Right? But this is happening. Yes, that's happening. But do attack is just passing. So it does nothing. That's why. So we do need a super. We do need to super. Somehow, for some reason. That's ridiculous. See if that fixes it. It might not. I might be misunderstanding. I know why it's not working. But I'm still working on making it work. Nope. No super. Target is never used in the function to attack. Yeah. Alright. Fine. Why can't I propagate this down? Because you're trying to call it on... Here's what you have to do. If you want to set it up this way, you have to make sure that you put prepare to attack somewhere else. Like right now, prepare to attack is on single towers. It can call do attack from above it, but it can't call do attack below it. I have no idea. Is super considered bad practice? Anyone in chat have thoughts about that? I don't know. I have no idea. I only learned about it from chat, and nobody ever said it was bad practice. If I were to guess, I mean, I think it leads to layers of abstraction. Like, it's a little hard to know that something is supering something, so you don't get to look at the function and know everything that it's doing, because it's supered somewhere. So, like, in my opinion, it's not great. Yeah, right, we're already over. Yeah, this isn't the right place for it. But because what I actually want is for it to call below it, which is ridiculous. And not gonna work. But here's the thing, Lisa, you can put do attack on here and get away with it. So I would recommend that. So come to your Dart code. And this upgrade, it should never come through to this anyway. So it shouldn't work. It shouldn't matter. Oh, I don't know what that means, Cameron. What are those words? What have you said? I want to call the function of a direct. Yes! Correct. Yes! Wait, I do know what those words are. That is technically what... I don't know that I want to do that. That's what I was finding out wasn't happening. Sable says, super isn't really something that's up to the developer's choice. If you need it, it's never a bad practice to use. I love that. Better use super rather than duplicate code. These are good thoughts. I love this community. Gosh, you guys are smart and helpful. I think I can actually duplicate code even less if I just slap it all in here. Actually, let's put do a target under here. Because I don't think this is going to apply, because this single towers script applies to both Dart towers and super towers. Port the method to its superclass. That way both the super and derived classes can access. Yeah, that's what I'm doing pretty much. So that's what's on the single tower script, instead of having do attack on both the children, or the derived. So make sure on super, we actually just get rid of that, the other kind of super. And on dart, we need this. Then we might as well put the upgrade on there as well. Go back to single towers. All the single towers. Let's put this up a little higher. Why do we have an is attacking boolean? Is that being used? Yeah. All right. Continue. Continue to exist. Upgraded shot amount. Okay, so that's all on there. I think this should be fine. Because it's only... Because I don't think that boolean is ever going to get updated on a super. There is no upgrade button for that. So like in theory, you could do it. If you hacked the game and added in an extra button somehow. But at that point, who cares? Let them do it if they want. If upgraded shot amount else, so it should always run to else for the super. Let's test that theory. Oh, and then I guess I'll stay over here so we can check just to see stuff in there. Okay, so first I'll make sure that it works in general. That looks good. Oh, let me get rid of my it is and my blast effects check. Okay, now I'm gonna upgrade it to double. Are we clearing that also? We should probably clear that. I mean, it's if you're creating the array in the function, it doesn't really matter. Does that? Okay, it was really hard to tell what was going on. Oh, it's actually broken now. So now it's not hitting anything. It keeps thinking it's hitting the same one twice. I think you might want to put this in the for loop. No, you don't. I guess we do need to clear it. Wait, I'm confused. If it doesn't have this, no, you want to say if it has it, not if it doesn't have it. If it doesn't have it, it's never gonna hit. You want to say if it's already in there. Okay. Okay, regular, upgrade, break, breakpoint, invalid target level. Whoa, that was fast. I thought we already had a check for that. How is that? How's that happening? How are you hitting ones? Why are you... How's that happening? Why are you doing that? I don't understand. So this happens when it tries to attack a target whose level is less than -1. It's going to let us know that a target has become an invalid level. And that happened here. Can you tell me about the that tower? Not just detected targets, but targets hit. Where is that? Is that going to be in here? Oh, we'll just go to the stack, I guess. If it shoots twice at the same target, it should do level -2. Why would it shoot twice at the same target? I guess because I set it up wrong. You're getting a bug where it complains about parenthesis. You already fixed? Really? That's interesting. In a bad way. Something that is interesting in a good way is that Travi is here with us. There he is. Looking at stuff, having thoughts. Being chill. Okay, so this is the thing that it sees. And its level is 0. So it did add one in there. They sure do. It's because there's a fireplace right there. Can't really see it, but it worked out perfectly. This is the current double target, which level is also 0. I wonder if it's not ignoring damage on something. Because it seems like it did attack. So it attacked this one. I'm a little confused what's going on here. Okay, what about this target? 0. They're all level 0. So which is the invalid one? -2. 623944. That is the one that's currently targeted. 623944. So that was the second one that it saw. It added one to the array. Both are invalid based on because those are 0. No. No. That can't be right. If a target, no. Because if a target is greater than -1, meaning if it's less than -1, that's when the else makes it invalid. Yeah, exactly. But also, if you look further down in the stack trace, we see target level -2, and this is on target 623944. If I go back one step in the stack trace, and we look at the target 623944, which is the one that it currently sees, it says -2. So it did add one, it appended one, and then it just unloaded on the second one. So something in here is not quite right. So if we have the upgrade, it creates an array called targets hit. For every double target in detected targets, if double target has a level less than 0, don't mess with it. Which is weird, because why would it have brought it down to -2? How many times target got hit? Not sure how I would do that. Do you have an idea how I would do that? If the target hit has double target, so in theory, if it's less than 0, it should continue, which means it tries the for loop again. Oh, I still, dude, I hate these words, continue, break, and stuff. They're so confusing. They're the stupidest names ever. Continue skips the current iteration and proceeds to the next iteration. Okay, thank you. Then it should be called next, not continue. So that should be fine. That should just keep checking the next iteration, looking for one that isn't less than 0. If targets hit has double target, once again, it should look for the next one. Continue sounds like continue, exactly. It just doesn't strike me as intuitive. Okay, so it keeps looping to the next one, until it finds one that is not in target's hit, or one that is not less than 0. So assuming it didn't continue, assuming it didn't go to the next one, then target should take single damage. And it's also going to append that target to target's hit, which it did. Because we have one that went in there. Wait a minute. This for loop should be sooner. For loop should be way up here, right? Because we want to say, don't even bother doing any of this if the target size is too big. That would be my guess. Let's say you go to the doctor and you expect them to call next, but instead they call continue. Oh my god. Alright, who's continue? Who's continue? Okay, upgrade. Oh, that didn't fix it. Same problem. Actually, the object in the array has -2. So it's not actually skipping the one that's in the array. Where'd it go? There it is. Wait, where's my stack trace? What have you done? What did you do with my stack trace? Okay, cool. Now that's gone. I don't understand. Why did that? That's a bug, right? Oh no, I just didn't click on stack trace. That'll do it. Okay, so in here, it actually seems like it's still attacking one, even if it's in that array. It's not actually ignoring the one in the array. Now. How about this? How about we don't even run the frickin' for loop if target's hit size is greater than or equal to 2? Like, don't even bother with this. Line 55 is letting that -2 through. Yeah, maybe I still don't understand what the hell break is. Terminates the entire loop. Okay, whatever. Let's just put it up here. That should fix it, right? Right? That should at least move the break or the error to somewhere else if it didn't fix it. Now it's line 54. Oh, so I didn't resolve what you were saying. Whoops. Okay, so now it's not hitting anything. So I made a mistake. Oh, if it's less than or equal to 2. My bad. Or, no, just say if it's not greater than or equal to 2. You think it's the double target level less than 0? I don't see why that would. Okay. Pop it here. Upgrade. Dang, that didn't do anything. At least the array is filling up all the way this time. That's an improvement. But wait, it's filling it up with the same thing. Okay, if not target hit size greater than 2 and no. Dude, what is going on? Why isn't this code working? I am confused and irritated. This was not supposed... I knew this would be a little challenging, but this is getting ridiculous. No, don't think deeper. Why this wrong though? passing the target variable, which was given as an argument to take single damage, instead of double target. That's a really good point. That's a really, really, really good point. Okay, what else you got for me? Keep them coming. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It definitely did. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Alright, what's the other thing? Yeah, that's okay. Alright. Logic for the not operator flips a condition, making this logic harder to follow. Shut up. Alright. You're right, though. Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry for telling you to shut up, ChatGPT. That's not nice. You didn't deserve that. You're not even real. You're just an analog for myself. I'm just telling myself to shut up. I don't deserve that. Okay. Put any number of knots. I did not know that. That's amazing. That is so fun. Oh my gosh. Why not? There it is. It's doing 2 at a time. Fixed. Jesus. Wait, it's doing more than 2 at a time. It's doing a lot a time. Sometimes. Sometimes it's doing like 3 or 4. No. That's too many. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's just a bomb tower. Which, maybe I should have just made the bomb tower that way. It's okay. Cool, so can you behave? I almost feel like it should collect the ones it's gonna shoot, not collect the ones it isn't gonna shoot. I actually think ChatGPT was onto something by saying that maybe this should persist, maybe? No, I don't think it should persist. But if we just pick the 2 and not let it increase and say that those are the ones that it attacks one time. I don't know. My brain's falling apart. This is look how deep we are in indentations. It's a mess. So okay, I fixed it kinda. But why would it maybe attack more than 2? I want it to only attack 2 at the same time. But not more. Didn't want to break somewhere when you got 2 targets? Oh, maybe it did. Placement initialization of target hit variables. Since target hit is being reinitialized, it cannot correctly limit the number of targets processed across iterations of the loop. As a result, the function allows multiple double target entries to be processed until the loop is naturally exhausted. To address this and ensure that no more than 2 targets are attacked in a single call, shoot A 2 times, B 2 times, and that makes it actually shoot A, B, C, and D. Whoa. Persist the target's hit array across calls to the function. Define target's hit as a member variable of the class or context containing the function, rather than as a local variable within the function. Properly manage the size of target's hit during each cycle. Ensure that it does not grow beyond your desired limit of 2 targets during execution. What are your key? Just tell me your key changes. Persist target's hit variable. The array is now defined outside of the function. ensuring it persists across calls and doesn't reset with each invocation of do attacked. Except I kind of do want it to it needs to reset at some point. It can't just infinitely grow. That's ridiculous. Breaking the loop. After appending a target to target's hit, the loop will stop via break once the size of target hit reaches 2. After appending a target to target's hit, the loop will stop. Oh, that's what you were talking about, Dungeon. Once the size of target's hit reaches 2. I feel like that's the real problem. I think this I don't actually want. So I'm just gonna do that and see what happens. It may not be enough, but just one step at a time. There's so much going on, I can't tell. We have the upgrade. I have no idea. It's a bit chaotic. I think that's a tough, Just getting this super soldier to mow him down. I think it's a tough wave to test it on. Sure doesn't look like it's hitting too. At all. It looks like it's only hitting one. If you want to ensure the function processes up to 2 targets and a single call while maintaining the logic for skipping invalid or already hit targets, you don't need break. You told me to add break. And what are you talking about? Oh, I didn't implement it like it told me to implement it. If target hit size less than 2, and then there is where we would do it. I didn't listen to it, to its instructions. If target's hit size greater than or equal to 2, then break. That's what it wanted me to do. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know, this is like too hard for my brain, and I'm in crunch, so we're vibing. We have to vibe. It's the only way. It's hitting 2. It's not hitting more than 2. And we're not getting errors. It looks good. Awesome. Whew. Oh, that was brutal. What's the debugger? What you got for me? Target is never used in do attack? Forget it. That was tough. Just to double check, I just would like to make sure that when we have the double upgrade, that doesn't accidentally apply to a super tower. Why would it? It shouldn't. But I just I wanna see it. So I'm actually gonna just go to the remote. I'm like positive that it should not happen. Upgraded shot. It does not have an upgraded shot. If you upgrade its range, it does not acquire an upgraded shot. It is behaving. All right, good. Commit that ish. Single towers have double upgrade. Whew. Thanks, I gotta give props. I don't know why, I just feel like I need to give Lord Overflow another prop. You know, I feel like you were there talking me through it at different points, and I appreciate it. Okay. That's not really Eagle Brain, though. You could say towers. Okay. Now, upgrades are almost done. We need to be able to sell the towers. It's nice to at least be able to say, okay, that's done. Things are all upgradable. Can we just like be sure things are all upgradable? We're good to just, I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is, okay? Yeah, we did the speed. I know that works. The freeze time, we did that. The ranges all work. The blast area works. It's all set up. Upgrades work. How to get points. Ask so confusing questions. The only thing you can do is to give a point. No way. I mean, yes, it was confusing to understand sometimes what you meant at first. But whenever you explained it, I always picked up on it. Your towers are non-refundable? Oh no! Oh no! I mean, I gotta be honest. I've never used it. Like when I play Bloons Tower Defense 1 on my own, by myself, I've never sold a tower. So... Sorry, I static electricity'd my microphone. It's a nice thing to add, you know, if you want it to match perfectly the original, but at the end of the day, it's not that useful. Next Game Like Jam game suggestion, Roller Coaster Tycoon. I mean, it was made by one person, or two people, or maybe three people, tops. Bonus points if you make it in assembly just like they did. I know. I think it will be a podcast topic. The idea for the podcast that I have, which is postponed to summer, it's going to be a members-only podcast for at least a while before we get in a good flow. Me and the person I'll do it with, Hyper Game Dev Podcast. The way that it's going to go is we're going to pick... We'll have, like, games and a topic. And then I think it should be kind of randomized, like what the topic's going to be and what the game's going to be. But we'll see. Maybe we'll know ahead of time. So, like, for example, our game's art would be a topic. Yeah, so let's just say that as an example. There's other ones. Is game dev more accessible than ever? Whatever, things like that. And then a game, the games have to be made by like 3 people or less. And then we try to like talk about the topic in relation to that game. Something like that. That's kind of like the idea that we're cooking up. So Roller Coaster Tycoon 100% belongs in that category. I think I already took the note down too. I basically never sell towers in any of them, right? Even in the later ones. I've been playing a ton of BTD5. Cam says, I'm always weighing if I care about losing money or if I really want to move that tower for aesthetic reasons. That's fun. Wow, I never thought about that. that someone might want to like design it a certain way. That's kind of cool though. Andrews had a silly idea of giving GoldenEye 007 for N64 as one for the Game Like Jam. Hell no. Number 7. Too hard. Way too hard. But it is funny and silly. You know, and the thing is, if you feel like making a game suggestion, here's the other thing is, I think there are ways to follow that. Like say, okay, GoldenEye. Well, what games are kind of similar to GoldenEye that are infinitely more simple? You know, maybe there are others. Even something like Doom, right? I think Doom is probably too many levels to build. Right? So maybe there's some like shareware obscure boomer shooter that is not very big in scope. Doom 2016. That game is awesome, by the way. You know, maybe there is some smaller scope Doom-like game, you know? I really feel like you can follow that logic, that desire to make such a game, to find an example that we can imitate, you know? Is Cannon Fodder a game? I don't know what that is. I'll put it on the list, but I got work to do. But I will put it on the list. I don't know what it is. I don't have time to look it up. I can't today. But we should definitely find ways to, you know, communicate about these things. I mean, you know, it could be a place on the Discord to discuss. I find that generally when we make spaces for stuff on Discord, you know, for like specific ideas, they tend to get some attention and then die off. But this one, since we are doing this Game Like Jam over and over again and people are often coming up with ideas, I think that could actually be a good little post to have up. Because I think it requires a discussion. No idea if this actually makes sense, but I'm just adding it in because you said it. It's a game series that should get remaked, especially part 1. Okay. Maybe they're a single-player shooter flash games that might be good. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. And then you can, if you want, you can make your GoldenEye, like, you know. But part of the point of the Game Like Jam is that somebody can drop in, look at the game that's being featured, and say, that, I can remake exactly that. The other thing that I don't often talk about is the game has to be accessible. So it can't be something you have to go to Steam and pay for. So that also puts a big limitation on it. All right, what are we doing? What's going on? I think we're setting up sell button. All right, give me a second. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Allow yourself to just like give in to the majesty of the spinning top. And I will be right back. Also enjoy the cat who will be there. Also majestied by the spinning top. All right, I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Stretch your legs. If you're crunching along with me, you deserve a little break real quick. I'm gonna go get a real quick break. I don't know if you've hit the like button though, and like I respect if you don't want to hit the like button, but it is something that you could technically do like while I'm gone. Something to think about, something to consider. I mean, if you really ponder on the like button, I think a lot of different ideas come up in our brain, and that's it. That doesn't mean know it was exactly 2. Oh wait, hold on. The kitty cat's gone. JJ submitted! Let's go! Nice work, JJ. That's what's up. Well done. What is my favorite Pokemon? That's a tough question. I mean, for all intents and purposes, and that's tough. Like in what context, right? Like in the context of like aesthetically, the idea, the cuteness. That's Pikachu. I was gonna go ahead and be Pikachu. Pikachu is the only Pokemon I've ever wanted to own plush toys for. I love Pikachu. In terms of, yeah, same dungeon. In terms of like Pokemon to actually play with, Sableye. Sableye is I was just about to say that. Why are you copying me? Yes, why are you copying me? Sableye is 100% one of my favorite Pokemon to play with. Competitively. Because Sableye is also cute. I like Sableye for some of the same reasons I like Pikachu, but Pokemon like Sableye you can use to troll people when you're playing them in Pokemon. So I like that. That's my answer. I guess we're just like playing the game normally. Depends on the game. Depends on the Pokemon game. I don't even know. The only Pokemon games that I've played are Red, Blue, Yellow, Fire Red, and Leaf Green. And then Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I also played a little XY, but like for like one badge or something, and I got bored with it. So I don't even know all of the options. Yours is Ludicolo, silly weird MF. I recognize that. Those are good ones though, dungeon. Oh yeah, this is so charming. I love it. Delightful. That's a respectable favorite. You said Liper? Oh, I think I played a little Gold and Silver. I played a little Gold and Silver also. Just a little though. Whoa, that's a cool Pokemon. That Pokemon is just straight cool. Murkrow, okay, I know Murkrow. The little hat. I guess it's not really a hat. Overflow went to sleep. Okay, you're probably gone by now. Good night, Overflow. Thank you for your help. I appreciate you. It's our time for a very important question. It was a set based around confusing and paralyzing the opponent and getting behind substitute. Nice. Hell yeah. Mirror B theme. Good choice. Oh, it is. It does look like it's always happy and dancing. I was kind of angry on that one. It's like, I'm dancing, but I'm gonna get you. Look at that. That card says cheerful voice. That's good vibes. Maybe he was the boss in Pokemon Coliseum and he had an entourage of Ludicolo. I'm gonna get back to work, okay? Okay, this character is hilarious. I love it. Oh, I see the dancing, because Ludicolo dances, and this is like a like 1970s style disco. And then of course, Sableye. For me, Sableye is like right behind Pikachu. Like if I could, the only reason I don't have toys of Sableye is because anytime I've ever been in a situation where I could purchase a Pokemon toy in person, there was not a Sableye available. They're just creeping around. You're so cute. Alright, unfortunately, we have to stop doing important things and get back to work. Excellent question, Rorik. Despite being a distraction, I enjoyed it. So it's moral support. Believe it or not. Far less important thing. Alright, let's sell some towers. Let's get them out of here. For a price. We can already get rid of them. We just get nothing for it. It's on the HUD. Button sell pressed. It checks the tower last selected, and it just deletes it. Obviously, we'd want to make sure that we don't need to make sure. When are you gonna make sure that we can afford to sell it? You're gonna make sure nothing. Not a thing. Let's get it out of here. Remove it and give us money. It hides the side UI and updates the menu. All that stuff is fine. That can all stay. What we need to do is calculate earned sold amount. You're procrastinating the end of your game? 3 hour, 20-minute procrastination? Now I know you got ADHD. I shouldn't, because build time is always uncertain, Unity-wise. Rorik, I am so excited to play the game that you want to make. One thing you could try is joining the queue. The queue is ready to go. If you are someone who is planning on being a part of our Game Like Jam, we got some more entries. 3.5 hours left. Dude, we're definitely barely gonna get more than 10 submissions this time. This game was too hard. People have already dropped out. Something you can do is join the queue. That way, you've got the pressure of your game is gonna get checked out sooner than later. We'll get to 10. All right, we'll get to 10. We'll get to 10. You're in there, Rorik. Nice. Try joining the queue for a little extra pressure, so you know you're near the top and your game's gonna be played first. I hope some more come in. I'm a little concerned. But, you know, at the end of the day, I'm also not concerned because I'm gonna take away from it. Hey, this was a tough one. This was a tough one. And I'm glad that now I have that barometer. I've sort of picked one of the easiest ones that we could possibly get, Frogger. And now, probably the hardest game like Jam game that will ever be chosen. I'm kind of glad I didn't pick another simple one. Because then I might have picked a harder one later on. Better now than later, I guess. Alright. I actually don't know about the page. Does anyone else know? Itch page, yes. Not the upload. So yes, you can modify the itch page, evidently, but you cannot modify the submission. Thank you for confirming. Calculate the sold amount. So we need to look at the tower that's last selected, of course. Probably should just make sure it is the same one. Just for consistency's sake. Tower sold. Tower sold. So we're going to calculate the sold amount. We need to know which upgrades it's gotten and what the cost of those upgrades would be. We then need to know how much the base cost of the tower is. And then we gotta do 80% of that, right? Is it 80%, I think? It's written down somewhere. Someplace. In one of the many places that it could be. It is. I'm not sure if I put it on here or not. Money. 80% of cost plus upgrades. Okay. So we need to go get all that data. Not only globally, but from the tower itself to know whether it had... Let's see, where was that? Does it look for anywhere we set up a tower dictionary? Here. This. Give me that. So tower's upgraded. We need to kind of construct this formula. So variable upgrade 1 cost integer equals, well, you kind of can't do it like that because that's a big if statement if we have it. So upgrade 1 upgraded boolean just gets set to whatever that is. Get another one, upgrade 2 upgraded, set to whatever that is. We say if upgrade 1 upgraded, then we just want to construct that formula out of this. Upgrade 1 cost. Now to be fair, it's not actually going to have an upgrade 2 on the tower, on the super tower. We should probably come in here. Oh, not there. On each tower. And indeed give it an upgraded 2, but just make it false. Just so I don't have to be like, does it have 2? Like, I don't care. I should double check that I didn't break something by doing that. Probably didn't. Variable upgrade 1 cost integer. Variable upgrade 2 cost, also an integer. If upgrade 1 is upgraded, go over here. If upgrade 1 is upgraded, upgrade 1 cost becomes something. Whatever, we'll just say 1 for now. Otherwise, it becomes 0. I'm not going to say cost, I'm going to say worth. I don't know, it's just like more correct. Or something. If, oh, we'll just do the same thing. You know what, I'm just going to copy it. If upgrade 1 upgraded, make that upgrade 2, 2, 2. Oops. Change all those to 2. We'll change that 1 in a second. I guess we'd kind of want to return. We could say that this returns. Is that what you were Lee's heading about? Make sure, maybe not. Make sure this returns integer. I would like this to return a variable cell value. And we'll return cell value. Now, where do we do with that cell value when we have it? Well, we're going to say messenger I'm not sure, remember. Points earned doesn't add stuff, right? Oh, it does. It's a little confusing that I made that way. Okay. Points earned, emit, calculate sold amount. So we're also going to want to make sure we add upgrade 1 worth plus upgrade 2 worth. What's the difference between gross and net? I'm not smart. Gross versus net. Gross is total, net is before. Okay. So let's do a gross sell value and a net sell value. We want to make sure we pass on the net sell value. The net sell value will be gross sell value divided by or times 0.8. Right? That's what 80% is. Did I do that right? If it's worth 800 times 0.8, 640. That looks correct. Upgrade 1 worth plus upgrade 2 worth plus, we need one more thing. Variable tower worth, or tower base worth, equals global's dictionary situation. We should already have it, yeah, right here. Although we don't want to concatenate it. Oh, that's doing upgrade. That's not the tower. Where do we? Oh, I just plugged them all in. I hydrated recently? Not recently enough. My brain plastics would appreciate it. I don't always give you a credit for it, because otherwise you get so many. But if I can't remember the last time I did, credit. Thank you for the hydrate. Business is booming. Yeah, that's right. You'll be rich. Kinda. Not really, but maybe. Probably not. Maybe. Depends what your value is. What you place worth into. Stop. That's right. Okay. Global tower data. I just said a lot of... I don't know what just happened. I think I just glitched. Global's tower data string. What are the exchange rates? $3 thanks for every $0.dollar. Thank you. That's too many. Make sure I'm doing this right. Tower cost. I think this is correct. There's a really good chance that that's correct. I could be wrong though. So I'm just gonna print it when the moment comes. just to confirm. I have my doubts. Okay, so we want to say tower base worth plus upgrade 1 worth plus upgrade 2 worth is the gross sell value. The net sell value is gross sell value times 0.8, and we return the net sell value. Now, to figure this, very similar to this. We should probably make sure that it's doing it on the right tower. I don't know that I do need to do a tower check here. Yeah, because you're not updating a true or false. I think this is fine. This is on the HUD. I think it'll be okay. We'll see. So in this case, we need to say tower data, blah, 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 blah. Not tower cost, but upgrade 1 cost. Yes. You get the feeling that some really fast flicking shenanigans will break this game. Wait, what? Flicking? Like this? You mean clicking? I beg you to try it. Friends don't let friends have bugs in their games. Yes, we do let friends have bugs in their games. That's no friend of mine. Okay, upgrade 2 cost. The bugs are for extra protein. Right, it's a feature. It's a feature, totally. Like, exploits can be fun. That's a good point. And the protein point, I guess. It's such a dad thing to say. Alright, I think it's time to find out what happens. That's my opinion. And then, on top of that, can we also see what it returns? Please? I want to look at the parentheses, make sure a couple things are being calculated correctly. They may well not be. Alright, sell it. Tower base worth 250, tower sold for 200. I know it's cut off. It's pretty good. That's not bad. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. This is good. I couldn't see because of the chat if it actually increased it. Probably did. It did. Alright, drop this down. Let's give it 2 upgrades and sell it now. Invalid access to property or key tower data on a base object of type node 3D. Right. It shouldn't be on single towers. It should be on Dart Tower. Wait, what should it be on? Oh, but that's on tower. No, that's on tower 3. Did I spell it wrong? Tower data. Tower's upgraded. Oh, I see. Close. Towers upgraded. Okay, try it again. Easy fix. Ain't nothing. Right? Please? Okay, it works fine. No upgrades. Add in some upgrades. Sell it. What is it now? Invalid access to upgrade 1 cost on a base type of dictionary. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Trying to mess with the compositor in 4x4 is fun until you realize you can't change the depth buffer. Okay. Alright. Somebody appreciated you saying that. Compiling the engine yourself to add it anyways? That's awesome. That's hardcore. So normally we do Tower Dictionary with that added on the end. Yeah, but the upgrade costs... No, my friend. Oh, dude, I feel silly. I see what I did wrong. Sorry for that being blocked the whole time. It's fine. I know what I did wrong. It's not what I thought at all. This actually needs to be globals. We only need to check the upgrade thing locally. Globally, we want to check the cost. Oh my gosh. Glomo's tower dude, my brain is... it's mush. But you know, I mean, I'm often that way. Yeah, only 3 hours left. 3 hours to get your game submitted or fully updated, or else you will not be permitted to do so. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. Time to start. I freaking dare you. I dare you so hard. Okay, it works. Well, compressed bar. It works here. Now I'm gonna add some upgrades. Ta-da! Base art worth 250. That's correct. 250 at the moment. That's fair. Making a second game in the next 3 hours? I bet you are. I believe you, actually. I actually believe you. You're probably just gonna borrow a bunch of code from the old one. That's not that impressive. Actually, it is a little impressive. Alright, let's make sure it works with the other towers. Probably does. Let's just do one. Looks good enough to me. Don't have to tell me twice. Probably perfect. It's probably looks good. Sell them. Sell those towers. Now we obviously want the UI to tell us, to calculate that for us. I guess I need to move where this is all happening. Alright, we're just gonna assume that math is correct. A month-long jam, it could really be 720 one-hour game jams. When you think of it like that, it's kind of shocking that there's only 9 entries so far. I think we're gonna get barely over 10, if that. I have fully decided that Bloons was too difficult of a game. We've only got 9. This time, for the last jam, we must have had 15 or 20 entries. Maybe more by this point. And less people joined in the last one. 127 1 hours, that's right. Easy. Jam's not over yet. True. That's very true. I still think this is harder. It must be. It must be too hard. So I don't think they'll ever be as hard as this one. This is the hardest one ever. Because, look, you can always make your game more complicated if it's a simple game. The next one is going to start in May. January, February, March, April, May. You say Frogger was too easy. Interesting. I think I could go easier. Honestly, one of the games I'm looking at for next month, I would describe as easier than Frogger. But here's the thing. I think an easy one is nice because I think it's gonna potentially leave room for you to say, wow, look, I finished it within a week. Now I can just do whatever I want. I can have fun. I can build it in a really interesting, exciting way. You know, I wonder if making it be a simple game could actually yield much more interesting results. Just something to think about, at least to try in this first year, just to see what's what. Like I said, cool. I'm gonna install the mobile version of Godot, which I've never learned to vibe code it between bites as I eat. No problem, bruh. Dude, that's awesome. I've done the same. I have to say, it's a lot nicer if you get like a Bluetooth keyboard like this to connect to your phone. And when I say like this, I mean trackpad and keyboard. That way, or you know, you can get an external mouse too, but it's just going to be a lot easier to hook up if it's all in one. Because basically the mobile version is like the desktop version in mobile form. There are a few improvements. Yeah, I love this keyboard. I've got a couple of them because I love it so much. It's not in production anymore. It is. Logitech K600. It was made for televisions. The reason why I like it is because it has 3 different devices you can connect it to, which is very common. With that said, what makes it extra special is that one of these can be a USB dongle. And the last time I looked, like, I don't know, a year ago, there was only one other keyboard that you could ever buy that had Bluetooth multiple devices, and one of them can be a dongle. And I got that other one that can be a dongle, and it was trash. It was not a good quality product. I hated it. I returned it. I rarely return things. I have ADHD, and this was an online order, but I still sent it back. I mailed it back. It was so bad. And this, Logitech doesn't even, like, make new ones of these, so you have to get it, you know, from, like, eBay or something, right? Or from a third party. But it's made for TVs. It has, like, you know, it has, like, this, like, little, like, navigation, I guess, for media or something, but that's why it has the dongle. So that's way for TVs. That way for TVs, you don't need Bluetooth, because a lot of TVs don't have Bluetooth. But the reason why I like it is because the PC that I built for live streaming, I didn't put Bluetooth on it. I built it as cheaply as possible, and I didn't add Bluetooth. So I need the dongle. but I really like this. I love not having a mouse to faff around with. Touchpads are rough, I know, but it just keeps everything contained. I never have to worry about dropping my mouse or weird sounds and movements. It's just everything is contained. It's just good for me. It's good for me. I like this keyboard a lot. Oh, I keep showing you in person, but also it's right here. There it is. There's my keyboard. And you know, it lets you remap things too. But I've found that it, at least last time I checked, these don't really work that well. Like, it'll sometimes forget that you mapped stuff, and then it'll do the old button that it used to be, which, like, is really annoying. But assuming that this is better than it used to be, this remapping, assuming it is, it's even better for live streaming, because you can map these to, like, broadcast shortcuts. So I could have like my camera change positions or, you know, zoom or whatever based on buttons on here. And I used to do that, but again, sometimes they would go back to their original assignment instead of what I changed it to. And it just happened one too many times. I couldn't deal with it anymore. So I stopped using it. But in theory, you can do that, which is nice. I'm really letting the distraction wash over me right now. Wait. Oh, press up. You played Dungeons Bloons TD-like? What? You love keyboards to death? Once again, making products that just work. Hell yeah. This one was a good resource management practice. Yeah. There's so much. I mean, look, and don't get me wrong. Like I think Bloons TD-1 is an excellent game to make. I don't think it's a bad game to try to make. I think it's a really, really good one to learn game dev on. So I don't regret choosing it at all. Yeah. Frogger was like a player movement practice. I'd love the next one to explore physics or something like that. You might get your wish. You might get your wish. I gotta be careful now. That I feel like I've revealed too much in that moment. You might get your wish. That's exactly what I need for interacting with all my mini Pi PCs around the place. Yeah, right. The dongle is everything. The dongle is everything. Half-Life! Yes! Now you can only do one dongle on it, so you can't have 3 dongles, although that would be sick. I wish. So 2 of them have to be Bluetooth, and 1 of them can be a dongle. So yeah, it's K600. K600? Yeah, K6. Oh, it's TV. K600 TV. Don't go buying them all up, alright? I need them. I did. I skilled up so much with this. And I'm hoping that, like, I can still pick games that help people scale up. Who knows? Maybe in, like, the 3rd year of the jam, I'll be like, you know what? Let's do something difficult again. But at least for now, I would like to... I mean, look, I guess I shouldn't say we'll never do something as hard as Bloons again. But I do want to take note that this game is the upper limit of Game Like Jam difficulty. It's Half-Life. It's Half-Life! You're right. Yeah, you're right. Hey, guy. It's Half-Life. You got me. I shouldn't give you too many more clues now that you have that one that I'm not going to repeat, but... Because I don't even know if I'm going to pick it. I'm still deciding. But what I'm leaning towards the strongest does fit that clue I gave. And then, besides that, it's going to be a shareware / freeware game. From the 90s. From the 90s. A 90s shareware freeware game. I don't think Half-Life fits into that one. Game like Race Jam, deadline is when least fit. But from now on, any guesses you do, I will just say neither confirm nor deny. Neither confirm nor deny. Except for the obvious joke ones. Yeah. It's really hard to get. You have to get it from like a third party, like eBay or something like that. And that was a year ago. I thought if I could afford it, I would have bought every single one I could find. And then I could try. I wonder if I still have some kind of reference. Hey, Mineswept. I can neither confirm nor deny. Mineswept. I don't know if that's a joke one. Did I save a folder for that? I definitely I mean, I could try to find the one. I'm sure if I looked hard enough, I could find the one that I returned. Because even though I didn't like it, could call it good enough. It's just not as good as this. And it might be a good jump off point to find others like it. I can neither confirm nor deny. Press fire. I can neither confirm nor deny. I also think pinball would be really cool. Oh my god. 2 hours, 45 minutes. 120 used on Amazon. Yeah, it's expensive, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. Let me tell you, it's worth it. It's worth $120. Like I've only had to replace it once because I like spilled liquid on it and the trackpad stopped working. That's on me. It's nice. It's nice. I can't recommend it more. Like, it's the only keyboard I ever want to use. Unless something better comes along. I've always wanted to make... I can neither confirm nor deny. You remember that keyboard when it was still being sold? Well, neither confirm nor deny if I'm hoarding a storage unit full of them. Right, yeah, because you work at a department store, so you've seen that keyboard around. It's a good keyboard. It's a damn good keyboard. Do we have a bug? Do we have something? Are we fixing anything? Did we just have a victory and I... Oh, let's set the text on the sell button. Let's do that. That's important. So... probably want that when we do setup Tower UI, right? Yeah, we just haven't done the sell thing at all. Back to branching. There's almost... I mean, you can just calculate it again. It's fine. It doesn't matter if you calculate it twice. Calculate sold amount tower. You've already got the function. You might as well just run it again. That's the beauty of having made that awesome function. Duh. Besides, what if it... Oh yeah, what if it changes? If we get an upgrade, we'd want setup Tower UI to... Well, it does already change, because it makes sure that the button gets turned off. So, we're already good. We already on top of it. Yeah, nice. Good. So, then we're gonna say... Do I actually have a setup node for that? Wherever that is. Label sell amount. I don't believe I've on-readied it. Oh, that's the wrong script. Okay, I don't think I've on-readied it. So let's do that. What other kind of labels do we have here? Upgrade left cost. Sure, do it around there. Well, you should do it by the sell button. That would make the most sense, right? Drop that in. We're just gonna call it sell amount. I'll relieve y'all from my distractions for now. Good luck. Oh yeah, and so get a keyboard. Get a Bluetooth keyboard, ideally with a touchpad, if you want to do mobile Godot. it'll make it so much easier. But I understand if you're like eating, you know, at work or something, like, or on your lunch break, probably don't want to be lugging a keyboard around on your phone. But in general, it helps. Still, it's a good way to just play around and like get familiar with some of the like basic setup of a project. It really is, even without the keyboard. One of the better ones, isn't there that really cool like Godot? Oh my gosh, no distractions. That cool like Godot iPad app. What is that one called? Not iGodot. Go. Oh god. This one. If you do have like an iPad or something, this is the way to do it. Oh, you're kidding. I didn't know that. But this is awesome because this actually like changes the entire UI to be mobile and touch friendly. And it themes it like an Apple product. But I think you need an iPad for that. Zogo? Exogo? I don't know. Something like that. Okay, what are we doing? We're in setup Terra UI. Oh yeah, we were on readying the cell button. Calling it cell amount. And then in here, we want to say cell amount text equals stringified calculate sold amount. Okay, let's make sure that's updating correct. Perhaps. Also should clean up some of the prints in here. Alright, it says 200. Increase that. 280. 448. I guess we can check the print to make sure that's the same. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be. Yep. Very good. Play Dungeons game in Doom mode? Hey Froggy, welcome. Good to see you, friend. Thank you. Last day, 2 hours, 40 minutes. Oh, it's a rough 2 hours, 40 minutes. But I mean, I think I have a lot of things. I've done a lot of the harder things. Now it's just like kind of bringing it all together. But it's going pretty well. One more slight distraction. You did install Godot for MetaQuest and quick tested their XR demo scene. Interesting. I'm intrigued. Maybe tomorrow on the member stream. Tell me more about it. Yeah. You should look into Godot if you're interested. Goodbye for now, Kai. Okay, so we don't need these prints on here. The selling looks a-okay. So I think we should do a commit. What you got for me, debugger? What's up? Narrowing conversion. Float is converted to an int and loses precision. Oh, you're right. Well, I wonder how they handle that in Bloons. Do they round up or they round down? I say round up. Let's be nice. Why not? Does round automatically go up? Rounds x to the nearest whole number. Yeah. I guess we're just gonna round it. I could floor it. Oh, ceiling? That's round up. Oh, that didn't work. Give him that $1. Give him that $1. Wait, I know we have floor. Seal. Why would you do that? Why don't you just make it the whole word? Why are you gonna call it seal? Why? Why do that? What's the point? And I guess we'll say integer. Sealy. Sealy and Harpo. That's what they should call flooring. Harpo. Doesn't make any sense. Alright, it's probably fine. We don't need to test it. Alright, so let's commit it. It's just seal. Oh, it's just seal. You don't want to type selling. That's true. Yeah. Especially since we're talking about selling something. That would be even worse. Could you imagine? Have you guys all pressed the like button? I think I mentioned it, but I just thought I'd mention it again. Hyper smash that thumbs up. Thank you, it helps so much. Appreciate it. Really, more people will find out about these live streams. It's like a fact. Thanks, y'all. Alright, so towers are sellable now. Woohoo! And I think at this point, wow, we have a lot of I have a lot of the main functions of the game set up. We don't have dying. I might want to start setting up like a menu and dying and it restarts back to the menu. Game over. Like there's polishing that I want to do, and I'm gonna do that tomorrow in the member stream. You know, because I want to have the version that I would turn in if I was submitting mine to this jam. That's the version I want to have tonight. So I need to make sure it works tonight. But, you know, things like maybe I want rounded corners instead of hard ones, right? All of that stuff I'll worry about later. Not that big a deal. I'm missing some UI elements up top. Let me get off the debug version real quick. I never got the baby added in. I could. To me, that's the first thing I do once I get all the most important stuff done. Dark magics I shall commit. Alright, you heard it here. Okay, so we've got all these that are not available. Obviously, it doesn't look that great. It got this weird, like, overlapping button background. I don't care. It functions. You can't click on it. It's really obvious. That's fantastic. So we can drag this in here. And it will just subtract, remove our money. You can just add these on in. Keeps track of how much each one will get us if we sell it. These towers are very powerful. The density is still up high. I need to return that back to normal. Although to be fair, it would have handled it. That's another thing I'm going to worry about in the polishing phase is balancing. So maybe nerfing those towers a bit so they don't just cruise through the first few levels so easily. But for now, it's fine. Give me those dollars. I also set my path like the opposite of Bloons. So Bloons, I like, it's literally like a mirrored version and then like rotated around. So in Bloons, this would be the beginning and this would be the end. So that could also be affecting the balance a little bit, where actually adding towers here makes it easier than if you were adding them further down. Assuming they started there. But this is more or less playing the game. We don't have sounds. I do not have sounds. I kind of am calling that a stretch goal at this point. Like, it's not like the game originally has music or something, you know? I think the sound effects can be pretty simply done. Just has to be like when things are hit, it just makes like an impact. We got another tower, dude. We're never gonna have any challenge in this. There it goes. I think it could get more dense sooner. Oh, it missed one. Nice. Finally. And then, you know, at the end of the day, I kind of don't mind being a little easier, too. I think it's going to get... I think what's going to happen is it's going to be pretty easy early on, and the difficulty is going to ramp up even more difficult than the original Bloons, is what I predict. I guess I could spend some time just actually sitting here and playing a full game. Dude, we have another tower. But are you sure that's what you want to do? Do you want to double it? Ooh, I'm actually making some game choices. This is cool. This is fun. All right, let me move this. Yeah, I think I'm just going to sit here and play it for a second. What if that's what I do for now? I just try the game out. I haven't done that in a long time. I don't think I've ever done that. I've never had enough of the game to be able to do it. I think this having more range could be helpful. I mean, double is crazy. Like, that means they're going to be doing... Yeah, you should give these guys double. That's a big upgrade. Okay, maybe not so big. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Okay, it's alright. It's alright. It's only one. It's just one little brownie. It's nothing. It's nothing. I do wonder if we couldn't increase that initial density a bit, though. You know, it just feels kind of... Also, I'm really missing the sound effects. Now I kind of want to do the sound effects. Oh, I should have gotten an upgrade. Whoops. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Wow. Difficulty increase. Okay. No, I love to see it. Good, as there should be. Let's see if we can like wedge this in there a bit. Give it some more range. It's a lot of range. It's a huge range upgrade. I did make it bigger than Bloons' range upgrade, but also this map is a little bigger than Bloons too. So that seems fair. Just like right now, you know what would be nice? It would be here like psh, 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 psh. I don't know what kind of sound I want though. I guess it'd be kind of cool if different towers did different sounds. I think this will carry us through many levels. This setup. I would be very surprised if we ran into much trouble after this. For a while. I wonder if this says the right thing if we can't afford it. Oh, it says owned. That's a mistake. It says we own it. Oh, that is owned. No, that isn't owned. Wait, that is owned. Wait. What does it say if we can't afford it? I don't know. Let me see. Let's make this bigger range. Wait, does it just let me buy things I can't afford? Found a bug. Wait, well, what'll happen if I click it? I'm afraid to find out. Nothing. It just doesn't do anything. Well, at least it doesn't do anything. But it would be nice if it like communicated to you why it's not doing something or that you can't afford it somehow. I don't just want to use like a color. You know, maybe some kind of icon or... And I don't particularly want it to be grayed out, like you own it. Well, no, not a sound effect, because, you know, I'd want it to be like accessible, right? So if somebody had their speakers muted, then they wouldn't get that information. So I'm talking on a purely practical level, not on like a fun, nice extra juice level. But like the bare minimum can communicate it to anybody right away. I mean, look, if you click it, it doesn't work. You know, there could be like a pop-up that says can't afford, but that's a lot of effort. I do want to add, oh, that is something I really need to add, is that when you hover over these towers, it tells you information about them. I really need to add that very badly. So it could be nice to set up that framework anyway. Particle effect, you know, I've avoided using any particle effects, and I'd kind of like to keep it that way, because the particle effects just give me like extra work in this last 2.5 hours. Click burst. But I like the idea. The sound effect, like, that's all good ideas. Just not like the base thing I'm looking for. Maybe like a overlay. Maybe there's like an alternate icon and it just has like a red X on it or something. So that might make it a little hard to like read the icon underneath, which I don't love. But it would be very obvious. Well, yes, you can only buy it once. Yeah, I'll be doing it till the last second. Don't act surprised. I gotta let my ADHD flag fly. Yeah, I'm still here. Red border flashes twice when you click. It sounds unpleasant to set up. But also a nice idea. Yeah, I'm playtesting. I am. And I'm already finding a thing. So yeah, I think maybe we make a red X over the top of this. You know, I don't particularly want it to obscure. Thanks for the ideas, guys. That was helpful. It was really helpful. Oh, I would like a red that is from our palette. Well, I mean, if it's just in this document, this is probably a red from the palette. But I might have darkened it since then. Alright, let me go to the palette. It should be from the palette. You can get that. Sell button. What color is the sell button? Bam. Total palette color. It's a little confusing because then the sell button is also the red color and this, but it's got the extra context of being an X. I think that kind of says all you need to know. Features neuter, time to ship it. Nice. I'm sorry you had to do that, but I'm glad that you got it to a point where you're ready to ship it. Thinking of tycoon games where single upgrades usually get grayed out and have a sold or bought icon. Yeah. Well, we already have that Yeah, so that's already there. So for example, here, this one is bought and it says owned on it, and then it's grayed out and I can't click it. So we already got that for owned. And then what I'm looking for now is for something that you can't afford. And I'm thinking it's still going to be pressable, it's still going to be lit up, but we're just going to put a red X over the top. That's my idea. Yeah, no problem. That makes sense. You haven't been here this whole time. Could you imagine if you were here the whole time? This is kind of a crazy way to draw an X. That's okay. Yeah, well, see, I don't want to just base it on a color. And sort of like Progigon's suggestion with the sound effect, like, those could be in addition. Yeah, I don't... So... And this is just like a personal preference, like a design preference, like a design tenet that I live by, that I design by, is I don't want to rely on UI communications that aren't as accessible as possible. That is to say, people who are red green colorblind, like, they can see different hues, tones, I should say, and stuff. So it could be visible, but it just adds, it's just a layer of abstraction that isn't helpful to people who might have that limitation or whatever. So just making color red as the sole thing to rely on, to me, isn't that valuable. And so I want something that is really obvious. Now, a sound effect in addition to the X could be really nice, right? Because what if someone can't see well? So there's that element too. But I think this will be visible enough. You'll always tell me if your game is inaccessible to Protanopia. What is that one? Which one is that? Is that yellow blue? Thank you. Oh, it is red green. Nice. Nice. Yeah, and then thank you. And then the way that I usually check for that is I put my game up in black and white. So I can just see, like, okay, well, there it's not black and white because... Yeah, let me move it. I try to look at it in black and white to see, like, if the contrast still stands out. So then it you know, I say accessibility, but that's not the only reason. I also, again, just find it to be like a core tenet for me, like, from a design perspective. Even forgetting the accessibility component, I think that design is better when there's contrast. Yeah, just for design purposes. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, as opposed to, you know, you could say, well, it looks good with color. Yeah, but what if you take the color out? Like, how does that contrast? Because it can, that way it can operate on a color level and on a contrast level. Then it's communicating to if people can perceive the colors just fine and the contrast just fine, now they get double communication. So I do think, like, the sound effect, the particle effect, the red border, all that could be a lot of extra, maybe too much at that point, but that does help punctuate it. But to me, like, if you can even more simply, like with one change, have the most punctuated way to tell, just my opinion, right? And I'm not saying I'm executing that the best ever, executing with the X, but that's where I'm coming from when I'm designing this. Use black and white before adding colors. Nice. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Just personally, you know, I don't have any proof or research that says that's best. It's just my opinion. Number of control nodes is starting to approach globs. I know. I mean, when you're doing HUDs and Godot, and UI and Godot, like, what other choice do you have? You know? It's a color theory thing, too. It makes a difference in art. Yeah, for sure. Alright. So, I was making these. Now, I could make alternate versions of every icon, or I could try to overlay it. I'm not really sure if the overlay thing is gonna work, but it would be nice if it did work. This is actually a bit of effort to set up. What would be easiest, honestly, would be the icon thing. I think that would be easiest. It's all kind of a bit of effort, truth be told. We have the globals. That's the sub viewport icon, the upgrade 1 icon. So that would mean I would need something like upgrade 1 icon X or something. And then I'd have to add that in. But this would be easy. To me, this is actually the easiest way to go. I don't have to code a new system in. Whatever was a big editors or make applications, Godot is the only one you have used that is not pure pain. That's awesome. Making game needs ever. You're out of here. Okay, paste this on. You know, so it doesn't look great like on that one. It looks pretty hard to understand on that one, if you ask me. It's almost imperceptible on that one. Don't love that. You know, could also make the color a little grayed out on the icon. Right, so could put like a little something on here. Ooh, it could be cool if we could actually make it have a little bit of red as well. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit more effort than I have the patience for right now. The stroke wouldn't be hard, but I think that's gonna be too much going on, personally. I'm good. I don't... Thank you. But also no thank you. And then I hear what you're saying with the light and dark thing, but that's not really that possible in this. We could... I mean, the stroke... I don't know. Thought that would look better. That doesn't. How about instead of being red... Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really like it. Maybe we try making this a little thicker. That's pretty obvious to me. So I'm just gonna make it a little like grayed out instead. I'm pretty particular when it comes to design choices. Code stuff is different, but with design stuff, that feels more like my personal expression, you know? So I'm picky. Okay, I think this looks quite good. So we want 10 through 14. Go into the downloads folder. Extract it. Go back to the icons folder, paste them in. And then I want them to have very similar names, except with an X at the end. So blast X, upgrade double X. I hate to quit this game because we were playing through it, and now I'm not gonna have like time to play through it. But I'm glad we found something. Double underscore X. Range underscore X. Speed underscore X. And then time. Underscore X. Okay. Come back to godot. Copy this. Paste it in. Underscore X. So I'm gonna just get ChatGPT to do the rest of these for me. I'll just give it one example. And hopefully it'll understand what I want, so I don't have to do each of these. Save me a small amount of time. Hello, other chat. Please add similarly named PNG icons to the remaining entries besides Dart, the ones that end in X. They'll need the upgrade 1 icon X and upgrade 1/2 icon X entries to each one, just like Dart. Make sure the previous icon in its own entry matches, e.g. freezes time.png should have timex.png. Do not change any of my formatting. E.g. leave the equal signs. I already know I was going to try to do that. Leave the equal signs and do not remove line spaces. Alright. Let's see if it will save me time. Okay, get my formatting. Double X, range X. This one's got speed X and range X, time X, range X, blast X, range X, range X. It got rid of all the upgrade 2s. Good, but leave supers, upgrade 2s, and don't add an icon and make icon X be equal to that. Like, why are you removing things, man? Please don't do that. Alright, whatever. It's close enough. It did the hard part for me. Oh, it looks like it removed it last time. It kind of doesn't matter. Did not even notice that. But at least it added it back in. Okay. Oh no, it misunderstood me. That's okay. Easy enough fix. Right? Right. Okay. Oh, it took all the... Never mind. Yeah, it'd be like that. I just didn't realize that it had already done that from last time. Alright, now it's good. Okay, then we want to access that on the HUD script. Right in here. Where we say if the tower is upgraded, upgrade 1 is false. That is to say, upgrade 1 is not yet acquired. It makes sure that the upgrade is available. That is to say, it disabled is set to false, and it updates the text. So we want an extra check in here, which is if can we make a variable for this? Variable upgrade 1 cost. Grab that, put that in, call this upgrade 1 cost. Do the same thing in here. Variable upgrade 2 cost integer equals this. That way we don't have to do that multiple times. If upgrade 1 cost is greater than global's points, then oh, we actually have the icon coming in over here. Well, then we'll just move that. We'll say else, give it the normal icon. Otherwise, give it upgrade icon X. Oh, whoops. Wait. Oh, yeah, I see. So we'd actually want this to be int. Get rid of that string wrapper so I can check it there just fine. And then in here, add the string wrapper back in. Get rid of the string wrapper. Add the string wrapper back in. Be done with it. Okay. And then we need to do the same thing that we did here. Check in the points before setting the icon. So if the button is available, make sure we can afford it. So just switch these all to 2s. And then change this to right. Did I do it? Let's see what is wrong. Or see what's right. Okay, so we can afford them all, so it's not that helpful. But if I put this down, bam, can't afford them. Nice. So you can still click on them, but they got the big red X's, and they're grayed out. It's a little, you know, messy with the icon and the X both there, but it certainly looks like something. I don't love it. I do kind of wished it stood out a little more. I almost want to just like get rid of the icon and it's just an X. But I think it'll just have to do. I think it's good enough. All right, so I realized while we were playing through, the other thing I want to do in these last 2 hours, well, we need to get menus, right? We need to have a game menu, how you start the game. We need a restart, somewhere to restart back to. What if you die? I obviously didn't get to add my character at the end of the track. That hurts you when the target goes there. I wanted to add a big 3D model of a baby. I will probably do that on Monday in the member stream. I consider that polish. So just like you guys, by Friday for the showcase, I'll make sure I have my updated version. If you missed any of that, by the way, and you're joining me in the Game-like Jam, let me let you know how this goes. The baby, we'll work on that in the member stream. Okay, so here's the deal. There's 2 hours and 4 minutes left, okay? When that 2 hours and 4 minutes is up, you will no longer be able to submit or update your entry. Not happening. Can't do it. Until the voting period is over. Where's the calendar? Okay, so that's this day, as far as this calendar is concerned, ends in 2 hours and 4 minutes. And when that happens, this purple area begins. And we are in the voting period. During that time, you cannot update your game. You'll never be able to submit it again. However, on the showcase day on Friday, thank you, Frogigon. I've got a whole template set up so I can change it for every Game-like Jam. So, and I did make it myself, I will say. All right, so this, right here, you can see the voting ends at 11:59 a.m. Eastern. The showcase begins at 2 p.m. Eastern. What that means is, as soon as voting ends, you'll be able to update your submission. So if you get your submission in and it like, you know, it doesn't have a giant baby at the end, okay? It doesn't have all the flair, the sound effects you wanted. That's okay. That just means that's how it's gonna be for voting. But between these 2 hours from voting ending and the submission starting, you can update a new version that has your giant baby, that has the sound effects. And you can work on that throughout the week. and just make sure you get that in here, and it means that during the showcase live stream, you'll get the updated version played. So that's what I'm aiming for the stuff like the baby and the sound effects. I'm gonna save that for the showcase. And right now, I just want it to work in every way that matters. And I think having a main menu and a restart is gonna be important. The giant baby constantly crying. That's so annoying. Crucial, very important. It is very important. The game wouldn't be the game without a crying sound effect on loop. Specifically the Yoshi's Island Mario off your back crying sound. With the little beeps in the background the whole time. That's the one I want. Alright. Well, I do really need pop-ups when you hover over each of these so you know how much they cost and what they do. Exactly. But I also need a main menu, which is more important. I think they're both important. I think it's really important if a person has never played this game before, Bloons, it's really important to know how much money you're going to spend on things. That's pretty important. The menu's not that important. Actually, the menu is less important, the main menu, because the game can just start and you're playing it. And if you want to restart it, just refresh the browser. you know, whatever. So I think probably the most important thing is that pop-up. So let's do that. Let's get it in. Well, Lees, what happens when you die? Nothing happens when we die. Right, a built-in restart. We can easily do that, right? When this gets to 0, do you know what happens? And save and loads or restart doesn't work. Control R to restart. Yeah, something like that. But whatever. I mean, that's not necessary, right? It's nice, but it's not necessary. But it's nice. It's not as important to me as knowing how much things cost. But there's something even more important. When the health goes to 0 and we lose more health, it's going to start getting negative and nothing is going to happen. So I actually think that's also very important, that something occurs when you lose. There's some kind of pop-up that says, you lost. No more can you continue. Therefore, it is time to restart the game, should you want to do that. So, in order to make that work, I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do next, and then I'm gonna do the pop-ups for prices and stuff. Okay, so let's do a commit. Added can't affordedness to upgrades. That's what it is. So we could check this. I think in globals we constantly update. I think if we just say health, or what was it? Updated health. On target missed. So this is when a target hurts you and does damage. I would think right there we can check if a target is missed and health. We could even make sure that it never goes into negative. We could say if health is less than or equal to 0, so it might ever go into negative. We can make sure. Let's say this, if health is less than or equal to 0, else health minus equals lost. Health is just gonna become 0. Yeah, I don't. What are you saying? Is that an alternate reload script? What is that for? What is that? What are you typing? What does it mean? Is that just like a different way than doing reload current scene? If health is less than or equal to 0, and that's better than doing reload current scene for some reason. I also think we don't need to update it anymore. Well, you do, because you want it to know. You want to know that it became 0. So the health will just get set to 0, and then we want to let you know that the game is over. You lost. So I'm just gonna do a game over function. Func game over. So I would want some kind of menu to appear, and this would only happen once. If not game overed, do stuff and set game over to true. I'm seeing a bunch of people saying that reload scene isn't fully reloading their scenes. Really? Wow. But that solution is? It's crazy. That's right, I'm calling it game overed. Now that does mean that if you will also want, or I'll also want a reload, right? Func reload of some kind, and we could put that in there. Sure, why not? They're probably just doing it wrong. No, maybe not. Call deferred. Wild. That's a thing. What is it? It's called main scene. Then we're also going to want to make sure game overed becomes false. But not only that, we need to make sure health, points, wave number, all those need to become false or 0 or back to the default. So I mean, we could set a constant. It'd probably be wise to do that. Changing the scene back will set those values to their defaults. This is global. This is a global scene. Or this is a global node or script. So this won't be modified by changing the yeah. Wave active is interesting. Yeah, unfortunately that's not that helpful. But if you look on the left, right underneath that, you'll see them in the global script. Main scene doesn't even have a script. I'm not sure. What is wave active? We kind of need to wait until the wave is not active, I think. That's what I think. I usually hide it too. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do. I do think more for like live streaming though it's helpful, so because a lot of time you guys don't know what script I'm on, and it's funny because I left that there so you would know what script I was on, but you didn't look there. But sometimes folks don't know what script I'm currently working on, and that at least allows you to do that. And then the other reason I like it is for navigating functions, which isn't that bad on a script like this, but with the HUD, where there's just script after script, or function after function after function after function, it's like I need to navigate the functions that way. But yeah, I agree, it is very noisy. I'm with you. So I think we should wait for game over to appear. You're getting lost in your scripts earlier. You have been refactoring a lot. It's easy to do. All right, I got an hour 45. I gotta focus. Yes, nice. That's an important thing, but refactoring is scary. All right, I really gotta think. This is a lot of, I gotta do this. I don't wanna mess this up. So, focus. I think you shouldn't check it on target missed. I don't think that's a good place to check it. I think that doesn't make sense. However, I do think we can set the health to 0 if that gets down. I do think that makes sense. But I think when the wave ends is going to be a lot safer of a time to do this. So you'll still get your points at the end of it. That's pretty funny. No, we can get rid of that. The other thing I'm not sure about are other globals like targets left in wave, but no, that'll be empty because you're waiting till the wave ends, so you don't have to clear that. There will be no more targets on path, so you won't have to clear that either. Oh, these will change. My gosh. Constant, explode range. Otherwise, you would just automatically get the upgrades. That would be bad. No. Focus pocus. Delightful. Please put these up higher with all the rest of the constants and stuff. Thank you. Okay, then all of those we need to make sure we set on restart. Now, if we have 0 health, I think it's just easier if you do it that way. Just do it that way. I'm not gonna do some other weird thing. If the wave ends, if health is less than or equal to 0, when the wave ends, do stuff. Otherwise, we still want wave active to become false. Very much so. Wave factor. What the hell does that mean? Points. Oh, that's just adjusting points. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Go ahead. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Okay. So then we want to say game over. If health is less than or equal to 0 on the wave end. Where's my game over function? So if we're not already game overed, make sure we are game overed. And then that, in theory, would show some kind of menu that I haven't made yet. Show some kind of menu I haven't made yet. I also would like it to keep the next wave from becoming available. How do we get the next wave started? I don't remember. On wave ended. So this we wouldn't want to happen. We would not want you to be able to start the next wave. You could also just hide the UI. Just get rid of the bar. Can't access the bar, can't start the wave. If you think about it. So I'm going to say both the side UI and the bottom UI become inaccessible. What is the bottom UI called? How do we hide it if it doesn't have a name? Oh, we use the animation. Alright. Here. On ready it up. And then we have HUD set up with ref. Okay, good. Alright, back to globals. What are you talking about? There it is. Oh, because it was all caps. On game over, HUD ref bottom UI visible false, HUD ref side UI visible false. So that just goes away. Bye-bye. Can't start the next wave if you can't click the button. And then show the menu that I haven't made yet. Now, when you hit reload, let's make sure that all of these get reset to their constants. That becomes wave number, health, points, debug. I don't think we need a constant for that. Explode range and frozen time length. Okay. No, I think you do want that. If you're doing debug mode, yeah, it would be nice to have those points back. I gotta give love to me in debug mode, man. Don't I deserve that? Shit. Alright. So the last thing that we need, I think, unless I've forgotten something, which is likely, is to actually make the menu that pops up so you can reload it. Now, I guess I might as well make the menu for starting the game. No, that's extra work. No, because no, don't do it. Yeah, don't do it. That's polish. So ideally it would kind of look like this other one. I think it's just the panel that really makes it look like that. So this wouldn't be the HUD. This would be something quite different. So we're just gonna say, this is a main menu. It's not really a main menu. It's just kind of a... It's not a pop-up, because I'm gonna make a pop-up, but that's different. It's I'm gonna call it center UI. That's what we're gonna call it. But you want the canvas. So here's what I would say. I would say call your canvas layer menus. And you can maybe still put the pop-up in here. Make sure you've got whatever priorities you want. You probably want this to be above. We'll say layer 2. And then we'll get a margin container. And I'm gonna call it center UI. Underscore, keep it similar. And then let's add one of these panels underneath. Move this to the center, naturally. Whatever, something. I kind of like what we've got here with the health labels and stuff. If we could do something like that. Is that a theme or is that just override? That is a theme. UI1. Alright, well then we'll just do the theme. I'm gonna want a VBox. Let's put a label in there. Give it the theme. I gotta mess around with label themes one of these days. Great. We don't have a main menu, so that's about it. We could put a game over in there. Label, restart, but you want this to be like a button. You don't actually want it to be a label. So make this label game over. All caps. We need to yell that at you. You failed, and you should feel that you failed. Just saying. I think we need like another margin container in here if I want this to look the way I want it to look, and I do want it to look the way I want it to look. More itch page art. Hey, that's a nice place to be. You can always update that after the jam ends, but if that's where you're at, that's a nice place to be. Let's override this font size a bit. Nice work, Andres. Okay. Then we're gonna add a button. I guess we could use our button theme. Maybe. Tower buttons, no. Is there button theme on UI 1? it would appear that way. But I'm just gonna like override most of this. I don't think we need that. It is kind of nice that, you know what, maybe it should look buttony. Because, yeah, I think that's better. It didn't change it, but if I do update the buttons, which I plan to in the polish phase, I'm gonna wish I had linked it, methinks. Alright, there's a restart. Oh, it's not elegant, but for now, it'll get the job done. I really don't like it in a lot of ways. There's a lot I don't like about it. Very much. Don't worry about it. Fix it later. So this is button restart. I feel like we should say game over restart, because there's probably going to be another restart button potentially. And so I'd like that to be, I might even have this be the settings menu. Anyway, don't worry about it. No time. And then you could like change this, like this could just be like settings. All right. And we could remove or add buttons. Okay. Game over, restart. When we press that button, we need things to happen. So let's go back to the HUD. No, this is not on the HUD. This is its own special thing. What if it's not? No, it should be. Yeah, we should do its own thing. Okay. Attach script. Class name, menus, static variable ref, initialize, ref equals self, and then we're going to also want to ready up and on ready our game over button. Game has been running this whole time. Button game over. Okay, no, I would need the underscore. I thought it would make more sense to me without the underscore. It doesn't. I'd kind of rather it be button restart game over than button game over restart. I know that seems like a minor thing, and it kind of is. No, I actually would rather have it this way. It kind of doesn't matter. Remember, restart. Pressed. Connect. On button. It doesn't matter. We can still say restart pressed. Because even if it's this or some other type of restart button, I'd really want it to run the same thing, I suppose. On button restart pressed. Now, over on globals, I started setting up reload. Well, yeah, you'll just do that. Just run that. That'll be great. You got it. Menus. And you'll say globals reload. Now over here on globals, we need to make sure that that menu actually appears right here. Menus, ref. I guess we need to make a reference for it. center UI. Access as a unique name, drop it in. Beautiful. Back to globals. Ref. Center UI. Visible. True. It's not gonna be fancy, but it can get a job done. Alright, now to test to see what horrible things have transpired, unless nothing horrible has transpired. So, in order to do that, I'm gonna make sure we're on the debug, because the debug should kill us very quickly. I'm pretty sure we got like 100 of the most difficult targets spawning in immediately. So we should quickly find out what it does. Okay, I gotta hide it. Not yet, not yet, not yet. I mean, I am kind of curious what it would have done, but it's too late. Okay, hide it to start with. Instantly killed. That would suck. Alright, so we have 40 hit points. Should go down as soon as the ice cream gets to the end. One more. Nothing happened. Alright, cool, good. We do have a lot of debugger stuff going on. Interesting that it eventually self-corrected to 0, but it didn't right away. Which is kind of weird. Oh, and it's gonna wait until the wave is over. You know, I don't like that anymore. I thought I liked that, but if you die and there's still a whole bunch left, you just have to sit here and wait until the wave ends. I think what you'd rather do, Lise, is have it be that the next wave isn't going to start. That is to say, that button isn't going to pop up. Just have the UI. You don't need to wait until the wave ends. I mean, you do. On one hand, you do. No, you watch. You watch. But the reason why I was doing that was because this would ensure that it flushes out all of the arrays. But I think I just have to flush out all the arrays manually. I think I just have to live with that reality. Your punishment for losing is being forced to watch the baby get unhealthy and sick. It's so sad. I mean, I guess you could, like, at the end, have, like on the game over screen, like, the baby, like, appears, and maybe the game over screen is, like, on the baby's belly, and the baby just, like, gets woozy, and then its eyes become X's, and it just, like falls over. Then the game over menu's on its diaper. It actually would be kind of fitting. You know, like in Ocarina of Time, when Link dies, and he gets into a black void, and he just be just like that. Alright. So, this is a problem. I did want to see the end of it, so I could see if it even worked. But, man, it's... because the density would be a lot tighter. It just isn't, because the density increases every wave that happens, not if I just jump to the hardest possible wave. So... I think we just have to flush those arrays. I think that's the only way this is gonna work. Alright, let's do it. It's fine, I don't care. So on restart, we have to make sure that wave active becomes false. I guess we could do a constant for that. Seems a little pointless, but... meh. You're factoring fix an old bug. Oh, I love when that happens, as long as it doesn't create 2 more bugs. I love that. That's like a whole entire celebration right there. That is a nice feeling. That's like probably one of the most, that is probably one of the best highs you can chase as a programmer. This code is fine, my other code is breaking this code. The bug hydra. It do be like that though. I need to add wave active. Targets left in wave. We do have to flush all of these, unfortunately. I assume that's 0 at the start. I've been fighting hydras this whole project. Targets left in wave. I feel like that would probably purge itself. I just don't feel like going to look. If I'm being honest. Okay, so targets on path. That's gonna need probably to be flushed. So we just need to clear that one. We don't have to constant it. And I think that's all of them. Okay, so on reload, we added... Wait, don't create these variables. What are you doing? Making mistakes. Oh my god, that wouldn't have worked. That was the only one I added? No, we also added targets left in wave. I think it was just those 2. Okay, and then targets on path. We just have to clear it. Okay. And then I want to say that when, not when the wave ends. Not when the wave ends. This is fine, just leave it. Don't touch it. I mean, actually, you kinda could say. I'll leave it like that. You kinda could say that there's no need to update that stuff. I did notice that it didn't like right away. I guess it'll make it -1 time. It won't do it right away. Tips for export settings? Oh, like if you go to... That's a good question. Yeah, like mobile or desktop. Then like, you know, which export mode, selected scenes, selected resources, except checked. It kind of depends. This one kind of depends on your project. I definitely try to keep this as minimal as possible. So if I know for sure there's stuff I don't want, I will exclude it. Or, you know, you could make all the GitHub stuff not be added in, things like that. But beyond that, I don't really know. There's advanced options. Oh right, so I guess if you want to do like custom template for things, that could be that could be something. But yeah, I don't know. Does anyone have any thoughts about export settings for Camwin? Might be a good one for the Discord server in the Godot section. So yeah, if one goes through, we kind of would want to be checking this more often. We do have a physics process, but I mean, I hate to be checking that all the time. Well, you could just say, if a target is removed from the path, check it there. Just check it there. And you can do it here too. But in terms of keeping it 0, then that might actually update more quickly. Pretty straightforward, yeah. There's no real secret sauce to exporting. Nice. Why would I put that on the clipboard? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Alright, so that's not really that important. What is important is that we make that menu visible. So you actually want to say game over here. That's where you want to run that. If you're using threads, you have to click the button and use shared array buffer support. Whoa. Is that advanced? They should have a search on here. Oh, that's after you export it. It's like a little extra thing you can do. Oh yeah, viewport stretch stuff, just in general, true. Depending on like your project and what you want out of it, it's good to go into project settings, window. Oh, it's an advanced, okay. Project settings, window, stretch, and then figure out what mode you want. I think mine's okay and disabled. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. I guess if someone has like an ultra wide monitor, that would be bad. Viewport was the one thing, yeah. Tested in different sizes to make sure it scales nicely. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you had like a really, really, really wide, you might be able to see something off camera. Oh, okay. And so then that advanced thread support. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Neat. In most cases, you don't need thread support. I know, right? They walk that back since browsers don't end up adopting it widely. No. Running a game on your phone, and it made the main menu have a little gray bit, but it's not that bad. Ew, a gray bit? Who wants a gray bit? Nah, it's just a little gray bit. So that should run game over, right? We don't have game over happening anywhere else. That doesn't belong. Okay. Let's see if that works better. Right? Yeah, Dungeon Martian has definitely been experimenting with some different ways of optimizing the way things load, which is cool. Alright. Show me the death. It should not take long. I would love to not see the number go to negative, but it's not really a big deal. If it does go to negative, it shouldn't stay that way long. It just goes back to 0. That's pretty ridiculous. Alright, so the UI disappeared. And we have the restart button. Let's press it. That looked fine. Let's run it again. Oh, it didn't restart it in debug. But it did. Oh, so it's not obeying the debug values. Yeah, maybe I'll clamp the hit points. Do I care that it doesn't restart into the debug values? Not really. Not particularly. If I'm being honest, I don't really care to say. I for a second I said, "Oh yeah, show love to debug." Nah. Nah. It's gonna be harder to test otherwise, but yeah, this looks good. As far as I can tell, I'm not noticing bugs. Shame that Uber Shader didn't help with your particle systems. Uber Shader. That's some Discord discussion I was like eyes glazing over about, I'm guessing. Okay, we got a game over. We got a restart. I'm gonna call that a win. Clamp the hit points? How am I gonna do that? How the hell am I gonna do that? I guess, you know where we could do it? We could do it where we do health minus equals. Let's do it right there. Right? Actually, I don't know. Wait, there has to be somewhere else. This doesn't make sense. How do I do it? Uber Shader is the new material pipeline for Godot. Okay. I'll have to take your word for it on that. New thing in 4.4 that attempted to remove that shader lag you get in games. Nice. Alright, I remember you guys were talking about some YouTube videos about it. How do I clamp the health? I don't really use clamping very often. Like literally clamp. A fallback shader the material can rely on while your fancy shader gets compiled. Oh. A minimum and maximum. Oh. But also, where would I do that? Like, oh, on the UI, dude. Do it on the UI. Come on now. Right there. That's where you're gonna do it. You gotta clamp it inside of here. Clamp value. I could, but that would require refactoring, so that's not gonna happen. Clamp health, but thank you for answering. I appreciate your help very much. Credit where credit's due. Yeah, the subtraction isn't gonna work because it's not happening every frame, so this will do fine. It's not a problem if it goes down. I just aesthetically don't like it, so we'll just fix it on the HUD. Minimum is 0. I don't care about the maximum. The maximum can be whatever it wants. It doesn't matter. 40. I mean, actually 40. Actually, it can't be more than 40. But if it is, from a bug perspective, everyone should know. The next coding level up. Get out of here. Look, maybe. It's not always, you don't, okay, just because get set is cool and useful doesn't mean you always have to use it. There is a get set in here, all right? We've got a get set. I've already got a get set in this one. What are you talking about? I'm deeply offended. I don't remember where it is because there's a crap ton of gets in here. Right here. Put more. Game is probably 10% get set. Whatever. I got one. Alright? That's all I need. I don't need more. Talk about being a level up. it's a good thing. It's useful, but that doesn't mean you use it everywhere, unless you're doing one of the hyper game dev challenges where you make an entire game with get sets. Then, okay, yes, everything should be get sets. I wonder if that should be the first one. I think we should poll. This week, I'm going to try to put up a poll about what the first hyper game dev challenge should be. You can run code anytime the value is set. Yeah, whatever, I know. But I don't always need to run code when a value is set. Come on, man. All right. Becomes an implicit stable check. That's true. If you look at Godot docs long enough, it is nearly all get sets. What does that mean? All right, heard. All right, you guys are heard. You guys are heard. Always trying to pollute my noob mind with more benchmarks that I can't reach. Yet. Okay. So, what was I doing? What was I even doing? Oh yeah, clamping the health. Before you went on your rants about get sets. Okay. Noob +1. If there's a max level of skill points you can earn, you guys are close to the max, and I haven't earned all the skill points yet. And some people have all the skill points and they're leveling beyond the amount of skill points they can even use. Intermediate. Intermediate hell. Jesus. Well, I think hell is a very nice place. It's warm. Right? I have lots of company. You don't think about that when you talk about hell. There's upsides. Mostly down. Geographically. But it has pluses. Alright, that'll clamp it. I think we're good. Let's move on. So I want to make the pop-ups so that way people know, players, I should say, know when they hover over it, how much do things cost. Let me just double check that that clamps that health. I want to see it. I want to believe it. Health should not be able to be increased, but if in some bizarro world it ever did get increased, you'll never know. Great. 0. Game over. Beautiful. Restart. It restarts. Done. Next. You guys are smart. I do appreciate your smarts. Let me give Dungeon Martian a credit here for the clamp suggestion. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just gonna say Godot console. I wonder if we got any more last minutes. I think it's gonna be 10. I think it's gonna be 10. Like maybe 11. It's kind of crazy. Just to think we had almost 30 submissions in the last one. And less people joined. Just wild. This one was too hard for folks who aren't intimidated by too hard games to get one in on time. That's what I'm taking away. Bloons TD is the upper limit of difficulty for the game like jam. Yeah, they do. But of course, you know, I'm not doubting that. I'm just basing it on last time, at this time, there were more entries already. So yeah, there might be more than 10, but there's not gonna be 20 more. You know, like the number of people waiting to the last second, literally, aren't going to be more than, I would even say, half of that, in my opinion. That's my prediction. More factors at play. The first jam happened during the holiday season. That's true. This is mid-school uni work. Less time to spend this month than others. Right. Which, to me, is like even more reason why it's too hard, right? Because let's say that somebody is not on vacation of some kind. They have less time. It'd be a lot nicer if it was an easier game. I'm just saying, if that's true. I think it still kind of goes along with an easier game would have been easier to access. Is this their last 1 hour jam? This is the real last 1 hour jam. I mean, if I was starting my game right in 15 seconds, okay, yeah. And just hold on the last seconds. Now remember, there's a few questions you have to answer when you submit. You know, I would really recommend just submitting it now, because you can still update it over the next hour. If you wait to the last second, you might be surprised, like, oh gosh, I have to do this, wait, I gotta do that, oh crap, but wait, that wasn't set up right, oh shoot. You know, you might as well get in it. Nobody can see it, only I can see it. I'm the only one who can see that. Like if we look on this on a private browser, nobody else can see that. So if you submit it, I'm just saying, you might want to just make sure you do that. Next time we'll do tic-tac-toe. I think I know what the next one's gonna be already. It'll be fun. I would go so far as to say, and I might change, I'm still open to changing my mind. Alright? If it's gonna be the one I think it's gonna be. It's going to be even simpler than Frogger. That's 3 hints I've given so far. One of them I'll repeat again, which is that 90s freeware shareware game. The other two you just had to have heard it. But I don't know. The other two, it might not be true. The first one, that rule of 90s shareware freeware is 100% gonna be true. I just don't know if I'm gonna go with that game, but we'll see. You still got the 1 hour jam mentality? Yeah, you've practiced. You'll be good. But the 1 hour jam, you gotta remember, it had generosity, right? Because you were able to be a little late, and that was okay. I'm not at liberty to say or answer any of those. I'm not at liberty to say. I'm not at liberty to say. I'm just not at liberty to say. So, all right, let's see if I can get these pop-ups in an hour. Oh, let's do a GitHub commit. Would probably be a smart thing. Blink twice if you're at liberty to say. No blinking. Blink. Oh God, so dry. Okay, so I want to say that I added game over menu and restartability. Now something I do want to do before I do those pop-up menus, I'm gonna actually try exporting it, because I haven't actually done that, so I feel like I should. It's just a guess, because not only do I want to, like, I want to have the itch page, so I could literally send it to you right now, and you could go play it. Like, that's the bar I'm holding myself to. So we'll see. So I'm just gonna run it in the browser real quick to see if I haven't run it in the browser since like week 2, so maybe even earlier than that. So I actually have no idea what's about to happen here, and I'm a little afraid. Oh, it looks good. We got debug money. Probably need to not have that be on. Would be ideal. Okay, obviously it stretches. I kind of don't care that it stretches. Oh, an animation is weird. In this mode. Didn't account for that. Oh, these are too fast for those towers to see. Well, that was unexpected. Let's not be in debug mode for one thing. I wonder why that happens. I guess it really is locked to that. So maybe we could do canvas items. Let's try putting this to canvas items mode. And then that might be just as bad. I'm just curious. I'll go to stretch if I have to. Not doing stretch would be the stretch goal. Oh, no debug mode. Now let's try it. Pack it up. Overall, I think it loads pretty fast. I mean, this time it's going to be faster, but not really, because you rebuilt it, so no, it'll be the same speed. Much better. That's what we want to see. And then it will shrink it. Yeah, that looks good. If the animation is done through set pixels instead of anchor point offsets, then that could be the issue. Oh, maybe it is. But also maybe it doesn't matter. But you're right. If I did want it to be able to be stretched out. Whoops. We don't need that. But yeah, it should work pretty good. I think I've been smart about making sure that it's gonna stay optimal here. Looks fine to me. No sounds, no starting menu. Stupid adaptive UI design. You're having web dev flashbacks. Oh yeah, that's so important on web dev. So important. You gotta go scrounge around for every device type you can find. That's me trying to set up the jam page. Less so now that I have kind of a template, but still. We have some weird, like, overlapping in ways I don't want, but it's fine. The game is not balanced well. It works. It runs in the browser, so that's good. Hey, guy. Yeah, I was just testing it in the browser. So I think I would also like to make sure I get it uploaded to itch.io. On my other account here. So guys, if you want like to know about the games that I like release, like actually release, Hyper Game Planet is the place. You know, if I actually have real updates about Harvest Earth, it would happen here. Using Zago? No. No. So if it would actually help me a lot if you guys help me out a lot if you guys followed Hyper Game Planet on itch. Right now, all it has is my Frogger like on it. Well, I'll tell you about how to get to a planet later. Give me 20-30 years. I'm sure someone will have figured out. I mean, I'm sure I'll have figured it out. But yeah, Hyper Game Planet, this is where I'm actually going to release my games, because Hyper Game Dev is for our community. It's for the YouTube channel. This is where I'm putting up the games that I make. Different place. Or that we make, honestly. But still, it's just different. Okay, so that's where I'm going to upload it. Let's start getting it going. I'm going to take my own advice. Alright, Siri, remind me in 30 years to ask Lise how to planet hop. I got you. You're having trouble getting yours to run in the browser? Oh no. Oh no. Oh dude, I don't have a name for this game. What am I gonna call this? I can't call it Toys vs. Candy because it's not candy anymore. Thank you, Fressifier. Thank you. It helps because I want to put any serious game project, like if I'm gonna like actually be like doing early access, like whatever, like any of that stuff, this is where I'm gonna do it. Obviously Steam, but I'm gonna make sure this as well. You found Godot games don't always work in Firefox? I haven't found that myself. So Cam, when you say getting it, do you mean Bunker or do you mean your own project? I haven't had problems with Godot games in Firefox. I think that I have had problems, but I haven't had it be completely a disaster. So, I mean, as you know, maybe, make sure you pull up your developer tools on the browser. Right? So right down here, depends on your browser, but usually it's in like 3 dots, more tools, developer tools. And it just depends. Looks like Edge is popping it up over here. And then you'll want to look in the console. And then this will actually show you all the errors. Like if you want to do print, output, that'll all come in here, assuming you've exported with debug. But even if you haven't, errors, well actually I don't know if that's true. I think even if you don't, anyway, make sure you export it with debug. So that way you can see any errors that pop up in here. The other thing you can try is running it up here in the top right and see if that is behaving differently than when you put it on itch, things like that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Make a post in the Godot channel. That way you can get more hands-on help from people. It's a good idea. Experience a hitch loading a new animation for the first time during play in some of the TD game submissions. Yeah, so that's usually particles. Particles need to be loaded ahead of time. In my Frogger-like, I literally have the particles run in the ready function behind the main menu in frustum of the camera. So you can't actually see them because they're behind the menu, but they're still in frustum of the camera, which allows it to be cached, which then the next time that runs, it won't be a problem. So typically it's a particle effect issue in that case. Oh, textures as well. Like if you have a lot of glow or something. So I'll also put like fancy textures. They'll just flash and then cue free at the end. Oh, did you? I think I saw that. Nice. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things like stretch mode that you just kind of see a lot of people who are for the first times setting up their browser embeds. A mistake that tends to, or a thing that's easy to not notice. Okay, I need a name for my game. Toys. You can't, I mean, Toys vs. Candy was the original name, and I still like that name. But it's not candy anymore. Feed the baby. Somebody gave me a suggestion and I totally forgot that I liked. Save the baby. Baby versus toys. Oh yeah, just desserts. I didn't like that one. I know, like, and you know what I liked about that idea? I liked that it is referencing a pun or not a pun, a saying, but it's just one I don't know personally. And so I feel like a freaking poser. Like, I don't know it. I've never heard anyone say it in my life. And so to me, it feels like I were to learn a word in a new language and be like, oh, I like that. I'm gonna name my game that. But I don't know anything about it. Like, it just feels wrong. That is a good one though. But it's supposed to be like, I guess somebody gets their just desserts or something. That, you're right, that was one. But there needs to be something with baby. I feel like the baby is important, even though you can't see the baby. I haven't made the baby. Oh God, I don't know what to call this. Reminds me of Oops All Berries. Oops All Babies. Like just desserts, I see that. No, I just don't like it. It just doesn't sound, it's missing something. The name needs to be delicious, just like the game. Something about the word just. I don't know, it's not inspiring me. I mean, we've named brownie points in the game. Devious desserts. Wow. It's not bad. It's a bit of a mouthful though, isn't it? Brownie brawlers. Sugar smasher. Candy Crush. Oh, Sugar Smashers is funny. I like how Bunker kind of like referenced Frogger a bit, but like Bloons, Browns. It's terrible. You'll be hearing from their lawyers. Candy Crunch. Easy. Brownie Toy Defense. Oh my God, Toy Defense? Whoa! Toy Defense is kind of awesome, though. I kind of like that. It's missing the sweet treats element. Oh, that's already a game. That is already a game. That done been a game. That has stayed a game. Toy Story, Invasion of the Devious Desserts. Candy Crunch, a name descriptive of our dire situation. That's true. You're right. It is very fitting, actually. Brownie batters. like battering something. Toy Story 6. Grand Theft Candy. Why do I kind of like brownie batters? Sugary situation. These are all really good suggestions. I think we might have something. I think I might have something with brownie batters. I think we might be okay. I think I'm gonna do brownie. I think I'm doing brownie batters. I like that one. Always alliterate. There's some things I don't like about it, But we can always change the name of it if I have to. Babies brownie batters. Brownie. Baby versus brownie batters. That's a lot of words. That's a bit much. Alright, we're gonna go with brownie batters. An assortment of sweet delights march to invade the elementary health of a 3-year-old boy named Jeremy. Oh man. The wordplay. The wordplay. Yeah. Okay, this is a game. It's HTML. It's in active development, we'll say. Naughty, nice, not... What? Jeremy put his hand in the cookie jar. Now the cookies are fighting back. That's a cool prompt, actually. Oh, I need to actually export it. Would probably be a good idea. Hope I took all the cheats out. Just export the whole thing. Pandora's cookie jar. I'm gonna not do it with debug. I do think we should exclude the export folder, right? That would probably be wise. So this is a sugar-induced nightmare because Jeremy ate too many brownies? No, it's real. Maybe Andres's version, but this is real. This is very real. This is highly real. Jeremy, what were in those Wish you could say to the end, gotta head to bed, as I'm pretty tired. You deserve rest. This was a lot of fun and a nice project to learn some game development. Thank you. I gained the title of game developer. Let's go! Yeah, Murpkin's right, because you've done, like, coding stuff, but this was the first time you, like, went in with game dev. I am so pumped to play your game on Friday. Congrats at getting it in. I'm proud of you. What I've played already in your game has been so good. You're natural. But you're not a natural. You've practiced. You've earned that skill. Congrats. Good night for now. And thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. It's your aliens, but they landed in a sweets factory instead of a farm. Maybe. This is, I mean, to me, this is autobiographical. Not autobiographical, but it's like a memoir. It's somebody's memoir. It's really, 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 really real. It's very real. It's based on a true story, you might say. Think waiter. Complete. Thank you for the hydrate. Wow. I actually really needed that. Thank you, Jonas. Credit where credit's due. But wait, guys, who's Jeremy? Jeremy was somebody's idea for the baby's name. The baby's name will be officially unknown, technically. Which means you're welcome to name it what you want. Played in the browser, HTML. It was the summer of '69. The sweets had once again started rolling towards all the babies in town. No one knew why the toys came to life, but they were the only ones who could stop the horrors. Yeah. Then certainly if you interpret it that literally. Maybe it's more an allegorical memoir. Full screen button. It probably can run on mobile. It might be mobile. Actually, might be mobile friendly. I think it might be. Work in progress for the this. You know, for the this. Edit, open. There's a snake in my boot. Toy mere seconds before pulverizing a chunk of delightful brownie into smithereens. Genre. Strategy. Contains content produced by generative AI. I don't know. I never know what to check on this, man. Because, like, yeah, I asked ChatGPT to fill out a table for me. Or a dictionary. But, like, I gave it all the data. Yeah, I asked it what the difference between break and continue are. Does that mean it needs an AI generation disclosure? I hate this. To me, this doesn't make sense. And looking at learn more, it doesn't really help that be more clear. I actually don't believe that I have code written by AI. Then no, right? Right, if it was a consultant, then no. As a tool, not its output. Right. I mean, you know, yeah, I still ask for its help. I never... Yeah. I mean, but the thing is that dictionary, like, I gave it all the data to put in that dictionary. All it did was organize the dictionary for me. To me, it's a stupid question. I think for the reasons anybody would want to know if it's AI generated, I think it's not, right? Like, I think we have to use our judgment here. If someone was like, I don't want to touch it if it used AI, I feel like there are certain things most people would mean by that. And I think that this wouldn't fall into it. Oh, a picture? I don't have a picture. Sorry. Alright, let's see if it actually works. Terrible description. Polish is tomorrow. Polish is tomorrow. $30 minutes. I wonder if I can do pop-up windows in 30 minutes. I don't think so. I don't think I can. Probably should spend the next 30 minutes just finding bugs and stuff. Oh, come on. You don't have to be that slow. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to fix these UI icons. I didn't make a wave UI icon. I forgot about that. Okay, it's missing a couple things. Okay, I think that's more important than and the pop-ups are important. You should really get the pop-ups. Okay, it looks good. It works good. I'm gonna skip the settings menu. That's that top right one that doesn't have anything done. I would love the wave. Now, I wanted to make the wave icon. I don't want to say the text wave, but I do not have time to make the wave icon. Like, that's a whole bunch of effort for me. Like, cause I want to go into Blender, I want to make it 3D, I want to take a render of that, and I want to put it in there just like all the rest of the assets. That's how I would want to do the wave. I don't want to go pull some placeholder asset that I don't own. I don't want to do that. I want to make it or not have it in there at all. You know what I recommend? If you want something that's good enough for now, I recommend, first of all, hiding all of this for now. So that H box, we're just gonna hide it. And then I say you put it on start wave. Just put it on the button. Right, so then that can say wave 50 or whatever. Then I don't have to worry about it. The information is on there someplace. I think that's a good move. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm feeling the pressure, but I actually feel a lot less pressure. When I was doing my Frogger-like, I was actually in much more danger. But the reality is, too, I did more streams for this one. I worked less on the Frogger-like than this one. Oh, I forgot, Jonas, you asked how many were entered earlier. 12. We're at 12. 30 minutes left, and there's 12. So it got up a little bit. It got up a little bit. I'm doubting that there will be more than 15. But 12 is good. 12 is a lot. I did, Pawn. Hey, Pawn. Thanks for supporting. I appreciate you. I did. I learned so much from this one. This was one of the most, like, transcendent experiences in terms of going from a certain level of growth from one to the other. I feel like I made the biggest leap in my growth working on this game than anything else I've done. Is what I mean. Not transcendent, like drink a glass of ayahuasca or something. I just mean... Alright, so... I just mean I learned a lot. So for the button start wave... Well, you should put it... Where do we do the wave? Wait, label... Wave text right here. So you can go ahead and keep doing that, but instead do button start wave dot text. Drink a glass of ayahuasca, and then we're gonna say start wave plus wave number, and then I would like a space at the end of that as well. Hey Katoria, welcome. Is it okay to have swearing in the game? Yeah. It's not super gratuitous, but I figured I'd check. Yeah, I mean, think about it this way. Safe for work. And I'm not talking about Gordon Ramsay working at a restaurant when he's 16 years old getting cussed out for not stirring the potatoes enough or something. Like not that workplace, but like a corporate, an average, relatively healthy corporate workplace. Would you think that that swearing is acceptable in that space? If so, go for it. Probably is okay. It sounds okay. You know, like damn, hell, whatever. Now maybe like some other 4-letter words. I think they're okay too, kind of. In Australia, right? Maybe different in Australia. That's true. Right. So you guess so just localize it for yourself, all right? It's up to some degree of interpretation. It's fine. You know what, Katoria? It's fine. It sounds fine. Because swearing is a lot different. You're also Australian. Okay. I'm sure it's okay. I'm sure it's okay. Because here's the other thing. Like, if you're talking about the F word, right? There's context. If you're saying, oh, F word, right? Like, that's one thing. If you're saying the F word in a different meaning, that could be really not so good. I look, for various YouTube reasons, I'm not going to say exactly. So you got to use your best judgment to some extent. I don't know, maybe you need to do something different. I don't know. Maybe run it by Precipier so you guys can gauge it better. We're talking about cursing? You're waiting for this talk for months. No, we're not. I got 23 minutes. I want to do a couple updates. We are most certainly not. Another Australian after all of these years. There might be more Australians than you'd think. Until next opportunity. Yeah. It does feel a bit empty on the UI without that stuff over there. Even though it was like broken nothingness. I do kind of feel like everything should be on the right. Like if you're gonna have it be blank over there, you might as well put everything over there. You know, it just feels like something's missing. You got all that open space and then you're cramming it up against the track over here. I say just move it over. That's probably easier said than done. Also, is that updating at that's not updating at the right time. So we actually would want this to do it +1. technically. So to be string wave number +1. This isn't the greatest place for this to go, actually. Spacecraft RTD submitted! Nice job, Rorik! Let's go! I'd remove the last 3 levels, but guess who's happy and relaxed now? That was my relax. So I do it, I relax. I work on the page tomorrow. Yeah. Work on it tomorrow. Thank you, Rorik. Thank you. There's more polishing I'd like to do, but I mean, 20 minutes left. We gotta go. I'm proud of you guys. I love seeing more of them come in at the end. It's awesome. So right at the beginning, it just says start wave. Now if I were to click it, I don't know if that's the best place. No, it is the best place, because whenever this all gets shot down, it'll be, no, it's good. This is good. This is correct. It probably will say start wave 51. Do what dungeon says. Clamp it, dude. This isn't what I wanted, but for now it'll have to do. So yeah, just clamp it. Clamp, integer. I think you just say clamp. That's right. What? There's a clamp emoji? Of all the emojis to bother having, there's a clamp. That is shocking. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Wait, string. Clamp. Wait, are you understanding me or no? Oh, I think you wanna do this, that. There we go. I think. I think I did that right. Alright, let me try to move this over to the right. I'm not gonna get pop-up hovers. I really should try. Let's see if this is easy. It says HBox top left. Rockets! Is that math? 3, 2, 1. That's gotta be a YouTube emoji. I am always so excited to see like these amazing emojis that you guys find. Amazing emojis. I think we could scooch it just a bit more. We could even push it down further from the top now, because we have all types of space. Yeah, but what if you get more? Well, it should, if the number is bigger. Yeah, it'll grow that way. Alright. Good. Great. Okay. At this point, now, I don't have the baby at the end. So, on some level, I probably should push it all the way down so it, you know, actually goes off the side of the window. But like, what if I don't feel like it, you know? What if I don't feel like doing that? Isn't that crazy? Like going from this view to that view? Like, what the hell? It's just like so weird. Yeah, I would just rather it be incomplete in that regard. It's fine. Okay, let's get the pop-ups. Let's get the pop-ups. In 15 minutes. Impossible. This is a huge undertaking. Now we do have a hover for each one already set up. To be fair, somewhere. I think it's entered and exited. I thought we did. Wait, what? I guess I don't have the hovers. I only have pressed. Pity. Yikes. That's brutal. That's a lot. I thought I had them. I had the hovers for a lot of buttons, but not those buttons. That is a lot. And then you have to do exited as well. That's rough. That's... I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think I can do that one in time. Surely you're not gonna try. Come on. You're not gonna be able to do this in 15 minutes. I love you, Lisa. I believe in you. You've leveled up. But this is a bit much, don't you think? I can't help it. On tower 1, hovered. Put them together. On tower 1, unhovered. Two, 3, 4, 5. Now what are you gonna do when that happens? We want to say function any show tower hover data. The hard part is going to be probably populating out all that data. I mean, we only need cost. I could let go of description. I would love description, but cost would be the best. That would be the most useful. So on menus, and you're gonna want it to appear at like a certain position. No, that's too much. Don't make it appear at a certain position. That's too hard. Instead, have it be an extension of the bottom UI, right? So create like another margin container that sticks out from it. It's the only way. Give it its own special panel. Oh, because it inherits? Now we're coding like an hour jam. I know. Do the margin. No. But it's different. Oh, it is. Wait. Are you even listening to me? Because it's in the same margin container. That's kind of a problem. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work like you want it to work. If you want it to be behind, you would need to make the margin container itself larger, which you can't do. Oh, yeah. I thought that was gonna be easier. I actually don't think that's easier. So instead, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna make this its own special container. Now that's not gonna get the animation applied to it, which is the problem. So I'd have to make an entirely separate animation for it. Well, it's only gonna be relevant if that's already visible. If you think about it, right? Pop-up UI. If I really think about it. Can we like, I don't know, make this look different? Like make it unique and like flip it upside down or some crap? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? No, I said make it unique. It wasn't unique enough. What's that blocking me? How dare you? Point five. Maybe go a little higher with it. Okay, and then you want some text on it. How are you gonna do that? You're gonna do a hbox, and you're gonna add a label, and the label is gonna have words. You gotta make this different. Pull up the margin. There you go, words. They're there. Give it a theme. Not a new theme, an old theme. Bring it down, bring it down. It's a bit large, a bit on the big side there. Put it in the center. No. And the hbox. Okay. It's pretty hideous. This isn't how I ever would want it to look. But we can't worry about that right now, can we? So this would be label pop-up cost. No time for description. You're gonna try to add a brownie on there. You sure about that? If you're sure, you know, I invite you. Yes, jam ratting real hard. We got the full jam rat vibe. It's fun. It's a rush. I don't have to do it, but I'd like to do it. Let's just do brownie cost. Not how I wanted it to be, but it's how it's gonna have to be. Okay, access that as a unique name. And we're just gonna wanna say that that is not visible unless you're hovering. So that's gonna need to be accessible as a unique name as well. Eternal ADHD problem. Now, how much time you give yourself, it will always be down to the last minute. Yes, that's right. Ding, ding, ding. Correct. So for show tower hover data, I'm on readying these things. I don't care. Are you sure? You sure you want to do that? You really want to do that? You don't have to do that. But you're gonna do it. Pop-up UI. Label pop-up cost. Pop-up cost. Come down here. Come down here. Show hover data. We want pop-up cost text to be. That's why I love you guys. The text needs to be cost colon plus, and then we need to go. Where do we set the tower cost anyway? Up and set up tower UI. What was the whole thing with not using? Okay, I don't know. I was just gonna do the percent otherwise. Cost. Where's the cost? Where's the tower cost? There's the tower cost. Found it. Okay, down here. Plus that. Oh. Right, we don't know the tower that's... Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. So, we would want to have the tower come in here. Oh my God. So I would even just say, instead of all of this, make that tower. Is that correct? And then we would say show tower hover data for tower 1. That would be Dart. You're not sure that works? Why? Tell me why. And then we want to make sure that this, oops, pop-up UI, it just looked very important. UI visible equals true. We can fix it if we need to. False. And now I just gotta do that down here. False. False. It's not gonna be pretty, but I hope it'll get the job done. Paste that, paste that. We need to update the strings. Paste, paste. First one's Dart, second one's Tech, next one's Freeze. And that is not yet that. We got Bomb and we got Super. But what else I want to do is some new time. Here. That was some strained rhyming. Okay, so we actually have 7.5 minutes left. Just like the 1 hour game jam, alright? We're also gonna go ahead and update the timer to be correct. Always gotta set it a little lower. That's a life skill for me. Still living on the edge, man. Okay, so it probably isn't gonna work, but we can fix it based on what happens. So let's see what happens. Scared you when you saw 1 minute? You know me, I'm always gonna set the timer a little less. It's just who I am. Lie to yourself to make everything always last minute. Yes. Technically, I'm making it less last minute, but only by a few last minutes. You can crunch mode forever. That's funny. Okay, so that didn't work as Precipier predicted. So I need to fix it. And I will. Invalid access to property or key bomb on an base object type of string. Oh, we don't have to stringify it. First of all, it's already a string. I think if you just say tower, I think that's actually all we have to do. Tactitive setting all clocks 5 minutes ahead. Yeah. I do 10 minutes. We do 10 minutes in this house. Exactly. Valuable skill. The larger student, the more weekends you lose. It still doesn't work. I know. Invalid operand string and integer. Oh, my bad. We still have to stringify the result. Of course. Alright, again. No, I don't want to update this. I'm busy. Oh yeah, baby. We got costs. Boom. 250, 400, 850. Is it pretty? Hell no, it ain't pretty. Look at how glitchy that looks. It hangs out there a little long. Oh, it looks terrible. But guess what? It gives you important information that you need. You need to know these things. I'll polish it tomorrow. You would think, but yes, and that does happen. The compensation does happen, but it tricks me often enough, right? So I'll compensate, but that still gives me like a buffer, right? That compensation is still valuable. It still gives me a reason to pause, and then once in a while, I don't think about it, right? So sometimes I look at the clock when I don't even realize I look at it, you know, and it's not enough time for me to compensate. And in those cases, it works. So it's a little bit of both. There's the compensation and you can trick yourself. All right, 3 minutes. Let's get this pushed and shared with you guys. You guys are the ones who are gonna check to see if I finished it. I'm not submitting mine for voting. Mine is not going to be voted on or rated because you guys get to see all of this. This is free promotion for my game, which isn't fair. And not only that, but I knew the topic ahead of time, and let's say we offer prizes someday, like we get sponsored by a coffee maker company, and we get to give you a free coffee maker if you win the game jam. I don't want to win a coffee maker in my own game jam. That's not right. I don't want a coffee shaker either. I don't want any of that. That's not fair. How am I going to win my own game jam? Doesn't make sense. Not only that, I don't think I would actually win it. But even in the case that I did, it ain't fair. So I'm not submitting mine, but that doesn't matter. You guys are going to be they whom I submit to y'all who are here right now watching this video now or later, let's go ahead and compress all of this in here. We're gonna call this export backup in case it turns out I messed something up. I'll have the backup. Add to an export. Special thanks to Pressfire for fixing my last minute export issues. Yay! Yes! Thank you, Pressfire! Oh, yes! You're already a Godot helper. I'm gonna message you about being a mod. I just haven't had time until the game jam is over. I think everyone should get themselves coffee maker for finishing the game jam. I agree. A free coffee maker. It must be a free one. Free ones only. Yes, it'll be played in the browser. Obviously. Alright, it is going to be public, but it is not complete. I'm going to make it unlisted. Alright. I'll hit up the AeroPress guy for price sponsorship. Yes, do it. Do it. I'd like you to sponsor myself. Alright. Did I make a game in 1 month? For the Game-like Jam. There's the link if you want to test it. I hope it's not broken. I haven't tested it yet. Make sure you give that itch page a follow. It'll help me out a lot. Bam. We got costs right there, baby. The information is given. Blammo. Good night. Let's go. Let's go. 15 seconds, guys. Get your games in. You got like 30 seconds left. It's about to be over. It is about to be over. Get your games in. Get them in right now. Get your games turned in. I got mine. Link is in the chat. Brownie emoji win. Oh, God. Link is in the chat. Give that page a follow for me. It would help me out so much if you guys followed Hyper Game Planet. I want to give all the updates about games that I make on there. Whether I start putting things on Steam or not, things will go through there. Alright, let's see what we ended up with. The jam is over. 14 entries. Let's go. Why did you say no? Andres, no. Don't tell me you didn't get your game submitted. Oh, Andres. Alright, that's it. 14 entries to rule them all. Now I have to go and moderate them. Good job, everyone. Indeed. Wait, I don't think I see Andres is in here. Oh, Andres. Oh, no. The ADHD. Look, okay, Andres, here's the thing. Your life is not ruined. Your life is not. I can't. I literally can't. There's no way to. I can't change it. It would be unfair if I could change it. You know? I can't do it. It locks it all out. I don't think I can do it. Wait, it kind of does let me. Look at that. It says lock new. Wait, maybe I can. Andres, listen to me. Are you listening? I'm gonna unlock this. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna unlock this for like 1 minute. Just submit it. You can update your page. You can design your page. Oh, you'd have to extend the submission period. But I think Did you get it submitted? By like 5 minutes. I will only do it if Andres is confirming that they are ready to make it happen. It feels unfair. It feels unfair. But okay, let's put a vote in the chat. All right, for whoever's here to decide. All right, anonymous poll. Should I try and extend it for Andres? What do you guys think? Yes or no? Simple as a pimple. Should I try and extend it for Andres? Now, the other thing is Andres has to comply with my conditions. And my condition is that you do it like very, very, very quickly. But I don't even hear from Andres. Andres, the chat is in your favor. 5 people so far have voted. Of the 24 here, 24 of you are here hanging out. And we have 24 thumbs up, so that's good. That's fair. Okay. I won't ask for any more likes, but okay, 8 votes. 100%. Okay, 6 votes. How did it go down from 8 votes? Okay, it's 8 votes. All say yes. You were mad clicking to submit. Okay. So this is your last chance. I'm not going to do it twice. I'm only going to do it once. All right? So you be ready. You be ready. So where are we at? Okay. So the deadline for submitting, I don't know if this is going to work. So we got to like recognize that I technically don't know if it's going to work. That's really important to keep in mind. So I'm going to say 23:06. Okay. And then I'm going to save it. 1 minute. 1 minute. Go, Andres. Go, 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 go. Less than 2 minutes. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Go. Stop chatting. Stop chatting. Go. The next time you chat, it must be because you're telling us you submitted it. We believe in you, Andres. Done. Let's see what we got. 15 entries. All right. Nice. Oh, man. Woo. Come and delete my game 1 sec. All right, guys. The games are in. There's Andres's. Woo. Well done, everybody. Y'all are amazing. Perfect. Look at these beautiful icons. It looks beautiful. We got one from Gary, Dormouse, Camwin, Rolrick, JJ, Crab Bucket Games, Deplanty, Fairchew, VBM, Zibbeline, aka Sable, Coke Gaming, aka Derek, Super Gario, aka Mindswept, Jonas, Dungeon Martian, Inigo Vincent. Congrats, y'all. We made it. We did it. Can roll the time back for a little sneaky. What does that mean? Oh, so it's like nobody knows it happened? Dude, I can't believe you can do this. That is like so messed up. That is like literally so messed up. What if it just like invalidates Andres' submission if I do this? Let's just leave it. I think a Game Jam entries page is one of the most beautiful sites. I agree. Out of 96 people who were interested in this Game Jam, 15 of you survived. That's amazing. That is incredible. For context, in the Frogger like, out of 79 people, 30. So you were doing an insurmountable task. 15 with an asterisk. You survived. It counts. This is hyper game dev, alright? Not neurotypical game dev. Alright, so as far as I'm concerned, yours is as turned in as any other. Alright. Now everyone go play. Yes! Okay. Most important thing. Listen. If you submitted, play the games. Because the only people who can vote on these are the 15 of you who got your game in. Nobody else can rank them. So the only way that we find out who won the categories is if you play these games and rank them. Pay it forward. Pay it forward. If you want to get ranked, make sure you rank. Rank or get ranked. Play these games. Now remember, you only have until Friday, right before the showcase stream. So that means there's no weekend playtime. You can't play it on a Saturday or a Sunday, just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the beginning of Friday. That's not that much time. I wish it would have fallen on a weekend, but it didn't. How long do I have? I need to put a pork chop in the broiler. What? What does that mean? Wait, what do those words mean? That sounds delicious. Alright, guys. That's it. That's all there is to it. I did all I can do. Congrats. Y'all are amazing, beautiful, talented people. Thank you. Yes, it is cup mate. Okay, I know what that word means. It is so awesome to game jam with you guys, and I'm glad that in the wake of the 1 hour game jam wrapping up, we can still do fun, exciting things together and be proud of ourselves. This was a hard one, all right? This was not a super easy one. I'm proud I got my game put together in time with a little extra feature that I didn't even need to do, but I wanted to do. Like, let's go. What's up? So I'm gonna make sure I link my game so you guys know about it. Give that a follow, all right? Only Pressapire. Pressapire is the only one who followed my Hyper Game Planet. Help me out. If you're happy with these live streams, if you want to do me a nice favor besides being here and hitting the like button, come follow Hyper Game Planet, because I'm gonna make sure I keep everyone updated about games that I work. Click it again! And to that end, play these games. Even if you didn't submit, play these games. Because you can give feedback. And then maybe before the showcase stream, folks can update it real fast. Now, I do want to say to those of you who didn't get it in on time, who felt like, oh, I couldn't finish my game, I'm not proud of it, whatever, you can still have your game showcased on Friday. We only have 15 entries. I will play up to 20 on stream. Right now, I am going to go ahead and say that all of these are grandfathered in. You will all be played on stream no matter what. If you are one of the 5 who did not get it submitted in here, and you would like it played on stream, and even if you did get it submitted, head over here to the queue and join it. Fill this out for me so I know when to play whose game. There's a team of 5. I'm gonna have to look at it. You know, we'll have to see. Because I know in the last one, I had to disqualify some that weren't actually true entries. But these look legit. This is officially the longest I've spent on a single game, and I'm so happy to have been a part of this. That's amazing! That's it! Like, that's it, right? Like, I've spent longer on a game, and it is 25% complete. So not only is this the longest you've spent, but it's the longest you've spent, and you finished it. Like, that is huge. That is more than so many people who dream of making games can say. So you deserve a lot of love for that. From yourself, to yourself. Almost had a heart attack, but you're proud of your game. I'm glad we could alleviate your palpitationing. You'll play all the games tomorrow because you don't got much more time after this. Yes, get some sleep, take care of yourself. Slime Fest is very legit and very cool. I can't wait to try it. A month goes so fast, and I learned so much. It does go fast. Alright, y'all. That's it. I'm gonna be back tomorrow for members only of the channel. And I'm gonna polish my game up so it's ready for the showcase, so it can just be like a little more, you know, pretty and complete. The showcase will be on Friday. That's the next time I'm gonna do a public stream. When this one ends, I think it's gonna pull up the members only video. So there's that. Hit that join button if you're interested in becoming a member and supporting the channel. Yeah, I'm gonna polish it up. We're gonna make the baby. I'm gonna add the baby in the member stream. And all of you guys, you can still update your game. You just can't add it onto the itch page until Friday. All right, y'all. That's all I got. If you're watching it after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left. If you tap or click in the bottom left, you'll see the last time I worked on this. Right here. If you tap or click in the bottom right, you will either see the next time I'm working on a game like Jam or the showcase. I'll make sure the showcase is like somewhere over here and the next working stream is down here. I hope I see you there. Good night.